Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 86. Okay, Grandma. Li Zhanyuan nodded and reached out and opened the page. Liu's Wanting Qi is not like other books. There are dozens of books. It has only one book, which is divided into 20-4 volumes. Li Zhanyuan likes to digitalize the metaphysics. In his opinion, this book is more like a general outline. Liu's as the core has extended multiple branch lines, so it can also be understood as the foundation. The learning and enlightenment of it is the first step that the Liu family cannot skip. For the excellent door, it is a key. With it, it can open this door to learn and master the various branch veins left by the predecessors. For example, Uncle Qin taught himself Zama Bulletin and 2Na, which contains the rhyme in Qin's viewing law. At this level, the more deeper understanding, the more I have more effort. The first level is another field, which is equivalent to grasping some permissions. You can create the most suitable branch for your own, and for those things left by the predecessors, you don't have to learn it anymore. You only need to glance at it, you can know it. Oh, you have a good idea. Li Zhanyuan said that he should be full on the first floor, and it seems that he has not reached the second floor. In fact, he was a little guilty, because he took it coincidentally, and he stood on the shoulder of the stylist. However, everyone has their own black areas under their own lights. Under the inertia of established thinking and cognitive inertia, it is prone to ask questions why they do not eat meat. It's like when an outstanding student gives a question to poor students, it is often a kind of unconcerned, how can you not do such a simple question? The book is actually here. The stolen book should also be a stunning talent, but when he recorded this book, he may not consider inherit the latter at all, otherwise, who would use such a freehand method to deliberately set up the future generations to set up deliberately setting up to the future generations? Threshold? The probability is that people may just drink some wine, or itch in their hearts when recording, and naturally reveal the cognitive rhythm of Liu's Qi, just for self-entertainment. In essence, it is also the understanding of this book. It is also a big skill to be able to understand his handwriting. It shows that at the level of cognition, when the stealing person wrote this text depth. It cannot be said that when studying the reference book, the learning efficiency is improved, and the learning efficiency feels that this behavior does not have a solid study. Moreover, there are too many books for teenagers to read this book, and he has not been completely inherited, just a solitary book, which is equivalent to broken code. In the past, why the teenager analyzed a feng shui to modify the formation method, and to make herself nosebleed or even blind eye blindness? The reason was that at that time, he was actually relying on basic theories to temporarily hard work. Mo said that he was just a child at the time. If he changed to an ordinary adult, he squeezed himself up and wept hard, and the oil was exhausted. Grandma, I studied last night. Xiao Yuan, how much did you read last night? Li Zhanyuan paused and said, read the first volume. Xiao Yuan, no, Grandma wants to say you. Grandma knows you are smart, but there is no need to be so greedy and more enthusiastic. You need to be as fast as possible. 1 volume 1 night. Have you finished watching? Oh, it's almost the newspaper. In fact, even if the Qin's viewing method was used, the two books were read together, and it didn't take it for such a long time. The hull must be firm, so as to not be afraid of the reefs and wind waves. Come on, Grandma will give you a demonstration. Liu Yumei originally wanted to listen to Li Zhanyuan's specific doubts first, and then explained one by one, but seeing such frivolous, although she was relieved, she still couldn't help but want to knock him. Because she has high hopes for teenagers. I saw Liu Yumei's ring finger lightly clicked the tea cup, detained a drop of tea, and gently played it. Li Zhanyuan only felt that her brain was tweeting, and Liu Yumei also leaned forward at this time. She wanted to press her thumb on the teenager's eyebrows to help him keep half of the shade state to prevent excessive destruction of the teenager. But before her hands touched the teenager, she saw the teenager herself open her eyes. There is no need to worry about her at all. The teenager controls at all levels of yin, which is much better than her expected. Although I was surprised, it was within the scope of understanding. Lu Yumei sits again, as half open. At this time, the old lady and the teenager were sitting relative and very quiet. However, in the other level of the two, Li Ziyuan and Lu Yumei were standing. Among the two, a round water droplet with a large fist was suspended, surrounded by darkness. The first volume, Qi is the foundation of the creation, the source of Vientian, and the static thinking, the beginning of the Ming dynasty, the end of the real, the first birth, the law, the reason, the theory, and the weekday. Lu Yumei smiled with his fingers gently hooked the suspended water ball, and pulled out with a free hand, a water pattern rippling, constantly changing in front of him, moved from time to time, and when he was hidden. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yumei reappeared, the water pattern disappeared, the palm of her palm opened again, and the water pattern was reproduced. Every obscure concept is crushed, and then feeds you in your mouth. The teenager who has been studying in the past year has felt the warmth of the teacher for the first time. Yes, as long as there is a teacher to teach in class, there is nothing that cannot be learned, and how can one fail in the exam? However, the warmth of the relationship between teachers and students is always short-lived. During the junior class period, the mutual torture between students and old professors was the unchanging main theme. Grandma, you say, can there be another understanding? Tell me. Li Ziyuan raised his hand, clenched his fist, and smashed the large water ball floating in front of him. Bang! The water ball was smashed, then exploded, and spread all around. Lu Yumei was stunned at first, then puzzled, but then her eyes gradually widened. The scattered water balls formed a mist that enveloped the place, combined with the traditional Chinese painting skills that the boy learned from A Li, creating a rough and freehand landscape. An old man and a young man are now standing between the mountains and rivers. There are streams and pools in the mountains, some are moving and some are quiet, the west side is rainy and the east side is sunny and bright, there is a beginning and an end, there is an end and a beginning, there are evidences between mountains, rivers, and clouds, and there are fates in all visible places, which is nature. Lu Yumei pursed her lips, and then looked at the boy standing in front of her in disbelief. She had seen countless geniuses in her life, but until this moment, she really realized that she, who had never tired of eating fine food all her life, had never eaten anything good in the past. This does not mean that the boy has surpassed her. In fact, the boy is still far behind her, but she has seen the boy's future. It is only a matter of time before he surpasses her and her husband and son in her memory. Since last night, she has been excited about the happy expectation of being a good teacher, but at this moment, this enthusiasm seems to be extinguished by a basin of ice water, leaving only a wisp of unwilling light smoke. She vaguely realized that it is very likely that she can't teach him anything at all. But she still wanted to struggle, for her old face, for her dignity, and for the appearance of the Lu family. Lu Yumei continued to recite the following note in the first volume of Liu's Qi Watching Secret. What is the situation of going against the trend? Li Ziyuan looked around, the mountains and rivers turned into snow mountains, the snow melted, a stream fell from the top of the mountain, and finally disappeared in the cracks of the rock and soil, and disappeared. Lu Yumei asked, where is the trend? To do something knowing that it is impossible is going against the trend. Then what is the situation of life and death? Li Ziyuan looked down at his feet, and Lu Yumei also looked down. The previously cut-off stream, after a long time of soaking, opened up a new passage between the cracks of the rock and soil, and then gathered into a stream. Lu Yumei asked several rounds of questions in the first volume, but in each round of questions, the boy only glanced at the corner of his eyes and automatically formed an image. Ordinary people carefully verify, carefully deduce, and look at feng shui with awe, but for the boy, it seems so easy and freehand, as if he is scribbling casually, but the essence is revealed. The latter is obviously more difficult, because on-site sketching has specific references, which is the simplest. Liu Yumei is very clear that at this level, every time he goes to a place in reality, the boy can quickly observe its feng shui pattern, and even make changes based on its essence. This kind of talent is no longer a gift from God, but God is holding a bowl and a spoon, chasing you around the table, begging you to swallow a mouthful. Hey! Liu Yumei closed her eyes and accepted it. Like an art master, she was shocked to find that her new student had surpassed herself in conception, pattern, and aesthetics. The terrible talent has burst out. At this time, if you teach him what to guide him, it may become superfluous. This does not mean that the boy does not need to continue learning, but that the basics, dogmas, and fine brushwork only need to spend time to practice makes perfect. The boy needs to continue learning, but Liu Yumei doesn't need to teach him at all. It's best to let Aunt Lu or Uncle Qin teach him these basics. And Liu Yumei, she only needs to sit there and drink tea, do nothing, and not interfere in anything, which is the best contribution. She can't even do the work of logistics support, because the old lady doesn't know how to cook. Liu Yumei took a deep breath. She had to force herself to face the reality and do a good job of her own psychological preparation. There is no need to deliberately pursue her sense of participation, anyway, this child will soon enter her own door. When she travels in the future, the reputation she has made will also be her family's reputation. Even if she covers her mouth and chuckles and says that she didn't teach the child anything at all, those old things will only think that she is pretending to be modest to save face for them. Grandma, can we continue with the second volume? Liu Yumei came back to her senses, sighed, and nodded. You can start reading the second volume tonight. I'm tired too. When you finish reading a volume, come to me and report. Li Zuiyuan originally wanted to show the second volume together with the rest. Seeing Liu Yumei say so, he nodded. He opened his eyes as hard as he could, broke through the illusion, and returned to reality. Liu Yumei's eyelids drooped for a moment, and said, "It seems that the Yin family's yin walking method does have something. Of course it can't compare to our Liu family." Stinky boy, Grandma likes to hear this. After a pause, Liu Yumei still added, "But each generation of heroes has their own time and again. People like Yin Chongsheng are always in awe, but there is no one in the world who is perfect. He is just at a disadvantage in terms of managing the family. The family rises because of him, and also falls because of him." In fact, Li Zuiyuan could sense that Liu Yumei was also very good at managing the household, because she really supported the precarious Qin Liu family, but this kind of flattery is not suitable for flattery, it is easy to tear the scar. Liu Yumei lowered her head, picked up the new cup and heated it, and asked, "Do you still want to drink tea?" "No, I just had breakfast, and drinking too much tea hurts my stomach." "Then go and play with Ali." "Okay, Grandma." Li Zuiyuan stood up, put Liu's Qi watching secret into his school bag, and walked out of the study. "Hey, Xiao Yuan, why did you come out so soon?" Aunt Lu had just cleaned up the kitchen and cleaned the restaurant. "I'm a little tired, Grandma Lu will continue to teach me tomorrow." "Oh." Aunt Lu didn't quite believe it, but still waved, come with me and try on the clothes." Li Zuiyuan was taken to the guest room on the first floor by Aunt Lu to try on new clothes. There were 4 sets, which were not retro and old-fashioned, but not too ostentatious, and they looked decent and generous when worn on the body. Moreover, not only does each set of clothes correspond to a pair of shoes, but there are also accessories such as watches, bracelets, and pendants. "Aunt Lu, I know, you take the shoes and clothes, and leave the others here." "Okay, Aunt Lu. How is it, do you feel it fits well?" "It fits very well, Aunt Lu, your eyes are the ruler." "Haha, wear this set, leave the clothes and shoes you are wearing, I will wash them for you and you can take them next time." Thank you, Aunt Lu. Come, sit down, I will cut your hair, it's a bit long. Aunt Lu pressed the boy to sit on the bed, then picked up a piece of white cloth and tied it around the boy's neck, and took out a comb and scissors. Aunt Lu, how do you know everything? Of course, I take care of the old lady's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. She combed and scissored fluently and quickly. Aunt Lu held the boy's head and motioned him to look at the cabinet mirror. How is it? Your craftsmanship is really good. You have a good foundation. I heard from Li Juxiang that when your father was brought back to the village by your mother, he was a pretty boy, as the TV and newspapers say now. Nowadays, a pretty boy refers to a young man with a fair face and heroic brows. Yet, Li Zuiyuan responded. He hadn't seen his father for a long time. After divorcing Li Lan, his father joined the geological expedition team. Now he should be very rough. The divorce was a big blow to him. He should be deliberately avoiding this family now. In addition, due to the strict order of Grandpa Bei, he has not come to see him in recent years. Li Zuiyuan did not blame him. On the contrary, he understood that as the youngest son of Grandpa Bei and Grandma Bei, his father had actually been living a smooth and stable life, and then he met Li Lan. He and Li Lan could even play with each other and fight each other. Father completely experienced the whole process of Li Lan's illness from worsening to complete collapse. The psychological trauma he suffered was really unimaginable. By the way, Aunt Lu, I want to ask you about a kind of costume, and a kind of incense. The costume was taken away by Tan Yunlong as evidence, and Li Zuiyuan could only describe it in words as much as possible. It sounds like ghost sandalwood, like Guanjiangshao. Guanjiangshao, why haven't I heard of it? What about the 8 generals? I know this, it originated in Fuzhou, and it was the 8 generals in the shogunate of the 5 Blessings Prince who were responsible for catching evil spirits and exorcising ghosts. Guanjiangshao originated from this, and the customs in various places have evolved and changed. I understand. Generally, this custom will appear at local temple fairs, with face painting, costumes, and magic tools, leading the way in the team to exorcise evil spirits and pray for the local area. But this is only an external manifestation. For example, a corpse retriever like my own grandfather would also go to the funeral before he encountered a dead body. Li Zuiyuan couldn't help but recall the horror in the other party's eyes when he used the shock technique to force him back last night. Looking back now, it seems that it is not that I have never heard of this special ability, but that I did not expect that I could use it. Okay, let's go upstairs to find A Li and let A Li see it. Then I'll go upstairs, Aunt Lu. Well, go ahead, I'll pack the other 3 sets for you and put them in your school bag. Li Zuiyuan went upstairs. Lu Yumei just said yesterday that she would make clothes for her, but she wore them today. Obviously, the clothes were made in advance, which also indirectly shows that the old lady has been tense for a few days. Aunt Lu walked to the study, opened the door, and was surprised to see Lu Yumei lowering her head, looking at a drop of water on the coffee table, with a thoughtful look on her face. Hey, what's wrong with you? Is Xiao Yuan so difficult to teach? Why do you worry so much? Ting, bring me some paper and pen. Tisk, 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 it's different. When you taught me and Ali, you beat and scolded us, saying that you had never seen dumber children than us in your life. Now you have to prepare lessons in advance when teaching children. Hehe, I teach him. Lu Yumei laughed helplessly, it's this kid who teaches me. Don't scare me. Why scare you? Bring me some paper and pen. I want to retake the first volume. Auntie Lu immediately brought the pen and paper, and asked carefully while grinding ink herself, didn't the kid just take it back to read it overnight? Is it really like this? The kid wanted to show me the second volume just now, but I deliberately laughed and said that I was tired and asked him to report again tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. In fact, I was afraid that he would see too much at once and would not have time to organize it into volumes. Well, then I compared with Ali. It is really stupid, but shouldn't you be happy? I know your heart, you can't hurt you because the junior is too good. Sorrow, Xiao Yuan, this child, is not so outrageous. I also look for that selfishness and give him into Liu Jiamen. He is so embarrassed to do this now. Then your grandmother Qin's younger grandmother will get the Qin family. Lu Yumei raised his eyes a little bit, and looked at Aunt Lu. I can't bear it. Yo-yo, don't be wronged or wronged. Aunt Lu took the initiative to reach out and hold the old lady. You are not afraid to be seen by the juniors that you lose your majesty. Now, under the title of Grandma Qin's younger grandmother, I have to consider his old Qin family. It really binds me. I know that before they went to cross the river, I should leave him with him. What kind of anger are you talking about? Lu Yumei took a deep breath, her face converged, and she became elegant and grace again. Aunt Lu also retracted his hands in a timely manner and redeveloped ink. Ting. You say. Anyway, this kid is fast, simply, let him pick 2 doors alone. Aunt Lu heard that she couldn't help swallowing and dare not answer. Talk. This kind of thing, where I can be beak. You count the most, and the least big and small, how dumb now. You just take your mind. It's not impossible, so that I will go on, and they can't pick me. Forget it, they are gone, and they can't see it. This is a big deal. Is there no 2 days for the entry ceremony? You think about it again. Well, I think about it again. Lu Yumei picked up the brush, give me more paper for me. The whether that the boy realizes it is really not easy to describe, too much. You write it first, I will give you it. Aunt Lu went to the basement, cut the paper end, and when she entered the house, she saw that Lu Yumei was full of 10 pieces of paper, and the last piece of paper was also written to the end. Is this the first volume? Lu Yumei was not good at it, this is the beginning of the first volume. Then what I used to watch before is definitely the fake Liu's wanting Qiju. After you sort it up, I have to see it too. Show you, change the paper. Come. There is no mistake, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. The effort to stop writing, Lu Yumei waved the brush in his hand gently. The paper is changed. Hiss. Are you broken? No, I suddenly thought of a new idea. Lu Yumei wrote a line of words on the new paper. Aunt Lu looked at it vertically, and finally shook his head and said, What are you writing? I can't understand it at all. It seems that this mood can be integrated into the handwriting, there is an inexplicable appropriateness. Then you write this way, don't think about people in the future, you can understand what you write, you don't even know what you write, and where to realize what artistic conception. Lu Yumei picked up the paper, rolled into a group, and lost it. Wrong. What's wrong? To use this method, we must integrate the 24 volumes of the full mood and echo it before and after, in order to make self-containing Zhoutian, first solve 1 volume and 2 volumes. You mean? This little boy, I finished the whole book after the Kung Fu. Pap. The brush in the hands of the old lady was broken into powder, slowly falling down the fingertips. In the mind of Lu Yumei, it appeared in the house of Li Sanjiang. She was sitting on the dam to drink tea, and occasionally looked up at the boy sitting on the terrace rattan chair on the 2nd floor. Fast. If he really watched my Lu family's unique learning so fast. In the past year, how many books did this boy read in Li Sanjiang's house? At the beginning of Aunt Lu, she didn't understand it, and then she looked at it. How many books read were second. The key is the books that the teenagers read. Lu Yumei slowly said, from frugality to luxury, from extravagance to frugality, reading books like eating is good, those rough, how can it continue to swallow with interest? In the study, it was trapped in a short silence. Yesterday, they could still guess in a ridiculous tone. In the basement of Li Sanjiang, there may be some cheats. Now, when reality is in front of them, they are still shocked. Oh! Lu Yumei laughed and stretched out his hand. I seem to understand now. We live in the Li Sanjiang family to get a little blessing. Aunt Lu quietly listened to Lu Yumei to continue to say. But Li Sanjiang's blessing seems to be prepared for this boy. Nympho. Well, Ali, so many wooden flowers are actually enough, so don't have to plan it for the time being. Ali took the push, first looked at the teenager, and looked down at the wooden flower rolls everywhere under her feet. In this world, even Lu Yumei could not understand Ali's deep emotions, but Li Zuyuan could. Ali, do you think Grandma Liu's entry ceremony, can't you take it? The girl nodded. His grandmother gave me a book that he read, and it was the first edition. What he could do, only placed more ancestral tablets to make up for it. Li Zuyuan reached out and gently wiped the girl's brow, hoping to relax it. It doesn't matter what kind of entry gift Grandma Lu gave me, it's all about affection. Besides, Dr. Ali, I still owe you so much money for treatment in the Lu family. After being treated as a patient for so long, it was the first time that someone put her in the position of a doctor. The girl's eyes lit up instantly. Even with the curtains drawn, the room that was not very light transmitting became brighter than the sun outside. Seeing that the girl was happy, Li Zuyuan retracted his hand and touched his own brow, using the remaining touch to feel his own skin. The girl reached out and pinched the boy's face, and then pinched her own. Every time the girl pinched, Li Zuyuan felt that the place where he was pinched was stapled by a stapler. Now he wanted to find Runzheng to interact with him again, like a poor student, to show off his hard-earned progress. Ali put away the clippers. Li Zuyuan took the box and began to pack the wood flower rolls. After a lot of effort, he breathed a sigh of relief. Hey! I was so tired that I finally finished packing. Afterwards, the two of them sat on the carpet with their backs against the bed. Li Zuyuan played blind chess while telling what happened in the teaching building last night. After the story was over, it was almost noon and Li Zuyuan had to go back to school. Ali, after you and Grandma Lu move into the school, I will come to see you every morning, just like you came to see me every morning in the past. Li Zuyuan went downstairs and passed by the study. He saw that the study door was closed and Aunt Lu was nowhere to be seen. Aunt Lu, I'm leaving. The study door was opened a crack. Xiao Yuan, what do you want to eat tomorrow morning? Anything is fine. Okay. Aunt Lu closed the study door. It was during this opening and closing that Li Zuyuan smelled the scent of ink coming out of it. Very good, it seems that the perception of the book thief can really help Grandma Lu improve and perfect the family tradition. I just don't know who that person is. Even if there is no record of this kind of person in history, he should be a figure similar to Wei Zhendao. He walked out of the house and came to the yard. He looked back and saw the girl standing on the balcony and watching him go. Li Zuyuan waved to her, and the girl raised her hand in response, although the action was a little awkward and unnatural. But no matter what, she was completely different from the one who could only sit in the house with her feet on the threshold. Li Zuyuan knew that his and her illnesses were both getting better. He could tell fortunes, but he didn't believe in fate, but sometimes he had to sigh at the wonderful arrangement of fate. He was a monster in human skin, and it happened that the girl was sitting in the house and was used to seeing monsters. When he returned to school and passed the playground, the military training in the morning had not ended yet. Li Zuyuan did not need to participate in military training. This item was written in the early special recruitment benefits, and I don't know which school leader of the middle school added it to him. In fact, at his age, he was not suitable for such a military training of older children, although the physical fitness of teenagers was generally better than those college students on the playground. Walking along the playground railing, he wanted to try to find Tan Wenbin, but unfortunately, he didn't know which class Tan Wenbin was in. Right. Li Zuiyuan then remembered that he and Tan Wenbin should be in the same class, so which class was he in? Before the start of school, the counselor died. As a result, his class held fewer class meetings than other classes. Even if a new counselor was arranged later, it was only in time to assign work. As for classmates and socializing, Tan Wenbin blocked them for him according to his previous habits in high school. It's better to wait until Binbin returns to the dormitory at night and ask him for his class number. Brother, can you do me a favor? A girl in a white dress trotted over. Li Zuiyuan looked at her. The girl pointed to another girl in a blue skirt sitting on the grass slope in the distance. The sisters are sketching, can you be a model? As she said that, she wanted to touch the boy's face. Li Zuiyuan stepped back, avoided her hand, and shook his head, no. After that, he left. Su Baila walked back helplessly and said to the girl sitting on the slope with a drawing board. Wu Shui, that good-looking brother is shy and doesn't want to be our model. Wu Shui smiled and said, why do I feel that the brother doesn't like us, hee. There are only new students in the school now. Before the military training is over, the store is relatively deserted. Taking advantage of this time, Runsheng and Yin Meng are preparing to eat. Otherwise, after the military training is over, students will pour in like a tide, and there will be no time to eat and drink. Runshen's cooking skills are more down to earth. After all, you can't expect someone who has been often hungry since childhood and can only eat roasted sweet potatoes to fill his stomach to master any superb cooking skills. As for Yin Meng's cooking skills, it is more down to earth. So, they all went to the cafeteria to get food, and Li Zuiyuan would come over to eat with them every noon. Yin Meng, hey, Runsheng, Binbin said before going to military training this morning that you and I can dodge bullets. Dodge what? Runsheng was a little confused, dodge bullets. Yes, Binbin said that Xiao Yuan said so. I didn't mean to dodge bullets, but to climb the outer wall. Li Zuiyuan said as he walked into the store. Yin Meng, Xiao Yuan is here, let's eat. Li Zhanyuan sat down to eat, and briefly talked about last night. The main details were exaggerated. Xiao Yuan, then after I closed the store with Runsheng at night, I went to school to turn around to see if I could meet the murderer to grab him. No. Li Zhanyuan drank his soup, even if he is really a murderer, he will not go there again recently. Runsheng asked, I and he, who can fight? Melee, there are a few that can fight you. Runsheng laughed, and he was fragrant. But there may be a lot of people. Li Zhanyuan paused, but don't worry, in a few days, you can have teachers to teach. After the military training, the hungry wolves would rush into the cafeteria quickly, so they brought Binbin back in advance. Soon, Tan Wenbin came back, hey, it's hot. Tired. Not tired, where can I get, sprinkle water? Tan Wenbin sat down and had a meal. By the way, Xiao Yuan, a few classmates in the class are very interesting. Are you interested in knowing it? How many classes? Class 1. Oh, is there that kind of obedient? Yes, a guy returned to me today, and he was very literary to me. It was very literary and suitable for him to help him run away in the future. You can introduce to know. Liu Yi was busy after school, which was not convenient. After a meal, Binbin washed his face, sitting in front of his desk, and looked at a professional book. Even if you have been allowed to enter Luo Gong's project team, even if you are just carrying equipment, you have to order basic professionalism, but you can't even understand the drawings. Li Zhanyuan was watching the Tibetan Bodhisattva Sutra. Although it was a bit hustle outside, the bedroom was very quiet and the learning atmosphere was strong. But at this moment, a nearby dormitory door was banged. Internal Affairs. Open your eyes to see me clearly. This is the minister of our student union, all of which give me the focus, and the attitude of your attitude. Hurry up, call Qian, don't eat, give me a loud noise. Li Zhanyuan read the book as usual. Tan Wenbin did not have such a realm that was not affected by foreign objects, and scolded angrily, what are pretending, what kind of thing? Many people in the student union also entered school early. In the name of new students, in fact, they do not want to let go of the happiest time period of prestige. After all, students will not care about them when they are junior. Even too lazy to look at them. One by one, roaring one by one, I guess, it will soon be in this bedroom. Tan Wenbin was so noisy. He just got up and came to the wooden bench, turned the bronze mirror above, and aimed at the bedroom door. Generally speaking, they can only open this access control when they sleep at night. Bang! Open the door, check the internal affairs. Tan Wenbin scolded directly, you fucking is a dog, you will only knock on the door with a dog's leg. Who calls inside? Click. Twisting the door handle, the two came in, one of them was thin, his face was very sharp, his back was large and his face was a bit round. They heard Tan Wenbin's previous scolding, and they were preparing to come in and scolding. After turning around, it was alive like a pair of fat thin gyro. Tan Wenbin deliberately did not stop and let them go. As for Li Zhanyuan, he continues to read. Tan Wenbin did not dare to call Yuanzi brother to appreciate it together. After all, he knew very well. If anyone really provoked the attention of Yuanzi, the end would be miserable. These two were very abominable, but Bin Bin felt that he was still sinful. After watching it, Tan Wenbin turned his mirror, and then reached out to launch the two people. After the two were drunk, they fell to the ground with a distance like drunk wine, and they fell on the ground, and then they kept vomiting. They were a little sober. The most important thing is that they don't remember what happened after pushing away. Oh! Tan Wenbin patted his hands and returned to the bedroom with satisfaction. At the end of the lunch break, Tan Wenbin wore a hat and went to the military training afternoon. Li Zhanyuan took the time in the afternoon and prepared to get out of class to make it easier for Lu Yumei to perform. After finishing this one, he also prepared a lesson for the Qin's viewing law. Arrive. It is much more time-consuming to teach people to learn than studying. When Li Zhanyuan prepares 2 courses, the outside is almost dusk. While other students did not come back without military training, he took a bath with a wash basin and took a bath with the pool. Otherwise, he had to be full at night, and he had to wait in line. Soon, today's military training is over, and the students are back. Tan Wenbin's voice came from outside, "Hey friend, you go to occupy the position, I'll get the pot." Good. With Tan Wenbin's personality, it is normal to make friends immediately in the class. When Bin Bin opened the door, when he came in and took things, he said, "Hey, the shampooing cream does not seem to be enough for both people. You go first in your luggage bag, I will get it for you." "How are you so embarrassed to thank Xiao Yuan?" Tan Wenbin twisted his work and went out with a basin and towel. Li Zhanyuan walked in front of the luggage bag, took out the shampoo inside, and then went out of the bedroom to the sink. The wash basin was crowded with people. Some people would go to eat after the military training, but most people still wanted to wash their stinky bodies, otherwise they would have no appetite at all. The most important thing was that they were in military training all day and only had entertainment time at night, so they naturally had to clean themselves up. Li Zhuiyuan saw Tan Wenbin and patted him on the back. Tan Wenbin turned around and took the shampoo, then hugged a tall and thin man next to him and motioned him to turn around. "Brother Xiao Yuan, let me introduce you, this is Lin Chuyu, assigned to the dormitory of Liuyi. Come, Ayu, this is my brother Xiao Yuan, hurry up, I'm not kidding you, call me brother." Lin Chuyu is a tall and thin man who looks very shy. At this time, he was applying soap to himself. After hearing Tan Wenbin's instructions, he immediately put down his hands obediently and shouted to Li Zhuiyuan. "Hello, brother. You guys take your time to wash, I'm going back. Li Zuyuan returned to the dormitory, turned the mirror over, then picked up the shoe box and took out the pair of women's high heels inside. It's him. Chapter 87. Last night, he had covered his entire body, leaving only his eyes exposed. But Li Zuyuan could remember his eyes. Just now, Li Zuyuan saw him. He was leaning against Tan Wenbin, sharing a faucet, rubbing soap on his body, and calling him Big Brother. After confirming the look in his eyes, Li Zuyuan did not look at his calf, and did not care whether there were any gunshot wounds or scratches on his calf, nor did he care whether he had covered it up. Since he was sure, the boy was too lazy to look for more evidence, which was not only redundant, but also easy to make the other party suspicious. Because the other party had seen him. But the other party might not know now that he recognized him. Therefore, the other party was still acting, and it was likely that when he shouted "Hello, Big Brother" in a very naive way, he was feeling complacent. Li Zuyuan hoped that he could continue to keep it up. The more he wanted to act, the more he did not want to tear his identity apart, and the safer he would be at the moment. There is no way, the skills of classmate Lin Qiyu are really scary. If he really wants to be ruthless, his bronze mirror door access control and the pair of high heels in his hand may not be able to stop him. However, what can be basically confirmed at the moment is that Lin Qiyu is not the real murderer of the case 7 years ago. People's faces can also show tree rings. Li Zuyuan is sure that he is about the same age as Tan Wenbin. When the case happened 7 years ago, he should still be in the 5th grade of elementary school. Aunt Lu said that he was the head of the officials and generals. Normally, people in this profession are very similar to the actors who play guangong at temple fairs in other provinces and regions in the mainland, and they should be upright. But nothing is absolute. Li Zuyuan can also say that corpse retrievers generally have a feeling of compassion for the world. But it does not prevent people like the father and son of the Mao family from appearing in the corpse retriever team. So, the profession is good, but the person is not necessarily. Therefore, Li Zuyuan decided to seize the time and remove this mine while the other party is still addicted to acting. It didn't even matter whether the other party appeared in the teaching building last night, but the thought that there was such a guy living in the dormitory very close to him on this floor made the young man sleep uneasy. How can I allow my companion to snore beside me? Tan Wenbin came back from taking a shower humming a song. He closed the door and sat on his bed. Brother Yuanzi, I wanted to ask Lin Qiyu to go to Lao Sichuan to eat grilled fish in the evening, but he said he would go to the school library to enjoy the atmosphere in the evening. The strange thing about Tan Wenbin was that the new friend who was originally very obedient suddenly had his own ideas. Of course, this is not wrong and it is normal, but it is obviously inconsistent with the personality when they first met. Especially at the beginning of the school, everyone has obvious social needs and purposes, otherwise it would be so embarrassing if there is no one to go to school or go to the cafeteria together. Hearing this, Li Zuyuan understood. It seems that Lin Qiyu also feels uneasy at night. The dormitory building was bustling in the first half of the night, but fell into silence in the second half. The exhaustion of military training during the day made these college students, who should have been energetic, unable to support a complete nightlife rhythm for the time being. On the 2 beds in the dormitory, Li Zuyuan and Tan Wenbin were both sleeping soundly. Under the night, a black shadow slowly moved down to the window with its head down. It was hot in the summer, and the dormitory windows were open. Just as he was about to enter, the pair of high heels under the windowsill suddenly flew up and hit the black shadow. The black shadow turned over with one arm, and the black cloth on the cuffs wrapped around the high heels directly. Although there were still signs of continuous struggle and rolling under the black cloth, no noise could be made. Then, the black shadow entered the balcony, walked into the room, and stood beside the boy's bed. Just as he stretched out his hand and wanted to grab the boy's neck, his eyes suddenly condensed and his body quickly retreated. A shovel swept from below. The shovel was sharp, and if the black shadow had not dodged in time, one of his feet might have been cut off. Runzhung kicked with one foot, and his body slid out from under the bed, and the yellow river shovel hit him again. In Runzhen's opinion, since he had sneaked in here and was going to attack Xiao Yuan, then you, die. The black shadow moved swiftly, grabbed the railing at the top of the bed with both hands, and turned his body up. Tan Wenbin then lifted the thin quilt, picked up the 7-star hook hidden underneath, and stabbed at the black shadow. The black shadow put his feet together, clamped the 7-star hook, swung it forward to make Tan Wenbin lose balance, and kicked back with one leg. Bang! Tan Wenbin was kicked in the shoulder and fell back to the bed. Runzhung had already stood up at this time, and the yellow river shovel swept again, and the air was filled with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The black shadow obviously didn't dare to make direct contact with Runzhung. He slapped the bed with his left hand, and flew out like a swallow, not only avoiding the attack, but also falling back to the balcony. Then, the black shadow looked at the boy's bed again, and saw that the boy had also sat up and was staring at him coldly. Knowing that the other party had been prepared, the black shadow didn't hesitate, kicked the ground with his legs, and his body soared into the air while bending his limbs forward, and fell off the balcony in a back-to-back diving manner. Li Zuiyuan got off the bed, walked behind Runzhung, and stretched out his hand to hold Runzhen's right shoulder. Runzhung took a step forward, raised his foot and turned sideways in front of the window, and jumped off the balcony with the boy. Tan Wenbin followed closely behind him, holding the 7-star hook in his right hand and covering his shoulder with his left hand. I saw that it accelerated a small run, came to the window to slow down, then turned around, opened the bedroom door to go downstairs. As soon as the shadow was about to land, a leather whip was drawn to him, and it was Yin Meng who ambushed here. Black Shadow's waist was struggling, and his body suddenly turned forward before landing, and he dodged this whip. Yin Meng's eyes are solemnly, she now believes that this guy can really hide from bullets. However, she knew her duties. After a hit, she was close to her, her right hand whipped, her fist was wrapped around, and she hit the other party. The two sides quickly faced the palm of the palm in a short time, and then came out of the same time almost at the same time. Bang! Yin Meng was kicked back continuously, and reached out to cover her abdomen subconsciously. He Ying stood in place without moving, because when Yin Meng kicked the foot, his body moved on the side and did not let Yin Meng kick away, and removed most of his strength. It was Yin Meng who lost, but her purpose was also achieved, and Run Sheng landed with Xiao Yuan. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The shadow was really jealous of Runzhung. Seeing that the other party rushed towards himself again, he didn't intend to take the move as before, and then turned his head without hesitation. Runzhung carried Li Chaoyuan to chase, followed the shadow of the dormitory to the wall of the dormitory, and passed through a flower garden, and finally turned into the empty playground. Because carrying a person, the speed of Runzhung could not be fully applied, so it was gradually pulled out by the shadow. But at this moment, Li Zhanyuan, who was on the back of Runzhung, made a finger. Pap! The ban on the pair of high-heeled shoes was unlocked by Li Zhanyuan. The black shadow that was originally moving quickly in front stopped immediately, throwing the high heels that were originally carried on. That is, this lag is completely different. Not only does Runzhung catch up with him, but even Yin Meng and even Strong are also catching up. The three were triangular and surrounded the shadow. Black Shadow did not cover up, and turned to look at the corner where Tan Wenbin was located. Obviously, this was the weakest part. Tan Wenbin was laughed at angrily, "Can you not fuck it, don't be so obvious." Immediately, Tan Wenbin simply threw the 7-star hook in his hand to the ground, and pulled out the home net from his clothes. The meaning is very simple. I do NT fight with you, and you can break me from me at any time, but I will do everything to make myself with you. As the shortcomings of the team, Zhuang can only develop yourself into difficult entanglement. Li Zhanyuan slipped from Runzhen's back, stood aside, looked at the black shadow, and said, "Talk." It is only when Li Zhanyuan was willing to talk to each other when he was in an advantageous situation, and he was willing to talk to each other in his identity. However, when Li Zhanyuan was about to go to Liu's ritual, he frowned slightly and stopped his movement. "It's up." Black Shadow sent a drama with a long tail sound. "Raising ghosts and evil people, also talks with me." As soon as the words fell, I saw his right finger towards his eyebrows, and his eyes instantly turned into a pupil. After being thrown on the ground, he was still trying to show high-heeled shoes in front of Li Chaoyuan to show his sense of existence and contribution. When their pupils scanned the whole field, everyone felt a pressure. Tan Wenbin looked down at his legs, and he couldn't control slightly, and immediately said, "What is the situation?" Li Zhanyuan, Tong Tong rose up. "Wow!" Black Shadow was cracked in black, and the truth was revealed in the moonlight. I saw that he was wearing a colorful suit, standing up his shoulders, stepping on straw shoes, wearing crane crowns, and white fish tail. With both hands, although he did not hold the weapon, he was self-confidence. "The demons are crooked, only kill or do not cross." Lin Qiu, who had been avoiding the positive conflict with Runzheng before. At this time, he took the initiative to come to Run Sheng. The state after the rising is the support, and God descends in the body. Li Zhanyuan knew that at this time Lin Qiu was no longer Lin Qiu, but Bei He Boy. The other party is now unable to communicate. "Drag him, fight for me for me." Li Zhanyuan began to retreat, and Runzheng began to move forward. After retreating to a certain distance, Li Zhanyuan closed his eyes and began to recite the Tibetan Bodhisattva Sutra. Bei He Toi is approaching Runzheng, and Xiao Yuan's request is ahead. Runzheng holds the shovel to defend and did not take the initiative to launch an attack. Although he is very confident in his strength, he believes more of Xiao Yuan's judgment. However, when Bei He Boy quickly revealed his hands like claws, and when he was blocked by the Yellow River shovel, he was just a simple trick, and Runzheng realized that he still underestimated each other. The shovel in my hand was no longer controlled by myself at this moment. In the state of absolute power, Runzheng was in a downfall, and there was an unstable trend in the lower market. This scene was surprised to see Tan Wenbin and Yin Meng. They knew the strength of Runzheng. After the rising in front of him, could he actually become so scary? Without hesitation, Yin Meng and Tan Wenbin launched an attack on the Bei He Boy from the side. Bei He Boy shook his face, and he appeared in the pupils, and his strength rose his arms to wave his arms. He even raised the Yellow River. Runzheng also grabbed the Yellow River shovel. Now his passive legs leave the ground, and he is forced to turn around in the air. When he landed, he was trying to use his strength, but he saw Bei He Boy back and pull back his chest. Run Sheng was knocked to the ground, and the Yellow River shovel fell into the opponent's hands. "Hey!" The Yellow River shovel and smashed against Runzheng. Runzheng shot the ground with both palms, supported forward, and quickly avoided it. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Bang! In situ, the cement basketball court was smashed by a pits by this shovel, which was densely cracking around. Yin Meng's hand was pulled out, pointing directly at the opponent's door, but was lifted up by Bei He Tongzi, holding the leather whip accurately. Immediately afterwards, a giant force came out of the other end of the skin, and Yin Meng was dragged away from the ground, as if a kite was pulled into the air. Immediately, Bei He Boy grabbed the leather whip to pull down, and Yin Meng, who was away from the ground, was brought to the ground and fell to the ground. Tan Wenbin spread the home of the countryside like fishing and took the Bei He Boy. It stands to reason that with the characteristics of Gigi, when the evil spirits are wrapped in it, it often affects the perception of the outside world. However, Bei He Boy overwhelmed his side, and the pupils were accurately facing Tan Wenbin. Tan Wenbin was numb, and he raised his hands a little embarrassingly. Good evening. Wow! The yellow river shoveled in his hand, and the home of Gaixiang was cracked. Bai He Boy moved towards Tan Wenbin, and Tan Wenbin couldn't help but retreat, but the three-step praise of Bai He Boy seemed slow, but his body was constantly changing like a shadow. Under the strength, Tan Wenbin fell directly to the ground. Bai He Boy raised the yellow river shovel. At this time, Runzhung had crawled up, reached out and grabbed a net rope on the ground, and threw it to Bai He Boy. The net rope wrapped around the white crane boy's ankle, and Runzhung began to pull. Bai He Boy turned his head to look at Runzhung, and the yellow river shovel raised in his hand still smashed towards Tan Wenbin. Bang! Tan Wenbin opened his legs, and a pit was smashed in the middle ground. Just a little bit, Police Officer Tan will lose his retirement in his later years. Bai He Boy didn't look at Tan Wenbin, and turned his body directly to Run. He raised his feet and kicked back. Runzhung was pulled by this force to lose balance again, and his body moved forward. When Bai He Boy approached, the moment the two sides quickly touched, Bai He Boy smashed into Runzheng's chest with a punch, while Runzhung took the sideways and escaped this punch. He hit his shoulders on his chest fiercely. This collision is called a strong knot. Even if the death is overwhelming, you have to turn over, but the Bai He Boy is still motionless. Not only that, the other party also reached out and grabbed his waist, and raised it with one arm. Tan Wenbin, who was still paralyzed on the ground, only felt that the world became a bit ridiculous. Oh my god, Runzhung was actually raised like this. Boom! Runzhung was smashed on the ground. Bai He Boy raised his feet and stepped on Runzheng's door. Runzheng's arms over again, blocking the opponent's foot, but his face was revealed, obviously he had used his strength. In the stalemate, movement came from behind. Bai He Boy turned his head and saw Yin Meng flying towards her. He turned his head and escaped this foot, but Yin Meng's legs twisted his neck, and the whole person hung it on his body. Ordinary people, this strangling can make him die, even if it is dead, it should be overturned, but Bai He Tongzi can still stand still. Tan Wenbin was stood up and took out various powder from his pockets, but when he thought of Gigi.com's useless use, it means that the other party was not evil. This big guy could not send it at all. In the end, you can only pick up the 7-star hook again, and shouted like a spear as he stabbed to the other party. Bai He Boy reached out, grabbed the 7-star hook, and stopped Tan Wenbin's sprint. At this moment, he was alone, stepped on Runzhung, controlled his hands, and carried Yin Meng. One person alone to the three, but did not fall down. Runzhung, drag him, his state will not last too long. Yin Meng and Tan Wenbin gritted their teeth and continued to work. Bai He Boy's pupils, looking at the teenager who had stood far away at the beginning of the fight. He is the most threatening of the ghost and evil, and he is the most threatening one on the field. Bai He Boy was trampled into a kick with one foot, and Runzhung was also kicked away, and his back rubbed on the ground for a long distance. But while being kicked by the other party, Runzheng's liberated hands quickly fists, and he hit the opponent's calf position. The upper body of the Bai He Boy was flickering, and Yin Meng was thrown out and landed fiercely. In the end, Bai He Boy looked at Tan Wenbin, who was still holding the 7-star hook with him. Bai He Boy took a step back and let go of his hand. Tan Wenbin rushed forward with the 7-star hook, and finally fell to the ground. Bai He Boy looked at Li Zhanyuan again. When he lifted his feet, he felt a pain at his calf, and the whole person was spasm in place. Even the pupils of the eyes are gradually dissipating at this moment. Lin Chiyu's calf was injured, and he was just attacked by Runzhung. Run Sheng climbed up from the ground, and when he was eating at noon in his mind, Xiao Yuan said to him, Xiao Yuan said that the other party had more means to deal with it. He now feels that the previous state of the other party is not like people at all. Fortunately, his time is. However, after a spasm of Bai He Boy's body, his hands stretched into the shawl on both sides, pulled out 2 incense, and inserted the crown of the crane above his head. Open the road, drive away evils. At the same time, the incense was self-burning, and at the same time as the fragrance exuded, the white crane boy's momentum returned again. He was already close to the loose site, and returned to the deep pupil again. Not good, stop him. Run Sheng made a roar, like a bull. No matter how many times he was knocked down, he still had to rush over again, but soon, he stopped. Because he saw Xiao Yuan had opened his eyes and raised his left hand to him, indicating that he didn't need to come over. Runzheng sighed in his heart. He felt that he was still useless and had to rely on Xiao Yuan in the end. In fact, Runzheng still underestimated himself. It was already extremely exaggerated for an ordinary person to be able to fight with the white crane boy who was in the spirit. Runshen's physical fitness is definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary people, but the wild way is ultimately not as good as the orthodox route of others. Fortunately, all this will change because of Li Zuiyuan's entry. At that time, there will be a real Qin family to teach him. The white crane boy, who resumed the spirit-supporting state with incense burning on his head, walked directly towards Li Zuiyuan this time. Li Zuiyuan did not dodge, but took the initiative to walk towards him, and at the same time pressed the ink with his right hand and drew it on his face. The white crane boy came in front of Li Zuiyuan, raised his fist, and was about to kill the evil man who raised ghosts. At this moment, the white in Li Zuiyuan's eyes faded and turned into a dark black. He looked up and looked at the white crane boy. The white crane boy's fist stopped, and he looked at the boy in front of him in confusion, because he sensed a familiar breath on the boy. It seemed that it was one of his classmates, and the one with the worst temper. The most famous officers and generals were Zheng and Sunday. The 2 generals were originally evil spirits that harmed the human world. Later, they were subdued by Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva and became the guardians of Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva. Among them, General Zheng was transformed into 2, so the 2 generals Zheng and Sun were actually 3 people. The white crane boy is also called the guide boy. He walks in the front row of the temple fair, and the 2 generals Zheng and Sun often follow behind. Li Zuiyuan just stared at the white crane boy. The white crane boy kept turning his face to the side. He was very confused and puzzled. He didn't understand why the evil man he wanted to kill became his companion in the blink of an eye. When Li Zuiyuan came to college, he selected 3 sets of books from his great-grandfather's house and brought them out. One of them was the Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva Sutra. There are many things to do after coming to university, but when he has free time, Li Zuiyuan will read books. The first one he reads is the Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva Sutra. Today, when Tan Wenbin was reading a professional book during the lunch break, Li Zuiyuan was still reading it. This is like, before the exam, just flipping through a page of the book and staring at it, and when you get the test paper after entering the examination room, hey, you just got the big question right. Precious time passed like this. The incense on the head of the white crane boy burned quickly and eventually extinguished. The spirit was removed after the spirit writing was over. Plop! Lin Chiyu knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, very weak and sluggish. Obviously, although Runzheng was beaten very badly by the white crane boy before, the attack that Runzheng imposed on him still caused injuries, but it was suppressed in the spirit writing state. Pop! Li Zuiyuan snapped his fingers, and the black eye sockets faded and returned to normal. Lin Chiyu raised his head with difficulty and looked at the boy who was wiping the red marks on his face with his sleeve. Why did you possess a spirit? It was not only the white crane boy who had descended from the sky that was puzzled, but Lin Chiyu was also full of confusion. What he didn't know was that this morning, an old lady named Lu was even more confused than him. Li Zuiyuan, what are we doing in college? Study, study. That's right, I just read more books. Chapter 88. Keek. Lin Chiyu should be sneer. He felt that the teenager in front of him was playing with himself, but under the involvement of injuries, his laughter turned into a cough and spit out 2 blood. Runzheng picked up the yellow river and shoveled it away, shovel his head on the back of Lin Chiyu, and imitated the action of playing golf in the TV Hong Kong drama. Just wait for Xiao Yuan to order, he will shovel the opponent's head and find a pit for people. Li Zhanyuan moved away and looked at Tan Wenbin. Brother Bin Bin, you first go back to the basement of the store. Okay. Tan Wenbin tried over, bent down first, and carefully carried Lin Chiyu. Runzheng, Xiao Yuan, let's go to the basement to deal with the body. Li Zhanyuan shook his head, talk first. Runzheng didn't understand, but nodded in the place. Li Zhanyuan wanted to turn around and followed the store, but he paused and explained. Brother Runzheng, our purpose is to cut off danger, but the method of cutting away the danger is not just the physical elimination. The method is diverse under the premise of clarifying the goal. Oh! Run Sheng smiled and scratched his head. He was surprised. Xiao Yuan would explain to himself deliberately that Xiao Yuan would not do such a waste of time before. Shueliang Liang would never think of it. The shop he gave to everyone is now like a bandit cottage on the campus. In particular, the basement of the store comes with it is an excellent place to tie tickets. After Tan Wenbin was carried into the shop, he took a lot of drinks from the shelves, and then walked towards the basement. Putting the people on the bed, the little black dog came out of the cage, and after turning around the bed, he returned to his cage again. Tan Wenbin opened a bottle of soda and delivered it to Lin Chiyu's mouth. Come, drink a little sweet. When he saw Xiao Yuan, he would drink drinks every time he moved his hands, so he took it deliberately. Lin Chiyu held his lips without opening his lips. Don't drink. Keek, there is a vapor. Oh, sorry. Tan Wenbin took a sip, snoring, and then opened a bottle of milk-flavored drink, inserted the straw, delivered it to Lin Chiyu's mouth. Essence. Sugar water is a supplement of high-cost performance. After drinking a bottle, Tan Wenbin asked, either. No. Don't be polite, want to drink. Lin Chiyu looked at Tan Wenbin doubt, are you taking care of me? Tan Wenbin shrugged, just reward you who took care of my younger brother before. In the past, Behi Boy's shovel only needed a few centimeters, and his younger brother would definitely not be able to keep it. Tan Wenbin can see that the lack of those few centimeters is not because he is lucky, but because he has deliberately closed his hand. Including the later fight, Behi Boy obviously did not give himself a fight against Runzheng and Yin Meng, otherwise he could not continue to jump alive like he is now. It turns out, he recognized me long ago. Xiao Yuan's brain is smart, just get used to it. What do you plan to deal with me? Now that you bring you here, Xiao Yuan's brother must have planned to talk to you. If there are misunderstandings, your apex is just your attitude. If I don't. When the Runzheng buried, I will cover you more soil next to me. Hee hee. Pretend your mother, you pretend. Lin Chiyu. Yes, just keep this kind of expression, it's all at this point, don't think about getting any tone. He supports Ghost. Raise it. This is the evil way. What else do you have any last wishes? Can you help you complete, I will help. Tell me master for me, I am eliminated. Change 1, how can you notify your master, kill you a small one, and then attract another old one? Rest assured, Brother Xiao Yuan will definitely arrange you a very normal method of death, or arrange another cause of death to point your finger at others. Even if you have found them at that time, you have to find us to ask for help to get revenge, and they have to thank us. What happened here? I notified my master in advance. Deception. Tan Wenbin sighed, I really told, you won't say it now. Isn't this reminding us to be prepared? You. Tan Wenbin looked down at Lin Chiyu's left calf. The piece had swollen and blood flowed out. Ayu, your legs will be abolished without handling it, right? Listening to brother, if you don't want to give you a chance, Xiao Yuan will not let me carry you here, let alone let me and you go alone for a while to do your ideological work. It is estimated that Xiao Yuan also saw that you show mercy under my egg. At this time, footsteps came from outside. Tan Wenbin left the bed and picked up a soda and drank it. Li Zhanyuan opened the door, walked in, and sat down on the chair opposite the bed. The teenager was also holding a can of Jianlibao in his hands, drinking only, not talking. In the room, it was trapped for a period of silence. In the end, Lin Shiyu said first, "What do you want to ask me?" Li Zhanyuan shook his head, "Actually, I didn't want to ask you. I don't want to ask anything, you get me here. I just want to observe whether you are still harmful. By the way, take a closer look at the side effects of spirit possession." Side effects? Aren't you also capable of spirit possession? I can't. I was just pretending. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. Your spirit-bearing child's level is too low. You can only send down a guide boy. I know that I can deceive you by pretending to be one. Hearing this, Lin Shiyu's chest began to rise and fall, and blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. Anyone's pride would be extremely angry if someone made such a light evaluation. What's even more infuriating is that it seems that the other person is not showing off to him at all, but just stating it. Each place and each faction has its own art of summoning gods, with different names and different objects of summoning. The tablets in Ali's memory are actually a kind of spirit summoning art of the Qin and Lu families, and they are of a very high level. They could have protected Ali, but because of special reasons, all the spirits are gone. And Li Zuiyuan knew very early that he was a difficult person to summon gods. Why do you raise a ghost? To guard the door. Raising a ghost is against the harmony of nature and is an evil act. Oh, okay, I'll let her go later and let her kill a few college students. That's not what I meant. Li Zuiyuan glanced at Tan Wenbin, then lowered his head to drink his drink. Tan Wenbin said, "You and Lu Yi are in the same dormitory." To tell you the truth, the pair of high heels first targeted Lu Yi. If Xiao Yuan and I hadn't happened to meet, it's hard to say what Lu Yi is like now. Hearing this explanation, Lin Shiyu's eyes softened. It's obvious that he and the sophomore Northeast brother who shared the same dormitory have a good relationship. But you shouldn't control ghosts to do things. Li Zuiyuan didn't answer. Tan Wenbin continued, "Brother Xiao Yuan has made an agreement with her. Before we leave the campus, we will help her find the body and save her soul. But, no matter what, controlling ghosts is wrong." Lin Shiyu's voice was already very low. "Look, you broke into our dormitory tonight, so you used these high heels, didn't you? Also, we've been busy lately, and we don't have time to pray for her." Tan Wenbin deliberately changed the subject and continued. "By the way, why did you appear there that night? My dad almost shot you to death." "Your dad? Yeah, you don't know." "I don't know." "Fuck, if you knew, would you be the first to retaliate against me?" "I was too lazy to stay for questioning. As a policeman, he shot me, which was reasonable. Why should I retaliate against you?" Tan Wenbin smacked his lips, "Why are you answering so positively? I don't have a little red flower to give you. I heard about the case that Senior Lu Yi talked about in the dormitory, so I thought about going to the crime scene tonight." "You are so free." Tan Wenbin glared at him unhappily. "Your dad is pretty good at shooting. Actually, my dad's whip skills are even better, and his leg skills are even better. Do you know the Tan family's 36-step kick? I've heard a lot about it." "Oh, I taught that to my dad myself." Li Zuiyuan observed Lin Shiyu's micro-expressions. Although the other party's facial makeup had not been removed, it was still clear that he was not lying. In fact, according to Li Zuiyuan's original style of doing things, he should have buried this guy long ago. But the problem is that this guy didn't take the initiative to launch a sneak attack on himself and Tan Yunlong that night, and secondly, he entered his dormitory empty-handed tonight, and thirdly, he obviously held back on Tan Wenbin during the battle. If he hadn't set up an ambush and forced him to have a spirit-like spirit, causing him to lose his absolute dominance, he should have thought of catching himself in such a place to interrogate himself. If it were possible to confirm that this guy was just an upright young man, then keeping him would be better than burying him. It was equivalent to adding another layer of justice insurance on the same floor. Moreover, when encountering some problems in the future, he can be driven to work with the reason of harming the people, eliminating demons, and defending morality. My grandfather likes this kind of stubborn mule. But Li Zuiyuan will not think of recruiting him into his gang, because Lin Shiyu is too ethical. Unlike Runzheng, who is completely self-centered, and unlike Tan Wenbin, who has a flexible moral bottom line. As for Yin Meng, she brought money into the group because of Yin Fuhe. In terms of Yin Meng's mentality, it can be regarded as marrying a chicken and a chicken, marrying a dog and a dog. It's not the marriage status, but she regards herself as the new head of the Yin family. In short, Li Zuiyuan doesn't like to be inserted into his team with such a principled person. At this moment, Lin Shiyu, who is still attracted by Tan Wenbin's nonsense, doesn't know that he has been arranged as a tool by the boy sitting opposite. Li Zuiyuan glanced at Tan Wenbin again, and Tan Wenbin immediately changed the subject. By the way, where is your hometown? Huzhu. Oh, Zhejiang. Li Zuiyuan reminded, Fuzhou. Lin Shiyu, yes, Fuzhou. Tan Wenbin, then who taught you this skill? My grandfather and my master. After being reminded here, Lin Shiyu finally understood what to do. He looked at Li Zuiyuan with a serious face. Although he was still panting, he still spoke as coherently as possible. 3 incense sticks on the head, a temple is built on Shizua Peak, an altar is set up at the mouth of Longjiang River, and I sit and watch the clouds and wind. Excuse me, which dock are you sitting at? Tan Wenbin, hey, how do you know we are corpse collectors? Lin Shiyu, I recognize the yellow river shovel. Li Zuiyuan still sat there and replied, Lu family on the river. Lin Shiyu asked in shock, Dragon King Lu? Yes. Are you worshipping the Dragon King? Li Zuiyuan thought about it. It was normal to say that he was worshipping the Dragon King before, but now that he is about to enter the door, it is not appropriate, because like the last time at the Ding family dinner in Shancheng, those who were nominally Liu's subordinates could also say that they were worshipping the Dragon King. Li Zuiyuan, I'm from the section. Lin Shiyu ignored his injuries, supported himself on the bed, and looked at Li Zuiyuan, why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't you ask earlier? When I was a child, my grandfather told me the story of the Dragon King Lu family. My grandfather admired and respected the Lu family. You really didn't lie to me. What's the point of lying to you, a person who can be buried at any time? Lin Shiyu endured the severe pain, put his hands in front of him, and began to salute. Seeing this, Li Zuiyuan had to stand up and formally return the salute. Hey! After the ceremony, Lin Shiyu lay on the bed, and for a while he breathed in less than he breathed out. Tan Wenbin hurriedly helped him to prop up with a quilt, and then stroked his chest, finally helping him to breathe smoothly. I say, what are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed by blaming us? Are you trying to scam me? Etiquette cannot be abandoned. Tan Wenbin suddenly felt a headache and couldn't help but sneak a glance at Xiao Yuan standing next to him. If it wasn't inappropriate, he really wanted to persuade Xiao Yuan not to accept such a person. This guy is really stubborn. Li Zuiyuan, Lin Shiyu, is the misunderstanding between us resolved? Even if you are a member of the Lu family, you should not control ghosts. I will at most pretend that I didn't see it in the future, and it won't happen again. Tan Wenbin wanted to give him a slap, but when he thought about his current state, he was really afraid that he would die directly, so he had to point at him and curse. I say, why is your face so big? I have violated the principle. Then do we still have to thank you? Li Zuiyuan said, Brother Binbin, send him to the infirmary. Well, okay, I said he was too involved when he was peeping on the balcony at the girls' dormitory and fell down. You! Shut up! Tan Wenbin carried Lin Qiyu on his back and took him away. Li Zuiyuan returned to the store upstairs. Runzheng was sitting on a stool with his upper body naked, and Yin Meng was applying medicine to his back. Brother Runzheng, how is your injury? It's just a superficial injury, nothing serious. Li Zuiyuan looked at Yin Meng, how about you? I also have superficial injuries, it's okay, Brother Xiao Yuan, you go back to the dormitory to rest. Yet. Li Zuiyuan picked up the bag of high heels and walked out of the store. Yin Meng breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, I was a little uncomfortable just now. He cared about me, and I was a little panicked. It's fine, it's getting late, let's go early. Runzheng simply responded and put on his clothes, let's count the goods early. After returning to the dormitory, Li Zuiyuan put the high heels on the desk and patted the shoe surface gently. The girl's figure emerged, kneeling there, trembling, obviously not recovered from the shock of the official general. She was an evil spirit, and when the white crane boy looked at her with his vertical pupils, it was like encountering a natural enemy. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 6, 1 9. Li Zuiyuan lit a candle, then held a piece of yellow paper between his fingertips, ignited it and handed it to the girl. The girl was indifferent. Li Zuiyuan had to reach out again, open her mouth, and stuff the yellow paper in. The girl's scattered consciousness finally gradually recovered. Li Zuiyuan took out the compass and pointed. The girl shook her head. She couldn't live on anything else except high heels. Li Zuiyuan waved his hand, and the girl disappeared. The high heels trembled slightly, indicating that she had returned. This evil spirit is too stupid. The last time Yu Shu entered the dormitory, and this time Lin Chiyu's incident, made Li Zuiyuan have to re-examine the necessity of letting this thing guard the house. He didn't have the righteous cleanliness of raising ghosts. He thought this thing was quite useful, but the role of this pair of high heels was obviously a bit useless. Such a stupid and weak evil spirit is obviously very low cost effective to raise, and it is easy to expose yourself. But the problem is it so easy to subdue a powerful evil spirit? Even if it was suppressed, I dare not put it in my own home. Looking around the dormitory, Li Zuiyuan thought that he should not be lazy, and simply draw up a design and arrange a complete formation in the entire dormitory. As for the pair of high heels, he would find her corpse and help her to transcend. Li Zuiyuan pinched the hand seal and reapplied the ban he had lifted before, then picked up the high heels and put it back under the windowsill. His eyes noticed the round ball wrapped with talisman paper in the corner. The evil book was suppressed inside. Li Zuiyuan picked it up, walked back to the desk, put the new canvas made by A Li on the side, then reached out to take off the talisman paper, untied the exorcism whip tied on it, and finally opened the thin old canvas. If it weren't for 2 consecutive nights, Li Zuiyuan would have looked at it a long time ago. It was not long before dawn, and he was too lazy to go to bed. The main thing was that he really couldn't wait. However, although this book still has a white cover and a black background, it is obviously wrinkled, like the wrinkles on the face of a centenarian, exuding a brand new sense of vicissitudes of life. It is as if it was forcibly aged with a relatively rough method. I reached out and touched the thin old book cover, and I could still feel a warmth. This means that the effect of the canvas has always been there, and this evil book is still resisting, even if it is extremely weak. For the first time, Li Zuiyuan expressed his feelings about the tenacious vitality of a book. I turned to the first page, blank, the second page, still blank, and turned the pages continuously, all blank. Blank is just an adjective of content. In fact, every piece of paper is very dry and rough. Compared with it, the straw paper stored in rural toilets can be called soft. Now, I encountered a very embarrassing problem. If I want to reduce the risk factor to the lowest without being affected by the other party, I have to suppress it with canvas, but when its risk factor is reduced, its activity is also reduced. This book is really difficult to serve. Li Zuiyuan was somewhat helpless, and could only continue to suppress it and then find a way to have the best of both worlds. But just as he stretched out his hand to close the book, crooked words appeared on the empty page in front of him. Very weak, very powerless, like an old man who had run out of energy, holding a brush, making his last struggle. This book is fighting for its own value. The crooked line of words reads: The 12 Laws of Fengdu. Li Zuiyuan realized that he had just used the Yin family's 12 methods to reseal the high heels, and there should still be a little bit of the method's breath left in the dormitory. The book noticed it, and then showed it to him as if it was a treasure. I used to think that the name of the Yin family's inherited secret skills was very wrong. It turned out that it should have been called the 12 Laws of Fengdu. This name is very fitting, but it is no wonder that it was changed by future generations, because when the family does not have that strength, it will not show that kind of high style. Li Zuiyuan couldn't help but start to think deeply. He realized that what he had deduced was the version of the ancestors of the Yin family, and it might not be the version created by Yin Chongsheng himself. In the name of the law, combined with the special environment of Fengdu Ghost City, what kind of atmosphere would that be? This proves that the 12 methods of the Yin family still has great potential for him to ruminate again. This information is of great value, which is equivalent to sending himself a new secret book. Li Zuiyuan asked the book, "Who are you?" The crooked words appeared on the page again. Evil book. Li Zuiyuan's eyes sank. It must not be called this name, but it is deliberately trying to please himself. It is now in a weak period, but it is like a hibernating poisonous snake, and it will bite you at any time. Li Zuiyuan took out the brush from the pen holder. He was too lazy to grind ink, so he used ink directly. After dipping the brush, he picked up the brush and wrote a paragraph on the blank page. After Li Zuiyuan stopped writing, the words were absorbed and reappeared. Liu's Qi watching secret. You are really an encyclopedia. But the biggest problem with this book is that if you really dare to treat it as an encyclopedia, it will dig a hole for you after gaining your trust. Li Zuiyuan had long suspected that the yin-yang accompanying life and death refining method obtained by the Mao family father and son was wrong. What do you want? A line of crooked words appeared on the page again. Good birds choose trees to roost in. Li Zuiyuan nodded, then closed the book, and then changed the canvas to wrap it, tied it with an exorcism whip, and finally covered it with talisman paper. The whole process was done in one go, without any nostalgia. A book dared to play tricks on me. But it is not useless. If I find any fragments of ancient books in the future, I can deduce it through it, provided that I have to distinguish them carefully. After tidying up the desk, it was dawn. Tan Wenbin has not come back yet. He should still be accompanying the bed. Li Zuiyuan put the Liu's Qi watching secret into his school bag, put it on his back and walked out of the dormitory. At the stairs, he happened to see Liu Yi also carrying a school bag, holding 2 steamed buns in his left hand and a large water cup that had just been filled with water from the water room in his right hand, eating. Hey, brother Shentong, here. Liu Yi enthusiastically gave his steamed buns. Li Zuiyuan shook his head, I'm going out to eat delicious food. Oh, so that's it, then I can't occupy my stomach in vain. Liu Yi took his hand back, took another bite, then blew on the mouth of the cup, and took a sip carefully. Brother Shentong, I got up so early this morning because the tutor's family is far away. Why did you get up so early? Tutoring. Li Zuiyuan came earlier than usual today. Aunt Lu hadn't prepared breakfast yet. Lu Yumei was sitting in the living room, helping Ali comb her hair. It stands to reason that a girl's dressing is a private matter, but Lu Yumei did not avoid the boy, but said, "If you want to see, look closer." Li Zuiyuan walked closer. Ali sat there very dignifiedly, looking at Li Zuiyuan in front of her, and the boy also looked at her. The girl stretched out her hand and pointed in front of her. Li Zuiyuan understood and started playing chess with her. Lu Yumei smiled. This was the first time she participated in her granddaughter's game up close. She could feel Ali's joy at this time. Take another look at the game they were playing, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Other girls are easy to be deceived when they are young and who have never seen the world at a young age. This kind of game alone, even if Ali grows up, it is difficult to find someone who can play with himself. This teenager is the same. The old lady has always disliked the statement, because she is not herself, but now, she has to face up again. I have eaten too early, and I have seen the best scenery. What you eat in the future will be easy to be tasteless. Comb. Lu Yumei picked up the accessories and helped Ali hung up. Then he took back his body and leaned slightly, admiring his granddaughter, and also his own artwork. She was distressed by her child's illness, but she never had any grievances and dissatisfaction with her granddaughter, because Ali had given her great happiness and satisfaction. Breakfast. Everyone is here, and breakfast is still exquisite and rich. Lu Yumei put down the chopsticks early, picked up the paisie and wiped his mouth and said, "Xiao Yuan," after eating and entering the study. "Okay, Grandma." Ali looked up and glanced at Lu Yumei. Lu Yumei's old face flushed, got up, and walked into the study. After Li Zhanyuan finished eating, he sent Ali upstairs first, and then went down to the study by himself. Lu Yumei did not sit on the right side like a teacher waiting for the students this time, but lying on the couch side, holding a panel of a puppet. Li Zhanyuan sat down, opened the school bag, and took out the book. At this time, he found 3 objects on the coffee table. The leftmost side is a piece of paper, which is difficult to identify as a ghost painting character, but Li Zhanyuan immediately recognized it. One sentence at the beginning of the first volume. The old lady is indeed an old lady, and she also realized this carrying method. Also, for her, it may be just a problem of the window paper. If you think about it, you can break it. In the middle, there is a blank paper with a brush. On the right side, like the Liu's watching Qiju that was arbitrarily placed before, there was a Qin's viewing method. Li Zhanyuan understands the meaning of the old lady. "Xiao Yuan, Grandma, I am no better than young people. You have to eat food first after eating. If you do not understand, write it down first." "Okay, Grandma." Li Zhanyuan picked up his brush and wrote the second volume of the dog climbing body. While writing him, he said, "Grandma, Run's hung is good, and it is a pity not to practice some effort. Uncle Qin came back the day after tomorrow, let him teach." "Grandma, I don't know how to look at Qiju. I seem to be talking about Qi, real shape and colorfulness. What does it mean?" "The human body is self-made Zhou. Everyone's body is a weather. This is a medical law, also known as poisoning method. Yinmeng is suitable for learning this. Medical skills are used, and it is inconvenient to send people to the infirmary every time, and many special injuries, modern medicine really can't help it. As for the poisoning method, it is really suitable for Yinmeng. She is definitely a talent. She only needs to cook normally to have the effect of poisoning. Let your Aunt Lu teach her." "Grandma, what does Tan Wenbin teach?" This is Li Zhanyuan's sincerity. He hopes that Lu Yumei can stand at the perspective of his predecessors and give opinions. If he wants to learn, he will learn what you want. Someone must be sipped on your bow. He can coax your grandfather. This is the ability. You are a man, don't look at it all day, but look at people, pick it up. Besides, your kid is actually more picky than you. Alas! Don't think about it, that's not the door. I want to urge you if I want to urge you. With your kid's mind, you will inevitably go to the river in the future. It is not only to go to the river, and naturally there must be a boat head to drink, and to instruct you to take care of all the cattle ghosts and snake gods under the river. The Dragon King does not easily move the nest, so where he goes is equivalent to playing the Dragon King's face. Let him sit here when you are fine in the future. I personally tell him the past and the way. Anyway, your kid is too lazy to listen to my wife. Thank you, Grandma. However, you have to add one. After you get started, they have to worship you, so that the two things of Qin Lu can learn to them. After they go out, they can also say that they are the Dragon King of the Qin Lu family. Worship. In the past, the rules were strict. The worship of the Dragon King was equivalent to selling themselves. The dare to lock in Shenzhong. Now I do not know that this is not clear. Anyway, I think these are the old yellow calendar. This worship, you should worship the handle, that is, take a process. Okay, Grandma. Write the second volume. Just write so much first, I will give you a look at you when I am free. Grandma. Li Zhanyuan knew what Lu Yumei wanted to do. She had to retranslate this mood in the inheritance. After returning it, she simply wrote all the remaining roles. Putting down the brush, Li Zhanyuan naturally picked up the Qin's viewing method and put it in his own school bag. Lu Yumei smiled at the corner of her mouth. Grandma, I'm going to find Ali. Go. Li Zhanyuan left the study. It wasn't really a deal before. Lu Yumei promised me that she would agree to whatever I asked for. But even if it was a biological child asking his parents to buy a toy, they had to have an attitude and strategy. For some things, agreeing to you and actively helping you to make it happen were two different concepts. The old lady was actually easy to coax. She just wanted to save face. Two flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. Tan Wenbin took a leave note from the infirmary and asked for leave from the instructor. He was also specially approved to accompany the nurse. Tan Wenbin was also happy to be free. He took a professional book from the dormitory and ran back to the infirmary. Lin Chiyu was sleeping within 4 drip, and Tan Wenbin sat by the bed and read a book. At this time, 2 girls carrying drawing boards walked past the window of the ward, talking and laughing. One of the 2 girls wore a white skirt and the other wore a blue skirt. They were also very tall. Tan Wenbin briefly pulled his attention away from the book and looked at them. This is the literary senior sister in the university. After they passed the ward, Tan Wenbin lowered his head, finished his eye satisfaction, and continued reading. Then, he seemed to sense something, turned his head to look at the bed beside him, and found that Lin Chiyu, who was originally sleeping, was now open-eyed. You kid, you are so seriously injured and still have the mind to look at beautiful women, hurry up and heal your wounds and chase them yourself. Tan Wenbin was stuck in the middle of his words, because he was shocked to find that Lin Chiyu's eyes are now vertical pupils. Chapter 89. There's a ghost. Instantly, Tan Wenbin felt a chill running from his tailbone to his head, and he subconsciously stood up from the chair. Then, he turned halfway on the spot without hesitation, and threw the professional book in his hand upside down on Lin Chiyu's face with a snap. Vertical pupils open, see evil spirits. Tan Wenbin certainly knew Lin Chiyu's characteristics, this guy's eyes were like radar. But the problem is, you don't even look at what state you are in now. Even if you can't see yourself, you have to look at what kind of person I am who is accompanying you in the bed. But Lin Chiyu is not conscious now. After treatment and being on 4 drip, he is now more like in a special coma. His body began to twitch, as if he wanted to get up, but his weak and injured body couldn't let him stand up. His lips trembled, as if he was talking in his sleep. Evil, evil, kill the evil. Okay, okay, good boy, kill, kill, kill. Evil, 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 evil. Be quiet, it's okay, I'll deal with it, the little evil is like a sign in front of me. Lin Qiyu seemed to be comforted and calmed down. It is more likely that he is in too bad a state now. After the vertical pupils opened, they quickly dispersed again, and then fell into a deeper coma. Tan Wenbin breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally quiet. He was really afraid that he would make a noise and attract the evil spirit that was supposed to be just passing by. Bin remembered that Xiao Yuan taught him that when encountering an evil spirit and felt that he was not its opponent and had no ability to deal with the situation, the most correct thing to do was, pretend not to see it. Were they the two senior sisters just now? It's a pity that they were contaminated with dirty things at such a young age. Tan Wenbin walked to the door of the ward. The two senior sisters walked to the west side of the corridor before, so he went out to the east without hesitation. There was an evil spirit in the school infirmary. Leaving the unconscious Lin Qiyu here alone would be dangerous, but Tan Wenbin had more important things to do. Go and ask my brother Xiao Yuan quickly. Coming down the east stairs, Tan Wenbin quickened his pace while trying to be as natural as possible, scratching his ears and cheeks from time to time, and cursing a few words. There are so many things to do. He didn't know whether the evil spirit would notice him, but even if it would not be recorded in the camera, he had to show his professionalism. However, the more you fear something, the more it will come. When he walked to the south gate leading to the outside of the school infirmary, he noticed from the corner of his eyes that the pair of senior sisters from before actually appeared here. The two parties, one from the east and the other from the west, went downstairs in front and behind, and the two parallel lines converged at the gate. Oh, it's so annoying. There are so many things to do in the hospital. Don't expect me to take care of you next time. Tan Wenbin continued his performance. After leaving the hospital, he crossed the road and returned to school. Just then, a few trucks passed by in front, so he had to wait for a while. The pair of seniors did not cross the road, but turned to the east. I didn't look at them specifically, but I still caught a glimpse of them from the corner of my eye. Two seniors, one on the left and one on the right, were holding a 4 or 5-year-old girl in a patient's gown in the middle. The little girl was laughing and her voice was also childish. Is there really something fun ahead? Are you really taking me to buy toys? Sister, you are so nice to me. Tan Wenbin looked calm and continued to wait for the car to pass so that he could cross the road, but his heartbeat began to accelerate and he began to feel morally guilty. If the two evil spirits were holding an old man or an old woman, or an adult man or woman, or even a child, and he was naughty and noisy, screaming and jumping, Tan Wenbin could do it without any waves in his heart. But this victim image was chosen too well, and it can inspire people's sense of justice and desire to protect. Moreover, the two seniors held the girl's hand, got off the road, and turned right again. There was a small bush there, and then there was an artificial river. What are they going to do? Tan Wenbin swallowed his saliva, then bit the tip of his tongue with his teeth. The pain sobered him up. If it was an ordinary child trafficking or an ordinary crime, he would rush forward without hesitation to do what was right. This was his creed. But Lin Qiyu had opened his pupils before, and when he felt that his strength was not enough to deal with the situation, he still had to make the most calm decision. He was not Runzhung, and Xiao Yuan might not give him a second chance. Just at this time, the truck passed by, and Tan Wenbin stepped across the road and walked straight to the school. Riverside. The little girl stopped. The two senior sisters holding her hands on the left and right also stopped at the same time. The cute expression on the little girl's face disappeared, and the dirty white covered her eyes. She turned around and looked behind her, but she didn't see the man following. Finally, the little girl turned around, and the two senior sisters turned around together. A smile appeared on the little girl's face, and the two senior sisters also regained their expressions. The two adults and one child held hands again, walked back to the road while talking and laughing, and then returned to the original path, entered the door of the infirmary, and went upstairs. When they reached the ward they had passed before, the little girl stopped and stayed outside. The two seniors walked into the ward, which was a multi-person ward, and each bed was separated by only a curtain. The two seniors looked at each bed with a normal look, as if they were looking for their classmates who were hospitalized. They passed by Lin Chiyu's bed. At this time, Lin Chiyu's face was still covered with a thick professional book. One of the sisters stepped forward, reached out to unveil the book, and saw Lin Chiyu, who was in a deeper coma. At this time, Lin Chiyu didn't say that he would open his pupil again, for fear that he couldn't wake up with a slap. Sister Shui covered the book back on his face, but found something wrong. After the two inspected all the beds, they came out again and stood behind the little girl. The little girl picked up the corridor balcony with both hands, and looked at the school through the gap between the railings. It was also the direction of Tan Wenbin. In her eyes, there was a twisted poison that seemed to be deceived. Immediately, she closed her eyes. Tong tong! The two sisters suddenly collapsed and fainted. There were nearby doctors and nurses found that they came over to deal with. The little girl passed through the crowd silently and returned to the small ward at the end of the corridor. She lay onto to bed. There was a woman who was lying beside the bed to sleep. The little girl reached out and touched the woman's head. The woman woke up and saw the little girl opened her eyes, and immediately surprised. Jing Jing wakes up? Great, you can scare your aunt. Aunt, Jing Jing is going home. Okay, my aunt takes you home. Nympho. After coming out of Lu Yumei's house, Li Zhanyuan first came to the cheap store for lunch as usual. With the gradual return to the school in the senior year, 4 students who were diligent in work appeared in the store. This also means that the burden of Runzheng and Yinmeng can be alleviated, and there are more free time, and you don't have to be tied to the store. After returning to the dormitory after dinner, Li Zhanyuan began to write down the Liu's watching Qiju and Qin's viewing method with dogs. The old book of the original stealing book could not be given. The year of the book was too obvious, and he could only write it again. No, just wrote silently. After all, it is a book that I have read, and all the content can be clearly remembered in my mind, otherwise it is not in vain. Now that Lu Yumei has accelerated his progress, he simply speeds up. I wrote it all to Lu Yumei, and let her translate slowly. Otherwise, I had to go to the study every morning to take the time to get along with Eli. Writing, the bedroom door was pushed away. After Tan Wenbin entered the school's door, he opened all the way. At this moment, he was breathing. Xiao Yuan, the medical room has a evil heart. Li Zhanyuan put his brush back to the pen. He stood up in a hurry and rushed to the medical room. Instead, he silently waited for Tan Wenbin to breathe smoothly and finished the situation in detail. Now that Tan Wenbin ran back, that Binbin was safe. As for the other situations in the infirmary, the teenager didn't care very much. After finishing speaking, Tan Wenbin looked at Xiao Yuan and didn't say anything. Li Zhanyuan nodded and said, "Let's take a look." He shouted Run Sheng and Yin Meng halfway. The 4 of them formed a team and came to the infirmary together. I went to Lin Chiyu's ward first. Li Zhanyuan revealed the book on his face and checked it. After confirming that he was just a coma and no other problems, he covered the book back. At the same time, he said to Tan Wenbin, "You can buy a tape later and stick it to him." Immediately after, Li Zhanyuan walked out of the ward and took everyone to check in various wards. I didn't find the little girl that Tan Wenbin said, but found the 2 sisters. Li Zhanyuan remembers the 2 sisters. When they passed the playground yesterday, they sat on the slope to paint. One of them also invited themselves to be their models, but was rejected by themselves. Recalling the dialogue between them at that time, one of them should be called Su Yimian and the other called Wu Shuet. At this time, the 2 were sluggish, and they were lying on the chair with glucose, and their consciousness was still a bit unobstructed. The doctor said that they were low blood sugar caused by malnutrition. However, Li Zhanyuan looked at their faces, which was clearly external evil. It can be said that the recent poor physical condition will continue to get sick. It can also be stained with dirty things. The two are coma at the same time, which must be the latter. Brother Binbin, fortunately, you have no head heating to save the child, maybe that child is the real evil. Fuck is so abominable. How much psychological struggle I did at the time, now the tip of the tongue is still painful. Tan Wenbin glanced at Runsheng while Run Sheng ignored him. When the crowd walked out of the infirmary, Tan Wenbin deliberately dragged him back, hit Runsheng with his arms, his tongue against the upper jaw, and made a sound. Look, how smart I am! Run Sheng finally took care of him. After looking at Binbin, he asked calmly. There is no confidence to make mistakes. Tan Wenbin. There was no harvest, and the four returned to the campus again. Brother Binbin, go to investigate the information of the two girls. Generally, who is dirty, often likes to keep the door and continue to sneak them. It's like the little yellow warbler at the beginning. Okay. Tan Wenbin nodded. I go to the store first and then go back to the medical room. After the two school sisters are awake, I will go to the information with them. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Brother Run Sheng, you will go with Brother Binbin later, the little girl is gone, which means that Binbin's behavior blew the nest and disturbed her. She may come back. Li Zhanyuan made up another sentence. When Lin Chuyu has recovered his ability to take care of himself, don't care about him, go with him, die and die if you die. Nympho. When the four returned to the store, Tan Wenbin took the tape and went to the medical room with Runsheng. Li Zhanyuan went to the basement and fed Xiao He. When Xiao He saw Li Zhanyuan, he came out of the cage and stunned on his juvenile legs with his head, and then walked back to his cage like completing the task. This dog has always been healthy, and it has no interest in the outside world. Yin Meng brought a newly fried tonic. After drinking, Xiao He lay on his side in the cage, and at the same time, he revealed his dog's paw out of the gap in the cage, and a pseudo-picked attitude. After Li Zhanyuan pumped the black dog blood, he patted Xiao He's head. Xiao He retracted the dog's paws, continued to sleep in all directions, and shook his tail, as if he was saying goodbye. Obviously it is a dog, but it gives people a feeling of seeing through the world and beyond things. Li Zhanyuan couldn't help doubt that after the period was full, after putting it free, no matter how far he was, it would run back and take the initiative to get into the cage. It really enjoys this kind of tonic, delicious and delicious laziness life, and the price paid is just a little bit of dog blood that draws such a little bit of dog. Also, when the pet dog is charming, when the house is a house, the stray dog has to fight, and the life is not good. When Li Zhanyuan returned to the store, when he was about to go back to the dormitory, he drove over. The window shook down, Shui Liang's head, beckoning, Xiao Yuan, get on the car. Li Zhanyuan opened the door and sat on the co-pilot. Luo Gong was sitting behind him. He was looking down at the document. When Li chasing the far away in the car, he looked up and smiled, Xiao Yuan, is it okay recently? I'm fine, teacher. Well, something happened in the school recently. I have helped you to say hello again. In the future, you just go to find the director of the department. Thank you, teacher. How about that classmate recently? Tan Wenbin is working hard to preview professional knowledge. Luo Gong continued to look down at the document. Shui Liang said while driving, I just returned from Zhuzhou and I had to go to Huangshan tonight. There was a meeting in Ming'er. Today's time was taken out. I'm leaving. Really hard. Li Zhanyuan was on the seat belt and did not mention Tan Wenbin anymore. Luo Gong had just ordered. Originally, the teacher's home was in school, but I just coordinated a while ago, and the school divided into a new house. I heard that who has a foreign school who likes the environment of our school's professor building and wants to live in, and donate a large amount of equipment fee for the school laboratory. Hehe, this year, there are really anyone. Unfortunately, although the teacher's family is not large, the layout is well designed, and the decoration is also carried out by the teacher in the past. You have not been able to see it. Li Zhanyuan doesn't feel a pity, it is a high probability that he will go every morning in the future. The new home is located in the old community in the bustling area. After entering the community, everyone got out of the car. Luo Gong told Shueliang to the house number, and he went up first. Shueliang took Li Zhanyuan to the restaurant outside the community to pack meals. There is something wrong with the teacher's house, and the teacher should have no intention to make us dinner. What's the matter? Master's sister's husband had gone away a while ago, leaving a 4-year-old daughter, which was taken by the teacher to take it by her. The teacher agreed. The teacher's daughter went to college in Shenzhen, and the teacher was busy at work now. The teacher had a child to bring a little comfort. However, the child was sick recently, and suddenly fainted. The teacher learned the news, so he deliberately took time home to visit. Xiao Yuan, you have to be mentally prepared. When I was in elementary school, I read the text that day is water governing the water for 3 times without entering the house, and I still didn't understand it. Now I understand it. It's really not easy. I can only look forward to the better and better infrastructure in the future, and more flights at the airport will become richer and richer. In this way, it is more convenient to return to Nantong's hometown in the future. 1-day holiday is enough for you to go back and forth. Liang, then, you are older. What drink do you want to drink? Don't drink wine. Soy milk. Shueliang and Li Zhanyuan took the dishes upstairs. A door of a middle-aged gentlewoman opened, and her face was tired. Liang is here. Hi, this is Xiao Yuan, our provincial champion. Speaking, the woman took out a red envelope and handed it to Li Zhanyuan. Thank you, master. Li Zhanyuan accepted it. For the first time, there was a relationship between a teacher and apprentice. This child looks so good, but our Lao Luo picked up the treasure. Then, the master looked at the dishes held in the hands of the two and said, "Oh, I'm cooking, what are you still buying outside? How can I have a home outside the meal? Shueliang, isn't this afraid of you, you are tired." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. So many dishes, you can't finish eating. It's okay, the leftovers will be packed, and the teacher and I will eat on the road at night to ensure that it will not be wasted. After entering the house, Li Zhanyuan saw Luo Gong sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding a little girl in his arms. Luo Gong, come, Jing, called brother, this is Liang, this is Xiao Yuan brother. Bright brother, brother Xiao Yuan. Crystal's voice is crispy and cute. But as soon as her voice came out, Li Zhanyuan looked at her eyes and had a special sense of special meaning. Because there is probably no one in the world who can be more professional than him in playing a child. Hey, where did this little beauty come from? Ha ha ha. Shueliang opened his arms, bent down, and hugged the little girl. The little girl hugged him with a smile, but her nose wrinkled slightly. Li Zhuiyuan also showed a decent smile on his face, thinking, "Oh, did you smell the smell of the Bai family's lady that you don't like?" After the hug, Shueliang made way. The little girl continued to come over happily to hug Li Zhuiyuan. From the perspective of a child, she must be more intimate with people closer to her age. Li Zhuiyuan stood still and asked, "Who are you?" The same question as Shueliang's previous question, but with a different flavor. Especially the smile on the boy's face, which gradually turned into a kind of playfulness of watching people perform. The little girl's eyes showed a hint of doubt, but when she thought that this was her home and there were so many people, the doubts in her heart dissipated, and the smile on her face became more prosperous. However, when the girl ran over to him, Li Zuiyuan raised his foot and kicked her directly. Bang! The girl was kicked to the ground, and she was shocked. How dare he? Li Zuiyuan took out a blood-red bag from his pocket, which contained fresh black dog blood that was just taken out and was still warm. Pa! A bag of black dog blood was thrown directly at the girl by Li Zuiyuan, and the bag broke, and the black dog blood splashed all over her body. Ah! The girl screamed immediately. Li Zuiyuan said to Shuiliang and Luogong very frankly. She was possessed by a dirty thing. Something happened at home, so I was delayed in writing. I will try to write another chapter in the second half of the night. Don't wait, read it tomorrow morning. Finally, it's the end of the month, and I'll ask for your monthly votes again. If you have extra votes, you can vote for our honest man. Chapter 90. The little girl Jingjing was lying on the ground and waved, and she kept struggling and screamed, with the dog blood. It turns out that high-end materials, even the most simple way of use, can still take effect. His little black is lazy, but it really takes care of itself. The quality of black dog blood produced by it is definitely the best. Uncle save me! Uncle save me! Brother Liang save me! Liang brother saves me! Jingjing began to call for help. She did not feel the threat on teenagers, but the teenagers' fierce popularity made her scared. When Li Zhanyuan poured the crystal, Shuiliang stunned, and Luogong stood up sharply from the sofa. When Li Zhanyuan smashed the black dog blood, Shuiliang and Luogong took a step back. When Li Zhanyuan shouted that Jingjing was stunned, at the same time, when Jingjing was crying loudly for help, Shuiliang and Luogong left and right, and each pressed the crystal arm and one leg. One middle school, one young science and engineering man, instantly stretched out his thinking and knew what he should do. Needless to say, the profound relationship between Shuiliang and Li Zhanyuan is that Luogong has also seen many weird events in the engineering, and he has also witnessed Qin Shu's means in the hospital ward. Seeing that these two people did not save themselves, they helped the teenager to suppress themselves, and their eyes showed a strong anger and puzzlement. Pap! Master Zhao Hui walked out of the kitchen with a plate of just fried dishes. When he saw the scene in the living room, the plate in his hand landed directly. Auntie save me! Auntie save me! Auntie save me! Jingjing seems to finally find a savior worthy of relying on. Master Zhao Hui hurriedly came and asked while running, "What's wrong? What's wrong with this? Li Zhanyuan, she is evil." Zhao Hui originally wanted to rush to Jingjing's movement, stopped, and then turned to look at Li Zhanyuan. "What should I do? Find a rope and tie her first." "Oh, okay." Zhao Hui immediately went to the house to find the rope. Jingjing. In fact, Zhao Hui's response is also well understood. From the perspective of ordinary people. Are you a little girl? Is it a psychiatric? However, Zhao Hui's decisive simply also made Li Zhanyuan taste another layer of taste, that is, Zhao Hui took care of her niece-daughter these days, and she may notice some wrong. The rope was found, and Shuiliang and Luogong combined together and tied Jingjing. Immediately, Jingjing was lifted to lie on the side and threw it on the bed. Zhao Hui closed the window, pulled the curtains, and appeared to be closed inside the side. Then, the three of them looked at Li Zhanyuan. Before waiting for them to speak, Li Zhanyuan first said, "4 tables, candles, supplies, yellow paper, rice wine, without yellow paper to find me white paper, brush or pen, and beer wine without rice wine." Good. The three responded together and went out to prepare. In the side lying, only Li Zhanyuan and Jingjing, who was still twisting and struggling even if he was tied up. Looking at the puzzle in the eyes of the little girl, Li Zhanyuan asked, "Do you think I will pretend to be unknown, and then deliberately act here with you?" Li Zhanyuan once taught Tan Wenbin. When you feel that you are unable to deal with the situation, then pretend to be invisible. During the time when she returned to Nantung's hometown, Li Zhanyuan did this. At that time, he even walked through the yin, and there was no way to face death. He could only choose to avoid harm and protect himself. Therefore, in the past year, he kept reading. Knowledge, change destiny. Now, in the face of such dirty things, he is no longer the boy who can only show his ignorance with his acting. Shueliang Liang and Luogong lifted a table up, and the candles were placed on the top, not only yellow paper, but also gold and silver ingot and banknotes. A while ago, the sister Zhao Hui's sister and husband died in a car accident, and it was normal to have these in her family. After the layout, Zhao Hui suddenly collapsed his legs and collapsed on the ground, and he had to reach out to support it in time. My crystal, my crystal. Previously, I used a rope to arrange the supplier, but now I have done nothing at hand, and the emotions finally came up. Luogong looked at Li Zhanyuan and asked, Xiao Yuan, can you do, what should I do below? Teacher, after I met that incident in his hometown last time, my family taught me some means that I should be able to deal with it, you. Li Zhanyuan glanced at the side door. Luo Liandian said to his wife, Hui, didn't you also tell me on the phone before telling me that there are some places in Jingjing? Now it is a good thing to find a problem. It is good for Jingjing. Go out and wait, believe Xiao Yuan. Zhao Hui nodded with his strength, wiped the tears on the back of his hand, and smiled with apologetic at Li Zhanyuan. Xiao Yuan, please ask you. The Luogong and his wife went out. Shueliang Liang did not leave, but stayed on the side. He said while helping to lit the candle and said, Our master is a clear person, and the teacher is so good. Well, your life is also good. I said, my brother, it's endless, right? I'm serious. Li Zhanyuan pointed out that Jingjing, who was still twisted in bed, she previously smelled the White family at the White family on you, showing a resentment. Well, really have this effect. Like a camphor pill in the pocket of clothes. Xiao Yuan, can't you choose some more beautiful metaphors? Li Zuiyuan shook his head. A young man may not feel anything for the Bai family, but he will never like the Bai family, let alone say good things about them. The day after tomorrow, Lu Yumei will move, which is also her entry gift. How can the Dragon King on the river look down on the water rat hiding at the bottom of the river and dreaming of ascending to heaven in broad daylight? What should we do next? Shueliang Liang asked, should we call Runzheng and the others to come over? No. Li Zuiyuan shook his head, she is younger than me. He. Shueliang Liang couldn't help laughing when he heard this, you continue, you continue. Li Zuiyuan pinched the yellow paper with his fingertips, ignited it on the candle, waved it twice, and put the yellow paper in the yellow wine bowl to extinguish it. Since you understand, I won't go to the underworld yet. I'll use courtesy first and force later. This is my last chance for you. Leave the girl's body and enjoy this table of offerings. Then, go wherever you should go, and don't possess the body and do evil again. It is the simplest and least harmful method to let the dirty things leave the host on their own initiative. Li Zuiyuan is not Lin Chiyu. He did not eliminate all evil obsessions because it would be very tiring. Shueliang Liang nodded secretly beside him. He still remembered the scene when Xiao Yuan set up an offering table in his own room and took him to worship. At that time, his tone was much softer, similar to saying good words to ask. Listen now, as expected, after the ability has risen, the tone is also different. Jingjing stopped struggling, raised her head, looked at the boy, and asked, Who are you? Li Zuiyuan said calmly, If you keep talking nonsense, I will open the town directly. Jingjing, I can give you this face, but you have to find me a woman born on a yin day and yin hour for me to live in. Li Zuiyuan nodded. Jingjing was overjoyed, you agreed. Li Zuiyuan, go to hell. Jingjing's face suddenly became fierce and her eyes began to turn red. Liang felt dizzy and staggered back 2 steps, leaning his back against the wardrobe. Li Zuiyuan seemed to be completely unaffected. He walked from the altar to the bed and wiped his fingers on the little girl's body. Anyway, there was a lot of black dog blood on it, and the ready-made paint could be used directly. 5 fingers were in the shape of a crane, and the curse was drawn all the way from the little girl's eyebrows to her throat and then to her abdomen. Finally, he clenched his fist and punched the little girl's abdomen. Bang! The blood-colored lines extended from Jingjing's abdomen to her eyebrows. Ah! Jingjing screamed even more miserably than before, and at the same time, her eyes were sometimes fierce and sometimes confused. Li Zuiyuan had many other means to use, but he was afraid of hurting the host, so he could only use this stupid method. But it didn't matter. Thanks to the early splashing of black dog blood, her arrogance was reduced, and the stupid method was enough. Liang survived the dizziness and came over. He could clearly see that Jingjing's face was constantly alternating between 2 expressions, and the two seemed to be separated. Jingjing said, "If I hadn't possessed her, she would have died in the car accident. If you drive me out, she will die." Li Zuiyuan, she has neither death nor corpse spots on her body. She is a survivor of the car accident. You just sneaked in when she was weak. Do you think I'm a child by using such a trick? Jingjing's eyes suddenly showed a strange green pupil color, and her voice was no longer that of a little girl, but rather hoarse and gloomy. Leave a line between yin and yang, so that we can meet in the future. I will take another step back. You send this body to the entrance of my cave, and I will leave by myself. I won't cling to her. Oh, where is your entrance? In. Just as the words were about to come out, Jingjing was stunned for a moment. You are not allowed to follow, let her walk by herself. Li Zuiyuan was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, and pinched the little girl's philtrum to continue forcing the internal organs out of her body. Daiyu, are you really going to do this to the extreme? I have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Li Zuiyuan stroked down with his other hand, first wiping the little girl's eyelids closed and then lifted them up, knocking her forehead 3 times with his knuckles. No mistakes, 1 sentence, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, take a look. The little girl trembled, her mouth opened, a puff of black smoke rushed out, the curtains were lifted, the windows opened, and it seemed like the wind was blowing away. Jingjing's body gradually relaxed, and sweat fell down, soon soaking the bed sheet. And there was black pus overflowing from the eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, emitting a fishy smell. Liang immediately said, "It's dead." Li Zuiyuan looked at Liang in surprise, "Does your family have the same smell?" Run Shengyanmeng and the others could smell it, which was normal, but Liang was a water conservancy engineer, not a corpse collector. How is this possible? Oh! I didn't smell it. Look at how much water is flowing out of her body. Isn't she dead? The water is not much. Okay, I misunderstood. I'm stupid. After a pause, Liang added. Also, she doesn't smell. Okay, Brother Liang, turn her over. Don't let her choke. Untie the rope at the same time. Liang turned Jingjing over first. When untying the rope, he asked, "Are you okay? Can we call the teacher and the mistress in? They must be worried to death in the living room." "No hurry. Wait a little longer." "What are you waiting for? It hasn't left yet." After Li Zuiyuan finished speaking, he opened his eyes and walked into the underworld. The wind and the movement of curtains, doors, and windows were just a trick. It was actually still in this room. Of course, even if it wanted to leave, Li Zuiyuan would not let it do so. It was just that it was important to check the girl's physical condition, so he pretended to be blind. From the perspective of walking in the underworld, Li Zuiyuan saw a black snake coiled on the ceiling above his head. Oh, it turned out to be a dead demon. In memory, dead demons are often more intelligent and easier to communicate with than other dead demons, just like the cat-faced old lady I met in my hometown. The black snake spit out its tongue. It was originally leisurely, but after looking into the eyes of the boy, it was instantly shocked. Probably because after meeting Li Zuiyuan, first the black dog blood, then the altar, and then the drawing of spells and massage, all the methods used were local methods, so it regarded the boy as a kind of folk metaphysics local doctor. Just like when Lu Ziazi used incense ash to massage Li Zuiyuan to exorcise evil spirits. Therefore, it wanted to wait until the people below left before returning to the girl's body. Now, it finally realized that it had made a mistake. This boy had a lot of tricks. The black snake crawled quickly. This time it really wanted to escape. Li Zuiyuan spread out his palm. Fengdu 12 decrees, 4 ghosts lifting the sedan. The black snake's body was out of control. It was originally escaping but was forcibly pulled down and fell at Li Zuiyuan's feet. It was completely attached to the ground and could not move. It seemed that there was really a sedan chair pole pressing it. Li Zuiyuan bent down and stretched out his hand to hold the black snake in his palm. In the yin state, he could feel the black snake trembling violently. Li Zuiyuan took out a small compass from his pocket. He had 2 kinds of compasses. The purple compass was too big to be carried around. It was usually placed in the dormitory. When something happened, Runs Hung or Tan Wenbin would carry it. He carved the small compass himself. It was easy to carry. The disadvantage was that there was always a fixed error. Every time he used it, he had to correct it by mental calculation. This error seemed to be fixed. It existed when I first made the compass. Later, as my skills continued to improve, the error of the compass I made remained the same. He walked to the altar, picked up the bowl of yellow wine soaked in paper ash, and poured it into his palm. The black snake immediately slumped down, as if drunk, and lost consciousness. Li Zuiyuan slapped the black snake into his compass, walked to the girl's side, rubbed some black dog blood from the girl, and drew a seal on the compass. According to Wei Zhendao's description in The Right Way to Subdue Demons, this kind of work usually requires taking out a pre-drawn seal talisman paper and sticking it on. But just like making a compass, Li Zuiyuan has not made any progress in drawing talismans. At first, Li Zuiyuan suspected that it was because he had no master, which was equivalent to not being blessed in the art of talismans. Later, he vaguely realized that this seemed to be the same as his difficulty in summoning gods, and was limited in some aspect of himself. According to the explanation in numerology, it is probably equivalent to the moon being full and then waning, and the water overflowing. There must be a symbolic gap, otherwise it is easy to die early. However, it is inconvenient without talisman paper. Li Zuiyuan decided to let A Li try to draw some talisman paper for him. The wooden flower rolls she carved for him always have a strong effect. The ancestral tablet and material can only play an amplification effect. Otherwise, if the tablet is really useful, then everyone will have a tablet in their hands when fighting in the future. Li Zuiyuan opened the side bedroom door, walked out, and said to Luo Gong and Zhao Hui who were sitting in the living room. Jing Jing is fine now, but her body is a little weak. It is best to send her to the hospital for observation. She may have some minor headaches and fevers in the near future. Zhao Hui immediately rushed into the bedroom to check on the little girl. Engineer Luo breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Li Zuiyuan. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Yuan. Teacher, this is what I should do. But... Engineer Luo organized his words. You still have to hide your ability in this area from others in the future. When solving some problems, you have to hide some outsiders from others, otherwise it may affect your future development. Teacher, you are not an outsider. Hee. Engineer Luo patted the boy on the shoulder. People are envious of having a good brain. You can find time to learn these things while doing graduation projects. Engineer Luo also went in to see the child. Li Zuiyuan walked to the balcony, took out the compass, roughly calculated the direction, and estimated a location. Then, he walked to the telephone in the living room, picked up the phone, dialed the number of the affordable store, and Yin Meng answered the phone. Li Zuiyuan reported a time and place, and asked her to notify Runzheng and Tan Wenbin to bring all the equipment to meet there. The scene at the General Temple was indeed exciting, but in the end it was just a simple ending, and Runzheng was not there that night. Li Zuiyuan had already figured out the true form of this corpse demon in advance. It was moderately strong and met the standard. Shueliang Liang walked out at this time, leaning against the wall, and said with some regret, "I really want to go with you. Who would bring mothballs to a fight? Are you saying that I'm useless? Are you afraid that I'll hold you back if I go? Well, unless you get her out from the bottom of the river. She can't come out." Shueliang Liang said confidently. "Do you believe her so much? I know she's afraid. She told me that the Dragon King's family on the river has been eyeing her. Then Brother Liang, when you go back to visit her for me next time, you can tell her that the Dragon King's family is also your mother's family." Shueliang Liang raised his head with a smug smile on his face. "Oh, am I so impressive? Well, it's not easy to be a son-in-law. No one in your mother's family is easily bullied. Ha ha ha, you stinky boy." Shueliang Liang scolded with a smile, then stretched out his hand to hug the boy's arm. "Thanks, Xiao Yuan. You're welcome, you are the chief of the village." "What chief?" The top spot marked on the business license of the Haihe University Affordable Store Bandit Village is Shueliang Liang. Luo Gong and Shueliang Liang had to accompany Zhao Hui to send Jingjing to the hospital first, and then the two of them had to rush to Huangshan overnight. Li Zuiyuan did not take the same car with them, but chose to call a taxi by himself. Sitting in the taxi, looking at the night view of the city. Arrived at the place, paid the money. As soon as he turned around, he saw Runzheng, Yin Meng and Tan Wenbin carrying equipment under the street light in front of him. The backs of the three were stretched very long. Li Zuiyuan turned around, waved his hand, and shouted. "Let's go, team building! Deleted and rewritten, we'll add it tomorrow. I have actually written more than 8,000 words for this chapter, but I think it is rubbish. I will finish it tonight, so I will delete it and rewrite it. I will add 20,000 words tomorrow." Chapter 91. It's here. Li Zuiyuan pointed forward. It was a fenced-off construction site, which seemed to have been closed for a long time. There was a security booth at the gate of the construction site. Two elderly security guards sat on benches outside the booth, each holding a palm leaf fan, enjoying the cool air. "Brother Binbin." Tan Wenbin took a step forward, folded his hands on his chest. "I'm here." Li Zuiyuan pointed to the security booth. "Go and shout. I'll obey your order." Tan Wenbin put down the backpack with the equipment, then held up one hand to the sky and the other hand to the ground, and walked with a clanging step. The other three sat down on the side of the road. Yin Meng took out a bag of pumpkin cakes from the backpack and handed it to Li Zuiyuan. Li Zuiyuan didn't dare to take it, but asked, "You made it?" Yin Meng shook his head. "The master chef in the cafeteria made it." Li Zuiyuan picked up one and took a bite. Although it tasted a little worse because it was cold, it was still delicious. Yin Meng took two more, and then placed the rest of the bag in front of Runzheng. Runzheng nodded, took out the iron box, pulled out a thick incense stick from it, lit it, and started eating. He was not actually hungry, as he had just had dinner when he came out, but he knew that this was the time for war preparation. There was a clang-clang sound from the northwest corner of the construction site. Someone climbed in and threw steel bars out. There happened to be a tricycle parked outside. The noise was quite loud, and Li Zuiyuan could hear it even though he was sitting so far away. The security booth at the construction site must have also noticed the noise. But the two security guards were still chatting while smoking the cigarettes handed over by Tan Wenbin, and they had no intention of intervening at all. After all, they were old and only got such a small salary, so there was no need to risk their lives. At this time, a minibus drove over, slowed down, and headed towards the gate where the security booth was. The two security guards immediately stood up, threw away their cigarettes, and after a conversation, the minibus drove into the gate. After Tan Wenbin got the news, he trotted back. Runzheng moved his seat so that Tan Wenbin sat right between him and Xiao Yuan. Yin Meng took out a bottle of water from her bag, unscrewed the cap and handed it over. Tan Wenbin took a sip of water, took a piece of pumpkin pie from the bag in front of Runzheng and took a bite, and said, "Brother Xiao Yuan, the death we are looking for should be here. This construction site has been suspended for several months. During the previous construction period, strange things have been happening and accidents have occurred frequently. Later, for some reason, a large group of snakes emerged and crawled into the shed where the workers were resting in the construction site, biting many people. Since then, the construction has been completely suspended until now. The minibus that just went in, I saw through the window glass that there were Taoist priests and monks inside. They should be invited by the big boss of the developer to exorcise evil spirits. Alas, if I had known earlier, I should have contacted the big boss in advance. How much loss would he suffer if the construction period was suspended? As long as we can solve the problem, he will definitely be willing to pay us a high price. It's a pity that someone else got there first." Li Zuiyuan stood up, "Then let's go and see how our colleagues perform." The four of them packed up their things. There was a gang of thieves in the northwest corner who had not left yet. The main gate was too conspicuous, so the four of them went around and climbed in from the south gate. Most of the construction site was dark, with only the central corner lit, and the candle flames could be seen swaying from afar. The central foundation area was already flooded, forming a pond of unknown depth. 2 altars were placed on each side. Although the monks and Taoists came in a minibus, they were clearly divided at this time, with 3 monks and 3 Taoists each responsible for their own table. The monks were chanting sutras, with solemn appearances, the Taoists were dancing with swords, with an air of immortality. There was a man standing in the middle, wearing a blue vest and a big back-combed hair. He should be responsible for inviting the masters. At this moment, the man with the big back-combed hair was smoking a cigarette, and the cigarette butt was shaking very frequently, and it could be seen that he was also trying hard. The 4 people hid nearby, hiding under the homecoming net, and listened for a while. The Taoist dancing with swords started chanting sutras, and the monk chanting sutras began to beat the gong around the table. Tan Wenbin teased, "How come this colleague looks like he was just invited from the funeral team?" At this moment, everyone knew that these masters were just filling in the numbers. The more complicated the early ceremony is, and the longer the preparation is, the more performance it is. Plop! A sound suddenly came from the pond. The masters immediately stopped their performances, and the cigarettes in the hands of the big-backed hair fell to the ground. Tan Wenbin immediately grabbed the Luosheng umbrella sticker and prepared to protect Li Zuiyuan. Death fell out. "Runzheng, why is there no smell?" Li Zuiyuan said. "Someone on the opposite side of the pond deliberately threw something in. It should be the thieves who came in to steal steel bars tonight. They are teasing people." The boy had good hearing. He heard the laughter on the opposite side of the pond. There should be 3 people. Stealing things is stealing things. After stealing, they didn't leave. They actually stayed to watch the fun. If it was somewhere else, it would be fine, but there are real dead bodies here, and they are corpse demons that are good at bewitching people's minds. If that thing really appears, you may not be able to find the right direction even if you want to escape. The people over there naturally don't know that someone is playing a trick, they just think that the dirty thing really reacted, and they were scared and took countermeasures immediately. The monks brought out black dog blood, and there was enough in stock, and they poured it into the pond one basin after another. Runs hung, pig blood. The monks pouring black dog blood is already bloody enough, but in the end, it was pig blood that was used as a substitute. But what they did made Li Zuiyuan and his friends feel embarrassed to say anything. After all, there was one in his hometown, and the blood splashed during the ritual depended on what meat they had eaten in the previous 2 days. The Taoists lit some leather and threw black, hairy things into it. Runs hung, donkey skin. Tan Wenbin, the thing just thrown in was a black donkey hoof. Then, the Taoists and monks began to throw the instruments and talismans on the altar into the pond one by one, and shouted loudly every time they threw one. To suppress. To eliminate. In the end, even the offering plates on the table were thrown in. Tan Wenbin, I told you that the boss is willing to pay. They must have made a lot of money on this order, otherwise they wouldn't be willing to throw away their food and food. Yin Meng, when the dead really come out, what's the difference between this and surrendering the gun in advance? Runs hung, these things are useless in your hands. You can run faster if you throw them all away later. Li Zuiyuan looked up at the top of his head. It happened that a dark cloud covered the moon. In his vision, there was also a faint grey gas that ordinary people could not see. Runs hung also noticed something. He sniffed hard and said dissatisfiedly, too many miscellaneous things are burned, and the smell is messy. Li Zuiyuan, be prepared, it's coming out soon. The three of them immediately focused their attention and were on guard. Even if they had known the bottom beforehand and knew that the approximate strength of this corpse demon was not outrageous, the lion would fight the rabbit with all its strength, and no one dared to take it lightly. Li Zuiyuan, hold the pill. Yin Meng took out 3 red pills from his backpack and handed them to the other 2. Except for Li Zuiyuan, everyone held the red pill in their mouths. The red pill is not a panacea. Its taste is similar to a combination of bitter gall and mustard. The effect is that when you feel that your consciousness is blurred, you bite it instinctively, and then force your consciousness to awaken with physiological reactions. The Righteous Way to Subdue Demons recorded this thing, but only mentioned this method, without setting the raw materials. Perhaps Wei Zhendao also knew that people in different places have different tastes. For example, Li Zuiyuan originally wanted to add Houtunia chordata, but the reason he didn't do so was that Yin Meng could eat cold mixed jiajin as a snack. Squeeze the powder. Tan Wenbin took out 3 powder capsules from his pocket and handed them to the other 2. This is to be squeezed in the hand, and when needed, it can be crushed and sprinkled with powder to break the illusion. If you find that your companion is confused, you can also throw it directly on his face. In the past, Li Zuiyuan had a special fan, and the groove of the fan was used to hold various powders, but now he doesn't need those things much. After the soft power is improved, some auxiliary items gradually lose their effect. As long as Li Zuiyuan is here, Runs Hung and the other 2 can bring less things and just focus on cutting the dead. Li Zuiyuan looked at the 3 thieves who were still watching the show on the opposite side, and then glanced at the 6 masters under the lights on this side, and said in a very calm tone. Wait for the fish to bite the hook first. The 3 nodded collectively. Wait for the dead to attack the others above first, and then they will take the opportunity to fish. Although this is a bit cruel, it is the safest. It is normal to have a boat capsized when you have no ability in this line of work. Thieves who stay to watch the fun after stealing things deserve it if something goes wrong. The only innocent one is the big back hair, but it doesn't matter. I didn't take his money. When Tan Wenbin mentioned this before, Li Zuiyuan deliberately didn't respond. If you take money from others to help them get rid of disasters, you will inevitably be bound by it if you really take money. Unlike now, except for me, everyone is bait. Ah, fire, fire, fire. A monk suddenly took off his cassock like crazy, then ran all the way and jumped straight into the pond in front. This scene shocked the other 5 masters. The 3 Taoists immediately looked at the remaining 2 monks with questioning eyes, probably wanting to confirm whether this was a temporary drama added by you to get an extra red envelope? The two monks looked at each other, because there was really no such design. Ah, snake, snake, snake. A Taoist fell to the ground with his hands pinching his throat, kicking his legs constantly. For a while, the two monks began to look for something to pull the fellow who fell into the pond, and the two Taoists tried to pry open the hands of another Taoist. The big back hair was already shaking, and his steps kept retreating. He wanted to escape. In fact, the monks and Taoists were also panicked, but at this time, the eagerness to save their companions temporarily suppressed the rapidly rising fear in their hearts. Finally, the monk was pulled up by his companions before he drowned, and the Taoist priest had his hands pried apart by two companions before he strangled himself to death. The 6 masters were all in a mess, and they all knew that this was not a script, but if they just ran away in disgrace, it would be difficult to settle the balance. At this moment, the man with the big back hair suddenly shouted, and the whole person seemed to be shaking. He picked up an iron pipe on the ground and waved it directly at the monks and Taoist priests. The scene was suddenly in chaos. But these were just minor fights, and they fell to death but still did not come out. Plop! On the other side, someone fell into the water. The thieves were more loyal, or they should not be clear about the specific situation here. When they saw one of their companions fall, the other two immediately jumped in to pull him out. Finally, Li Zuiyuan found that the grey mist in front of his eyes turned black. Runzheng also smelled the authentic and strong smell of water corpses. With the surface of a head, everything, just like the image in the video hall, was pressed for fast moving. This pot of water finally boiled. All the monks and Taoist priests here are all like the big back. They twisted together, and soon broke their heads. Even the monk and Taoist who were lying on the ground also held the legs of others with their hands, bit their desperation, and bite them down. Essence. Li Zhanyuan, get up. The 4 lifted the guixiang.com on their bodies. While Tan Wenbin was responsible for recycling the net, he took out the printed mud box and pressed his fingers, and reapplied the seal while meditating. Runzheng supported the 7-star hook, and then opened all 7, and put it directly to the head in the middle of the pond. After the end, Runzheng's hands flipped, the top of the 7-star hook was locked, and then, Runzheng made full strength and started pulling back. On the surface, the strenuous waves were rushed immediately, and the strong blood smell spread. This is the first thief who fell, and it has been broken. Ah! The harsh screams came from death, with confusion. Runzheng made a decision, bite the red pills in his mouth, and then the whole person's spirit shocked. His strong nausea was grateful to make his greater potential. Wow, wow! He was dragged by him and he kept leaning here. Yin Meng was painful, but still insisted. Lu Yumei said that she was a stupid girl and was naturally dull. This was a disadvantage, but sometimes, this was also an advantage. When Runzheng pulled to death, Yin Meng pulled out the exorcism whip and whipped it for a while. Every time the leather whip falls, the screaming of the dead will be more acute, and everyone's pain will further intensify, but this is the boiled eagle. Whoever survives will win. When screaming, Tan Wenbin stood up at the tiptoe of the whole person first, and the corners of the mouth on both sides evoked, showing a strange smile. He did not hesitate to pinch the powder bag into his face and bite the red pills at the same time, and then vomit. After a big mouthful, his corner of his mouth squeezed again, and a weird smile was revealed. When the nausea in his mouth continued to immerse himself into his stomach, he began to vomit again. At the dynamic stage of being affected, eliminating, and being affected again. But even so, his movements still did not stop. His mouth was not free now, he had to laugh and vomit, and he couldn't read the formula. But with muscle memory, he reapplied the new red mud. Then, he laughed while vomiting, and came to the pond like a tap, with his last strength and clearness, and threw out the net in his hand. Guixiang.com set up the dead end. Tan Wenbin finally couldn't hold it. In the end, the only thing that could be done was to fall back when he fell to the ground, and pressed the other end of his own weight as a pile. Li Zhanyuan glanced at Tan Wenbin, who was already lying on the ground, and also his face, and did nothing. He could relieve Tan Wenbin's pain, but he could notice that the corpse monster had left the last fight. He had to wait until that moment, so that he could simply complete the salvage. The corpse monster has reached the shore. Li Zhanyuan, get up. Hey! Runzheng squatted down the horse, turned his body back, stood the rod of the kixing hook on his shoulders, and then shook it forward. The corpse demon was dragged out of the water like a big fish, and came to the shore in the air. But at this moment, the corpse demon eyes were green, opened his mouth, and a black snake was revealed from his mouth. The black snake's forehead was missing, and the blood was dripping, but at this moment, it still exudes a dangerous atmosphere. Immediately, the snake head suddenly rose, and it seemed to be stooping, but before he was about to open the snake mouth, Li Zhanyuan walked to Run Sheng's body. The black snake's eyes showed fear. It did not have that spiritual memory, but it could share the perception. The young man in front of him is terrible. With the green eyes of the corpse monster, there was also flickering. Li Zhanyuan pressed his left hand, drew a curse on his right arm, and then slid down to the back of his right hand, thumbs in his right hand, and clicked directly at the bulging snake head. Town. The snake head opened his mouth, but the green mist in his mouth did not overflow, but he stepped back, and the black snake itself was forcibly retracted into the corpse demon. The green mist erupted in the corpse demon, and the nose of the eyes and ear was overflowed. At the same time, the green ghost fire rose, and it was transparent to its body. Like the effect of the shadow play, you can see that there are countless little snakes struggling crazy in the corpse monster. Hey! Runzheng has once again. Bang! The corpse demon was hit on the shore. Yinmeng rolled up, and the exorcist of the demon whip in his hand revealed again, wrapped around the corpse demon's neck. The corpse demon roared and wanted to stand up, and as soon as he got up, he was dragged down again. Run Sheng left the 7-star hook, picked up the yellow river shovel, and when the corpse demon fell to the ground, he chopped it against his neck. Puff! The sharp yellow river shovel just pierced his neck, but did not chop its head. The corpse monster struggled again, and Yinmeng continued to tighten the exorcist whip and slipped side by side. 1 feet were on the next one, holding the body of the corpse demon's abdomen, forcing the death of the dead body, fall again. This is a very dangerous action, mainly to match the next shovel of Runzheng. If Runzheng failed to solve it, the Yinmeng, which is close to the dead, will be very dangerous. Runzheng gritted his teeth, and the yellow river shovel fell again. Puff! The head of the corpse was finally chopped down and separated. But the falling head was rolling towards Yinmeng. Yinmeng lying on the ground could even see the snake body in the eyes of his head. At this critical moment, a white tender hand stretched out, grabbed the head, and lifted it. Yinmeng raised his eyes and looked at the boy standing in front of her. Li Zhanyuan looked down at her. When you are not up next time, don't use the move of change. The head of the teenager was held in his hand. A black snake with a bloom and exuding a scorching smell quickly drilled out, and rushed to the teenager's door. Li Zhanyuan didn't look at it at all, but just hid a finger in his left hand. Pap! The black snake's body stiffened directly. Li Zhanyuan continued to watch Yinmeng and said, if it wasn't for the things I was going to spit out in advance, it was town back, and most of the small snakes in its body were burned to death. You sip! Let you poison! While talking, the teenager reached out and grabbed the snake body that was stiff there. Vaguely, his eyes appeared to twist and fold there, as if an invisible flame burned in the teenager's palm. The scorching snake body began to crack at this moment, the snake meat was separated, and finally turned into ashes. Li Zhanyuan patted the grey in his hands, but still felt the smooth and greasy of snake oil. I could only turn around, find a sand pile, grab a handful of sand and rub in my hand. On the other side, the corpse demon who lost his head has gradually become pus. Li Zhanyuan asked to ask Run Sheng, is he a man or a woman? The complexion is too white, the body is swollen, and the long shirt that is changed. I don't know, let me see. Runzheng said, picked up the yellow river shovel and picked it down. Forget it, no need. Oh, okay. Li Qianyuan walked to Tan Wenbin, knocked on Tan Wenbin's forehead with a knuckle 3 times, and closed his eyes, covering Tan Wenbin's face with his palm. After counting the breath, Li Zhanyuan raised his hand sharply, and Tan Wenbin opened his eyes and rose his neck. Click! Ah, oh! Tan Wenbin woke up, but he grabbed his neck. Li Zhanyuan, what's wrong? Xiao Yuan, my neck was twisted, it hurts. Tan Wenbin sat up, but his head was still sideways, as if he had sleeping pillows. Runzheng glanced at him, the only work injury. Tan Wenbin, who do you will be right? Runzheng, I'm here. You roll. Meng Meng, will you? I can only pinch my neck and dare not to pinch others. Tan Wenbin was able to look at Li Zhanyuan for help. Brother Binbin, go to the medical room to find a doctor after returning to school. Hey, okay. Li Zhanyuan stood by the pond and looked down below. Runzheng said, Xiao Yuan, I go down and see if there is something. Brother Runzheng, water dirty. Not only did there be a floating corpse on it, it was the original hiding place of the corpse demon. Not dirty, it's okay. Runzheng took off his shirt and pants, and then jumped in after a run. This short action made Li Zhanyuan faintly see the shadow of Qin when he jumped into the river. Yin Meng, you can clean up the appliance, Brother Binbin, go to see the situation of those people. Li Zhanyuan walked next to the death, and he could not see the death, there was only a pool of pus and a piece of clothing. I found the iron rod and dialed. There were a lot of slender black crispy in the clothes. The iron rod was split when it touched. It should be those small snakes in the body. If the green fog was sprayed out with these poisonous snakes in the body before, the thing was really difficult to end. In addition, I only saw a black stone. It should be seen that the shape should have been jade, but it has already infiltrated the corpse gas and became worthless. Li Zhanyuan used a bit, knocked on it, jade was broken, and it was dark inside, with powder. Fortunately, Li Zhanyuan didn't have much expectations for this. Sometimes it was a habit. Like Lao's death, he enjoyed this process. Tan Wenbin came back around, Xiao Yuan, the monk Taoist priests are now in a coma, and he hurts heavy, but he folds his arms and breaks his legs. 1. There should be a thief anxious when he ran away, and he dropped the steel bars. Did he see you look like? No, his face didn't face me. The movement came from the water, and Runzheng surfaced, and went ashore, holding a incense burner in his hand. Xiao Yuan, a mess below, there should be a water burial, and it was dug and opened. I saw that the playful meaning may be a bit valuable, you see. Li Zhanyuan took the incense burner. It was very small and slapped, but it was very heavy. The base is a turtle with a monument in the middle of the incense burner. Li Zhanyuan, this is used for divination and diligence. Runzheng scratched his head, that is useless for Xiao Yuan. Useful. When I encounter a fork in the future, when I do know which one, you can click the incense to ask it. If you go to the place like the water burial palace, you can rely on it to point the road. Tan Wenbin asked, what is the difference between that is from a coin? It is necessary to cooperate with the compass, Sunyan questioning the road method, and the mate algorithm. Tan Wenbin blinked, if you teach this in a high-class lesson. Brother Runzheng, put it in, and take it with the team in the future. Good. Runzheng dressed and reached out to pick up the incense furnace. Wait a minute, there is a word below. Li Zhanyuan raised the incense burner again. He was soaked in the water before. The overall color was dark, and he couldn't see it. Now it is dry, and the white marks knife engraved lines appear. Tan Wenbin turned on the flashlight and helped take a look. Li Zhanyuan observed carefully and found that a very simple face was drawn above. After reading the line below, Li Zhanyuan determined that this ghost face should be a face with nose and eyes. The following sentence is, "This is Ye Yongzhen." Tan Wenbin read the word, and then doubted, why is this like a child's tone? The word is engraved on the base, which is on the belly of the turtle, just like elementary school students who like to write the same table or friends on some illustrations. Li Zhanyuan, maybe children are playing. Who is that leaf? Do you know Lu Boan? I know, Lao Zhu's conspirator. Similar characters, but he returned to the wild before Lao Zhu called emperor. Tan Wenbin pointed to the pus on the ground, and dared not say, is it him? It's definitely not. Even if such a character becomes dead, it will not be so easy to solve. Although this death can't see the gender, it should be a middle-aged person when he dies, and he is not right with yet. Besides, this stove is a baby, and it is no exception to who flows into it. Li Zhanyuan handed the incense burner to Runzheng, and Runzheng revenue his income. Tan Wenbin asked Runzheng with some curiosity, there is nothing else below? No. Runzheng pointed at the pond, you can go down and take a look. I can't go on. Tan Wenbin shook his head, and then, pain. Li Zhanyuan explained, maybe when the first dug was dug, things were taken away by the workers at the time. Well, let's go back. When the four were out of the construction site along the original road, and then detoured to the entrance of the construction site, they found that both security stays in the security pavilion. The three-wheel car stopped by the northwest corner was gone. The steel bars fell to the ground. It should be the last thief rolling out after turning it out. Brother Binbin. Clear. Tan Wenbin picked up a brick and wanted to throw it out to remind them to go out to save people. Who knew that the brick smashed on the security pavilion, and the two security guards opened the door and yelled out outside the construction site. They should have heard the movement from the construction site before, and they are in a state of tightness. This is not even the door. Xiao Yuan, then I'm going to find a public phone call to call the police now. Well, go there to find a phone booth over there and call your dad. My dad regardless of this area. Your dad is really responsible for this now. After finding a telephone kiosk, after the phone call, the four went out for a while, and then they got the taxi. Because there were more things, Li Zhanyuan and Tan Wenbin sat in the first car. 1. Looking at the first taxi left, Yin Meng said, we should buy a pickup card. Runzheng nodded, next time I ride out the three-wheeled cars buying the cafeteria. This is the big city of Jinling, the tricycle is too slow. No matter how far, you will get more for a while. Yin Meng breathed a few deep breaths, and a smile appeared on her face. She raised her neck, loosened her shoulders, and felt this kind of physical and mental comfort. So happy, Runzheng, do you have? Runzheng, just like foreigners on TV like extreme sports, it will be addicted, and it is too. Xiao Yuan just educated me. Well, you shouldn't be close to death so early. The brain is fever, and the move is used by instinct. Just pay attention next time, you don't make mistakes. Do you say that I am cheap? I still prefer Xiao Yuan's cold look before. He is still talking much more softly now, which makes me panic. But Xiao Yuan doesn't like his own coldness. Runzheng, I have a feeling, Xiao Yuan seems to be waiting for us to grow up intentionally. Actually not, Xiao Yuan is waiting for him to grow up. Nympho. After getting in the car, Li Zhanyuan closed his eyes, slept for a while, and arrived at the school gate when he woke up. Entering the campus and returning to the dormitory, the hand-washing pool in the middle of the night was empty, and the two took a bath. When the pot of cold water rushed to his body, Li Zhanyuan not only felt happy, but also realized a relaxation and joy from the heart. Although it is very weak, although it will be disappeared after a while, it really exists. After taking a shower back to the dormitory bed, Tan Wenbin turned over and over, waved his arm from time to time, and smiled from time to time. Brother Binbin, you will be on without sleeping. Xiao Yuan, I am excited, my head is full of pictures on the construction site, I can't sleep. You still have military training tomorrow. It's okay, Lin Chiyu can't go out of the hospital tomorrow, I can continue to take leave to accompany the bed. By the way, Xiao Yuan, I saw you when I was unconscious. I saw you using your thumb, pressed a big snake, and then you grabbed the snake again and burned it into ash again. Speaking, Tan Wenbin patted his hand, really, shooting the hand after the incident, absolutely. Did you see the fire? See, black fire. Then you are in the underworld. Are you sure? I am in the underworld? I thought I was half conscious and couldn't move. I would have gotten up to help you catch the snake. If you come here, you might be burned. Fortunately. Li Zuiyuan didn't continue chatting. He closed his eyes and squinted for a while. He got up early at dawn. Even if he counted the time in the car, he didn't rest for long. After packing his things and putting them in his school bag, he left the dormitory. As soon as Aunt Lu got up and opened the door, she saw the boy pushing open the courtyard door and walking in. Xiao Yuan, you are coming earlier and earlier. Good morning, Aunt Lu. I haven't started to cook breakfast yet. What do you want to eat? I can eat anything. Then wait, I'll comb your grandmother Liu's hair first and then cook for you. Okay, no hurry, I'm not very hungry. Li Zuiyuan walked into the living room and sat down on the chair. Lu Yumei sat with her back to him, and Aunt Lu walked behind her and picked up the comb. Not long after she started combing, Ali, wearing a white silk pajamas, came down from upstairs. Lu Yumei had no choice but to say, just comb it twice. Oh, I know. Aunt Lu accelerated her movements. Okay, that's it. Lu Yumei turned sideways and waved to Ali, Ali, come to grandma. Ali looked at Li Zuiyuan, and Li Zuiyuan smiled at her. The girl walked to her grandmother and sat down, and Lu Yumei combed her makeup herself. Li Zuiyuan continued to sit there quietly and watch. Ali raised her hand and wanted to play chess, and Li Zuiyuan took it. But when the boy habitually wanted to start the second and third games at the same time, the girl did not make a move. Lu Yumei glanced at the boy and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Did you set fire again last night?" Li Zuiyuan shook his head, "No, I went to the construction site. Your grandfather didn't send you living expenses, so you need to work at the construction site to earn money. He sent it." After dressing up Ali, Lu Yumei showed a satisfied look on her face. Over the years, her greatest joy every day is to dress up her granddaughter, and her second greatest joy is to design new clothes for her granddaughter. It's time to have breakfast. The three of them sat down at the dining table. Auntie Lu brought breakfast with a smile on her face. In the past, if Ali came out to see the boy without dressing up, the old lady would be unhappy and would talk a lot about decent. Now, the old lady seems to be used to it. Li Zuiyuan didn't have a good appetite. Before Lu Yumei put down her chopsticks and before she could say let's talk in the study after dinner, Li Zuiyuan also put down his chopsticks. The old and the young just went into the study. Li Zuiyuan opened his school bag and took out the complete version of Liu's Qi Watching Secret that he had memorized. Lu Yumei glanced at the thickness and sighed silently in her heart. To be honest, she was a little tired after translating 2 volumes in the past 2 days. On the one hand, it was inevitable that she was not energetic enough at her age, and on the other hand, the original intention of doing this work was to provide a better learning path for the younger generation. As a result, the successor who was about to enter the school was still so young, and it was provided by others, which meant that the things she was doing now were very likely to be used by no one in her lifetime. People always lose patience with the invisible future. Li Zuiyuan took out the advanced version of Qin's observation of Jiao method and handed it over. Lu Yumei was slightly stunned. Although she had been shocked before, she would still be surprised when facing a similar situation again. After flipping through the book again and confirming that it was the whole book, she looked at the tiredness on the boy's face and felt comforted and distressed at the same time. "Thank you for your hard work, child. Grandma, this is what I should do. Staying up late is bad for your health. Staying up late to do something that hurts your health will easily damage your health. It's not hard." Li Zuiyuan knew that Lu Yumei mistakenly thought that she stayed up late to write these last night. Not hard? Why is Qin's observation of dragons easier? Well, after reading Liu's Qi Watching Secret, Qin's observation of dragons is also simple. He he he. Lu Yumei covered her mouth and laughed. After a long time, she calmed down and said, "I told that old man at the beginning that these things in his Qin family were very crude and simple. You see, it's true." Li Zuiyuan smiled and didn't respond. "Okay, go upstairs to find A Li." "Okay, Grandma." Li Zuiyuan walked out of the study and went upstairs. Aunt Lu came in with a fruit plate. Seeing that the old lady was the only one left, she couldn't help but laugh and said, "I said, why is the progress of the class getting faster and faster? I'm in a good mood today, so I won't pinch you, you bitch. What's wrong? You tell me so that I can have fun too." Lu Yumei handed Qin's method of watching dragons to Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu glanced at it and said in surprise, "Xiao Yuan finished it directly. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave." Then, Aunt Lu added, "This is much faster than reading our Liu's Qi Watching Secret. Okay, stop telling lies to make me happy. These two books from the Qin and Lu families are originally from the same source. When you read one and then read the second, you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. If he reads the Qin family first and then the Lu family, it will be the same. That kid didn't lie, but he deliberately arranged the truth to make me happy. You see, you are happy to say that, haha smile, I heard it when I cut the fruit outside the house, but if you say it in the same way, you have to say me. Okay, I can see it. After all, this child is a family-born child. No matter how pro-kiss, I-can't kiss the doorkeeper. If you have the ability, you also give me a few days to look at these two perceptions to look at one level. Hey, I don't have this ability, and I don't have this time. I compare what I use to compare with others. When you put it over, when the family is strict, his identity, Ali and I met him, but they all had to rush to salute the little master. What kind of biography is not too early, isn't it too early? It is to mention it, and you have to spend a few years." Aunt Lu deliberately leaned on Lu Yumei, gently stunned her, and stroked her old lady's arm with a smile. "Listen, this is really soft now. You couldn't see others at the beginning, and said that he had been a son-in-law to go to Zhonglong as his son-in-law, and worried that it would make Qin Liu's two foundations change his surname. Now that people are not the son-in-law, Qin Liu's family, isn't it him? Well, Xiu wants to skin again. When Ming Ami returns, it is already learned to give him this book, although it has already learned, but look at a deeper layer of perception, and there will be all aspects of improvement. I still saw Lei clearly. When he was at Li Shu's house a year ago, he explored Xiao Yuan's wind and said that he didn't mind the child's surname." Lu Yumei listened with her ears. Aunt Lu deliberately held the words, packed up the coffee table, and took care of himself. "Okay, I dare not skin again, I am afraid to mess with my old lady, you are angry with me. Fight." Li Zhanyuan and A Li came to the top of the building and sat down on the vine chair. At first, the teenager was still talking about what happened last night, and said, with the sunlight of the early morning sun, and the special heart that could be appreciated by the girl every time, he fell asleep. Mainly something happened for a few consecutive nights. Insufficient sleep and energy consumption, his body was exhausted. Ali was lying side by side, holding her lower jaw, watching the sleeping teenager carefully. The girl knew that the teenager had no emotions in her heart, but she always showed extremely rich in front of her. Because she was timid and did not dare to go out, he moved the world to her house. Midway, Aunt Lu was holding a ice drink in his hand and embarked on the terrace. It seemed to be aware of the teenager asleep, and her footsteps suddenly became unattainable, but came to the vine chair like a floating shift. Aunt Lu pointed at the teenager and pointed below. Ali nodded. Aunt Lu bent down and reached out to pick up the teenager. Li Zhanyuan noticed that he opened his eyes and saw Aunt Lu, and he closed his eyes again. He was too tired, slept positively, and didn't want to interrupt. Aunt Lu took the teenager to the second floor, and wanted to settle him into the guest room to continue to sleep. Ali opened her room door and looked at her. Aunt Lu hesitated, but after all, she still put the teenager on Ali's bed. Before leaving, she ordered a sleepy incense. Ali picked up her thin quilt, folded it in a complete fold according to the habit of the teenager in her hometown, and then covered him on the teenager's stomach. Subsequently, the girl sat down by the desk, put a stack of yellow runes in front of it, and raised a brush to dip it in cinnabar gold. Bai Feng dropped in one go. Every time a piece of rune is painted, the girl waves with it, and the painted rune paper flew to the wall on the wall. The girl drew a wall with a wall. When putting down the pen, when it was against the side of the puppet, the brush that lost restrictions and had long been overwhelmed, cracking and dispersing. The girl didn't care, looked up at the 3 runes on the wall. First beckon, a row of rows of paper fell, and fell to the girl's palm. Let's beckon again, the second row fell, and then the third row. Every time, the girl is tied with a rope, and then the 3 reaches are put into the teenager's school bag. After painting so many runes, the girl felt tired. She turned the chair at the table to the bed, sat up, stepped on the bed with her feet, and put her hands on her knees. Everything seemed to return to the past. Like in the east house of Li Sanjiang's house, she was sitting in the house, sitting on a small bench, and fell on the threshold, but now, there is an additional sleeping boy who accompanies her to the sun on the threshold. In the past, what she hated the most was to sleep, because every time she closed her eyes, those things would immediately swarm in front of her and make fun of her, scare and curse. Each one was telling the resentment that was suppressed by an ancestor that year, and vowed to pay back all this pain to repay his children and grandchildren. But behind her, those ancestors who used to suppress these dead and evil spirits in the past were cracked and without movement. She just disregarded her alone and faced a group of groups outside. When she was a child, she saw her grandmother like to speak to the card. She also learned that in a dream, she begged to those tablets, but she responded that she was lonely silent. Later, she knew that her grandmother knew that the tablet she said could not be heard at all. She likes to collect things used by boys, because there is a taste and trace of the boy on it. The collection of the filled box is her confidence and a straw in her sleep. Now, she is tired, she wants to sleep, and then she fell asleep naturally. She returned to the quaint house. It was raining outside. In the rain, terrifying shadows were emerging. She was here, and they knew she was here. The girl stood up. This time, she did not sit on the bench inside the house, but sat on the threshold, half of her body exposed outside the house. She leaned her back against the door frame and looked at the other end of the threshold. In her heart, she imagined him leaning on the other end. Lu Yumei had reminded Li Zuiyuan more than once that it was easy to lose control and have problems if you go to the underworld too frequently, and you would not be able to distinguish between dreams and reality. Everyone has their own characteristics, but the experience of the elders is not without reason. Li Zuiyuan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, seemed to sense something, and his eyelids trembled. Then, in Ali's dream perspective, the boy really appeared, leaning on the threshold, and continued to sleep soundly. Outside, ghosts were crying and wolves were howling. The girl also closed her eyes. For the first time, the girl sitting on the chair had 2 dimples at the corners of her mouth when she fell asleep. Me, where are my eyebrows and eyelashes? Lin Qiyu was extremely surprised when he saw his bald face in the mirror. Eyebrows and eyelashes may seem unimportant, but when you really lose them, your whole face will look very strange. Next to him, Tan Wenbin, who had just finished his sleep, yawned and stretched. "Ayu, are you awake? What's wrong with my face? It still hurts a little." Lin Qiyu touched the back of his head. There was still a round of hair missing at the same height as his eyes. It's the side effect of spirit possession. As a spirit medium, how come I don't know that there is also this side effect of spirit possession? You don't know a lot of things, so you need to read more and learn. Really? Nonsense. Tan Wenbin looked at the clock on the wall of the ward. "Are you hungry?" "I've eaten, but I didn't call you because you were sleeping soundly. It's because I want to stay by your bed and take care of you. Do you know how difficult you are to serve? You kept kicking the quilt and talking in your sleep when you were unconscious. You sleep in a terrible way. Your wife will have to sleep in a separate room from you after you get married." "Sorry, thank you. Why do you need to say these 2 words between you and me?" Tan Wenbin patted Lin Qiyu on the shoulder. "Come on, change the words. Big brother." Ha 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 ha. When Xiao Yuan called him brother, Tan Wenbin felt nothing, just thinking that his own father had given him another name called brother Tan Wenbin Bin. But he really felt happy when this guy called him brother. Lin Qiyu didn't approach Tan Wenbin for Li Zuiyuan. They met during the class military training. Tan Wenbin's lively and cheerful personality made it easy for him to blend in with the class. And Lin Qiyu only showed another side after he put on the face mask, arrogant and confident. On weekdays, he was very introverted and timid. Tan Wenbin saw this in him and was afraid that he would be bullied, so he took the initiative to protect him and wanted to develop another errand boy for his brother Yuanzi. Who knew that he would pick a big bomb at once, and almost sent the team to the sky. "Brother, aren't you going to military training? Isn't it to accompany you? The instructor gave me leave." "Well, then you may not be the monitor. Generally speaking, those who are more active and have a higher sense of presence during military training are likely to be selected as monitors after the training." Tan Wenbin wanted to laugh. Sometimes, he really didn't understand what this guy was thinking. He obviously has such a good ability, but he is willing to call me brother, just so that he can go to and from military training with him and grab the faucet of the sink. Moreover, he is obsessed with the position of squad leader. It feels like an adult who is obsessed with playing housewine. In short, it is really hard to connect this guy in front of me with the white crane boy who lifted runs hung up on the playground that night. "Ayu, I want to ask you something." "Brother, what's the matter?" Tan Wenbin reached out and touched Lin Chiyu's head. After confirming that he didn't have a fever, he asked, "When you were in your hometown, did anyone tell you that you might have some mental problems?" Mental problems? For example, the popular word in the newspaper now, split personality. Do I have it? It seems so. I don't feel it, my family members are the same as me. Tan Wenbin frowned. Is this a family inheritance? No, it's more like an occupational disease. As the name suggests, the spirit descends. Isn't it easy to have split personality? Brother, do you think I'm sick? No, it's okay, it's good, you're cute like this, much better than with the face painting. Don't paint it when you have nothing to do. The sixth sense told me that my brother Yuanzi seemed to be very good at treating this disease, at least he had a lot of experience with it. But brother Yuanzi didn't want to get too close to Lin Qiyu, so Tan Wenbin didn't recommend the famous doctor. The most important thing is, what's the point of curing him? Is it to make him look the same even without the face painting? Look at that night, even though he was so badly injured, he was still arguing with brother Yuanzi while lying on the bed. Now his face is clean and hairless, and he looks much better. At this time, two girls appeared outside the ward. They were Wu Shui and Su Beilu. Hello, senior sister. Tan Wenbin raised his hand to greet him, and then walked out. Lin Qiyu looked at Tan Wenbin chatting and laughing with two senior sisters in the corridor outside the window, and a pure and envious smile appeared on his face. Before he painted his face, he didn't dare to talk to girls, but after he painted his face, he had no interest in girls. After rejecting the invitations from the two seniors to have dinner and visit the amusement park, Tan Wenbin walked back. Brother, are you going to date? Tan Wenbin rolled his eyes at him. Bullshit. He just went to the senior who had woken up yesterday afternoon to get some information according to brother Yuanzi's instructions. From the perspective of the two seniors, they had just experienced a supernatural event and were in a state of panic. Suddenly, a Sunny Junior came to comfort them and revealed his expertise in this area. This good impression was easily aroused. After all, encountering a ghost is much more of a blow to normal people than a broken heart. Besides, no one stipulates that the Prince Charming in fairy tales cannot catch ghosts. However, Tan Wenbin has no interest in dating. The excitement of fishing for a dead body last night has not passed until now. When I go to Runsheng and others for dinner tonight, I can review it again. Then, brother, don't you plan to find a partner in college? No such plan. Somehow, Tan Wenbin's mind popped up Zhou Yunyun, the high school monitor. He thought of the girl who shouted to him that she liked him in the noisy classroom before the college entrance examination. When he thought of this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He never regretted his rejection at the time, and it didn't affect his recollection of the beauty of that moment now. However, after the college entrance examination, he had no direct contact with Zhou Yunyun. Only on the phone with his mother told him that Zhou Yunyun also went to a university in Jinling, which seemed to be Jinling Audit. His biological mother also urged him to find contact information. After all, they were in the same city, so it was convenient to contact each other, and they could go home together during winter and summer vacations. Brother, do you have someone you like? Tan Wenbin pretended to be deep and said, the past can only be recalled. Lin Qiyu nodded and said, so the person you like is dead. Tan Wenbin. The doctor came to check in the afternoon and praised Lin Qiyu's recovery speed. When Tan Wenbin first sent him here, the doctor suggested transferring him to another hospital. After all, with such a serious injury, the school clinic and community hospital might not be able to control the injury. But Tan Wenbin shook his head firmly and said it didn't matter. He was just a calf. Sure enough, Lin Qiyu did not disappoint Tan Wenbin. Although his recovery speed was not as exaggerated as Runsheng, he was not an ordinary person in essence. For the same injury, Tan Wenbin felt that he had to lie down for at least 10 days and a half months before he could get out of bed. People could recover their mobility in 2 days. He even thought about dragging Tan Wenbin to continue military training to facilitate the competition for squad leader. Tan Wenbin was too lazy to argue with him anymore. He handled the discharge procedures for him and helped him back to the dormitory. In the afternoon, everyone in the dormitory went to class. Tan Wenbin saw the red sausage on the small altar, picked it up and took a bite. Lin Qiyu dissuaded him, brother, this is what Senior Liu Yi brought to worship the ancestors. It's okay, I'll eat it too. Liu Yi didn't want to tell his roommates about the ghost in the dormitory, so he made up this excuse. By the way, where are the tools for opening the face? Let me take a look. In my cabinet, the top left cabinet. Tan Wenbin opened the cabinet, which contained a set of brushes and paints. He took them out and asked, is it particular? Different objects have different faces to be painted. So many things, so particular. You have to pay attention to details. But I remember that Xiao Yuan was like this that night. Tan Wenbin stretched out 5 fingers and turned them around his face. He just put red marks on his 5 fingers and painted them casually. Lin Chuyu was speechless for a moment. So, this is actually possible, right? A powerful medium can possess a spirit without opening his face. Lin Chuyu paused, and then said, but he told me that night that he was lying to me and that he didn't possess a spirit. Did he lie to you? He lied to, White Crane Boy. Lin Chuyu's voice became smaller and smaller. White Crane Boy, vertical pupils open, evil spirits appear. What kind of disguise and deception can deceive the vertical pupils of the White Crane Boy? If he didn't lie, the spirit that descended that night might really be General Sunday. That is an existence that Lin Chuyu himself cannot invite down now. But big brother, why did he lie to me and say he didn't get the invitation? Well, my brother Xiao Yuan likes to be low-key. Lin Chuyu nodded. My grandfather also said that in recent decades, the Dragon King of the Lu family has indeed been very low-key, but he is so young, he will go to the river in the future, right? Ah, that's for sure. Tan Wenbin nodded seriously, although he still didn't understand what going to the river meant. Could it be that he would carry a knife and chop all the way from the head of the Yangtze River to the tail of the Yangtze River? If he goes to the Yangtze River in the future, please give me his name card first, and I will definitely persuade my grandfather to bow his head. Hey! Tan Wenbin, who studied water conservancy, asked in confusion, does the Yangtze River pass through your hometown? Well, I don't know the details. My grandfather said that when people who go to the Yangtze River suppress evil spirits to achieve their own merits, they will also involve many causes and effects, and sometimes involve other sects and families. According to the temperament of the Dragon King family, whoever is involved and dares not cooperate and bow his head, he will be beaten until he bows his head, otherwise how can he be called the Dragon King? Fuck, I'm so excited just hearing this. Tan Wenbin fanned his collar, then you have to give me some face when I go to your house next time. I can only persuade him. I have my master above me, and my master has my grandfather above me. Then you have to take the initiative. When you go back during the winter and summer vacations, start to usurp the throne. Just kidding, just kidding. I will persuade him, because he is different from you, big brother. Why do you keep calling him him? Forget what I taught you, respectful titles. Big brother is different from you, brother Bin. Big brother is too cruel. When he leaves Zhang in the future, I'm afraid that if my family doesn't bow their heads, they will be. Tan Wenbin didn't know how to respond to this, because he knew that this was really the style of his own brother Yuanzi. Not to mention the past, what they actually did last night was to cut the grass and eradicate the roots. However, he had to cover up for his elder brother in public. Hey, at least my brother Yuanzi saved your life, and you still say he is cruel. I didn't see that. It was the White Crane Boy. After a short silence, Tan Wenbin stood up. Okay, you have a good rest, there is no rush for military training, at least not tomorrow, I have something to do. What can be more important than running for class monitor? If you mention class monitor in front of me again, I will use your paint pen to draw the envoy of the altar on your face. Walked out of Lu Yi's dormitory and returned to his own dormitory. Brother Xiao Yuan had not returned yet. Tan Wenbin sat down at his desk and took out his professional book to read. When it was almost dark, the dormitory door was pushed open, and Li Zuiyuan came back with a school bag on his back. Brother Xiao Yuan, what have you been busy with? I went to catch up on some sleep. Li Zuiyuan opened his school bag, took out 3 bundles of talisman paper, and handed them to Tan Wenbin. They are the evil-breaking talisman, the sealing talisman, and the heart-clearing talisman. Divide them into 4 equal parts, keep one for yourself, and deliver them to Runzheng, Yin Meng, and the others. Tan Wenbin bent down and took out a few copies of The Righteous Way to Subdue Demons from the book bag at his feet. After quickly flipping through the pages, he found the place where the talismans were recorded. Then, he carefully compared the illustrations in the book, matched his name with the talisman paper pattern, took out the double-sided tape, wrote his name on it, divided it into 4 equal parts, tied it up with a wide strip of paper, and then pasted the double-sided tape with the corresponding name on it. Hey! After doing all this, he got up and left the table. Brother Xiao Yuan, I'm going to deliver the talismans. Do I need to bring you dinner? No, I ate it when I came back. After Tan Wenbin left, Li Zuiyuan did not read the book, but lay on the bed, resting his head on his hands, looking at the ceiling. Tomorrow is the day when Lu Yumei officially moves in, and it is also the day when I start my own business. I feel like after a year of self-study, I can finally enter the school. I am really looking forward to it. P.S. After writing this chapter, I found that the number of words exceeded 20,000. The rule of Kidian is that a chapter cannot exceed 20,000 words, otherwise it cannot be sent out, so I can only post it in 2 chapters, and this chapter ends and the next chapter will follow. Don't panic, hold everyone tight. Chapter 92, continued. Although the initiation ceremony was held at noon, Li Zuiyuan went there early in the morning, followed by Tan Wenbin, Runzheng, and Yin Meng. I wanted to see if I could help with the move, but when I got there, I found that the building was already empty. Grandma Liu's move really meant that she just moved to a new house, and all the furniture and supplies were left here. Anyway, this building was hers, so it didn't matter where they were placed. Li Zuiyuan and others had to go back to school and come to the family area of the old professors. There were townhouses here, but the houses and yards were relatively small. Tan Wenbin went to find out the original location of Engineer Luo's house. When everyone arrived there, they saw a man in the small yard holding a hammer to reinforce the flower stand. Li Zuiyuan shouted, "Uncle Qin, the soy sauce bottle in the kitchen fell over." "Really? Then I have to go and help it up quickly." Uncle Qin nailed the nails, turned around, looked at Li Zuiyuan, and the two smiled at each other. Li Zuiyuan still clearly remembered the scene of himself sitting on Uncle Qin's 28-inch bicycle a year ago. At that time, he was so strong that it was terrifying. Entering the courtyard, you can see the careful design of Luogong. Although the place is not as big as the previous one, it is unique. Lu Yumei can get used to living in the small east room of her grandfather's house, so she can definitely live here. The most important thing is that this is on campus and very close to her dormitory area, so it will be more convenient for her to come here in the future. After entering the house, I found that Ali's room was arranged in a sunny position on the first floor, with a floor-to-ceiling window facing the yard. To enter and exit Ali's room, you don't even have to go through the main door, cross the fence of the small courtyard, walk across the lawn, push open the window, and you can come in. For ordinary people, it may be a little unsafe, but for this family, the least worrying thing is safety. However, the room in this house is small and can only fit one bed, so Ali's drawing table and desk were arranged in the second room on the first floor. As for Lu Yumei and Aunt Lu, their bedrooms can only be arranged upstairs. Aunt Lu saw Runzheng and Binbin coming, and could only slap her forehead. "Oh, it's true, we have to work hard just after moving." The big pot of rice was cooked. Li Zuiyuan finally recalled the taste of his great-grandfather's house. During the meal, Tan Wenbin asked, "Grandma Lu, which restaurant shall we eat at noon?" Lu Yumei pointed at the table in front of her with chopsticks. "Let's eat at home." Tan Wenbin looked up in confusion. "Can we sit down?" "Aren't we sitting down now?" Tan Wenbin understood. "No guests." "What guests? Aren't all the family members here?" "Hehe, I thought you would call some old friends to show your support. You are really used to simplicity now, and your realm is high. Even in the past, the entry ceremony did not invite outsiders, and it would not be a big deal." Lu Yumei looked at Li Zuiyuan, and at the same time took up a handkerchief to wipe the corner of her mouth. After entering the door, "If you can walk out of the river, you will know everything you should know. If you can't walk out, and invite outsiders to watch the ceremony, wouldn't it be a joke for others to talk about? Uncle Qin, who was eating at the table, put down his chopsticks and lowered his head. Li Zuiyuan knew that Uncle Qin had failed to escape from the river, and Grandma Lu blamed her for being too hasty, but Li Zuiyuan was very curious. With Uncle Qin's strength, what could stop him? At the same time, when he passed by Uncle Qin when he entered the yard, Li Zuiyuan also smelled the herbal smell emanating from Uncle Qin, which meant that Uncle Qin came back with injuries, and they were very serious. Lu Yumei glanced at Uncle Qin and said lightly, "Ali, let's eat." Yet. Uncle Qin picked up the chopsticks again. "Xiao Yuan won't let you down. Times are different, and I have let it go a long time ago." After saying this, Lu Yumei, who had just wiped the corners of her mouth, picked up the spoon again and drank a sip of snow pear soup. Some words can be said verbally, and you can deceive others but not yourself. The inheritance of the Qin and Lu family's foundations fell on her shoulders. Saying that she doesn't want to see the glory of the past again is naturally false. But time has taught her tolerance and patience, and she will no longer put pressure on the boy like she did to Qin Li. On the contrary, she is more worried about whether the boy's own pace will be too fast, and she may have to slow down the time he takes to open the altar and walk on the river to avoid being too hard and easy to break. After dinner, there is a period of leisure time, which feels a bit like the New Year. Everyone puts down their work and gathers at home. In the yard, Uncle Qin is patting Runchen's muscles. "Runsheng, you have too much dead meat, and the dead air in your body is too heavy." Too much dead meat refers to only knowing how to use brute force, and dead air is Runchen's physical characteristics. Li Sanjiang said that when Shandai picked up Runsheng, he found that the child survived by eating dirty meat. Therefore, the details of Shandai picking up Runsheng from the river are very questionable. Shandai is a corpse collector. What did he go to the river for? However, Uncle Shan really treated Runsheng as his own grandson. He didn't want to talk about the past anymore. In his heart, he hoped that Runsheng could live like a normal person and not regard himself as an alien. Uncle Qin's evaluation made Runsheng feel ashamed. He looked uneasily at the boy who was sitting shoulder to shoulder with Ali playing chess by the French window. Runsheng knew how much the boy expected of him. Perhaps because he had seen Uncle Qin's strength, the boy always hoped that he could become Uncle Qin in the future, or even surpass Uncle Qin. But now, it seems that he doesn't have this talent. When playing chess, you can be distracted. After all, it's just 3 blind games at the same time. Therefore, Li Zuiyuan heard what Uncle Qin said, but he was not worried at all. If Runsheng really had no talent, Uncle Qin would be too lazy to scold him. The more he belittled him now, the higher his true evaluation in his heart, and he felt that such an excellent seedling should be able to get better development. Uncle Qin began to gradually adjust Runchen's muscle strength in detail and taught him a customized breathing method. From this, we can see the importance of people in the inheritance system. People are the key to the inheritance bond, and written records can only play an auxiliary role. In the kitchen, Aunt Lu was making desserts with Yin Meng. Aunt Lu taught very attentively, and the kitchen was full of whispers, and Yin Meng learned very seriously. Until the first batch of desserts came out, Li Zuiyuan smelled a pungent smell, and those who didn't know would think that someone had lit a mosquito fumigation tablet. Soon, the sound of brushing teeth came from the bathroom on the first floor. It should be Aunt Lu. Even if it is insecticide tablets, she has to taste it. It is not easy to be a master. Yin Meng stood at the door of the kitchen, hunched her shoulders, clenched her hands, like a child who had done something wrong. This is normal. Anyone who almost sent his master away on the first day of learning to cook will be panicked and scared. Li Zuiyuan, Runsheng, and Tan Wenbin have long understood Yin Meng's cooking skills. The more complicated the dishes are in her hands, the more likely they are to become poison. It is no wonder that when she was guarding the coffin shop alone, She only ate boiled noodles with plain water, at most adding soy sauce. She didn't even scrape the hair when stewing pig's trotters, but just stewed it to death. As an authentic Sichuan and Chongqing person, she can only cook plain food for herself at home every day, not because she has a light taste. However, Aunt Lu is much more kind than Uncle Qin. Meng Meng, you have a talent for learning poison. High-end poisons only require simple ingredients. This is a talent that others cannot learn, because if Yin Chongsheng is really the legendary Fengdu Emperor, he really has someone in the underworld. Fengdu, Fengdu. Brother Liang told me that if I want to go to Fengdu again, I have to go early. I just took a quick look at Fengdu last time. Next time, Li Zuiyuan plans to explore its true secrets. The scene of Yin Fuhe being carried away by 4 ghosts after his death is enough to arouse his curiosity. Maybe I can order a larger coffin and let Yin Meng lie in it with me, and then arrange a sleight of hand in advance to pretend to die. In this way, maybe I can go to the place where the Yin family members passed away. Maybe, I can see the Fengdu Emperor there. But the problem is, it's easy to get in, but how can I guarantee that I can get out alive? Tan Wenbin and Lu Yumei were chatting, and Lu Yumei was a little surprised that she was quite happy chatting with this child, and unconsciously made herself talk more. Although Tan Wenbin also lived in Li Sanjiang's house before, the two did not have much interaction. First, Lu Yumei looked down on him, and second, Tan Wenbin himself went out early and came back late to go to school and practice martial arts, so he had no extra time at all. Now, Lu Yumei somewhat understood why Li Sanjiang liked this child so much. People, that's how it is. After being used to high-end food, they will want to try something down to earth. With a child like Xiao Yuan there, it can highlight the preciousness of Zhuang. The clock went to 11 o'clock. Boom! The originally clear sky was covered with dark clouds. Sudden thunderstorms in summer are a normal thing. Tan Wenbin slapped his thigh. Tisk tisk, old lady, look, God really gives face. Lu Yumei glanced at Tan Wenbin and smiled without saying a word. At this time, Li Zuiyuan came over and said to Lu Yumei, "Grandma, the ancestors of the two families reminded us that it is an auspicious time." Lu Yumei pointed at Li Zuiyuan and said to Tan Wenbin, "Did you hear that? This is what our new Dragon King should say." Tan Wenbin smiled bitterly and said, "Grandma, you are making things difficult for me. If I had brother Xiaowen's brain, I would also." For a moment, Tan Wenbin couldn't even imagine what he would be like if he had Xiaowen's brain. Lu Yumei reached out and touched Tan Wenbin's forehead. "What's so difficult about this? A small boat with a small sail naturally has to be humble wherever it goes, but when the Dragon King sits on your boat, you who are standing on the bow and shouting, just remember one thing. Old lady, please teach me quickly. Just pretend to be dead." After saying that, Lu Yumei turned around and waved to A Li who came in with Xiao Yuan, "Come, let's get ready for business." There were no guests, no lanterns, no banquets, and even the room for the ceremony was small. 1/3 of the area was used for ancestral tablets, 2 chairs at the bottom, and a cushion in the middle. There were 3 lamps on the ground in front of the cushion. One was a deep python opening its eyes, one was a golden dragon raising its head, and one was a phoenix perching on a tree. They corresponded to entering the door, walking on the river, and returning to the nest. Only the Dragon King's family dared to have the confidence to place these 3 phase lamps. Other families were not unable to place them, but they were afraid that they could not bear it. Just like other family disciples going out is called wandering instead of walking on the river, the way of heaven has eyes, the rivers and lakes have spirits, the more you boast, the more pressure it will put on you. Li Zuiyuan only needs to light the first lamp today, which means that he has entered the door. When he is ready to walk on the river, he will open the altar and light the second lamp. The second lamp means that walking on the river has begun, and the fate and luck have changed. Some things, even if you don't look for them and just hide at home, will be arranged to come to you. When Aunt Lu introduced him, Li Zuiyuan sounded strangely familiar. Li Zuiyuan also asked in return, whether his family would be implicated when he went to Zhang. Aunt Liu's answer was that since the family's name had to be used when he went to Zhang, the family would inevitably be implicated. No matter whose family, the disciple would be supported for a while when he went to Zhang. After all, the family had a solid foundation and could withstand it. But after sending him out on this journey, the next journey still had to be walked by the person himself. First, whether he could eventually transform into a dragon still depended on himself. Second, the further he went, the more involved he would be, and no matter how big his family was, he would not be able to support it. To put it bluntly, going to Zhang was a gamble for an individual and the family behind him. In essence, it was a small bet for a big win. If he really bet his entire fortune, it would be meaningless. When Aunt Lu introduced big family and big business, Li Zuiyuan subconsciously looked at the tablets on the altar in the room. If Runzheng, Binbin, and Yunmeng hadn't come today, a real family might only need a wooden stool to have breakfast. This is really a big family. However, with Uncle Qin, Aunt Lu, and Lu Yumei here, I can still help in the early stage of my journey, but after the early stage, I'm afraid that my relationship with Lu Yumei will become the same as when I was at my grandfather's house. We can eat and live together, but we can't interfere in normal worldly matters. As for the third lamp, the phoenix tree, those who successfully walk the river don't need to light it, and they only need to light it when they temporarily exit and interrupt. Uncle Qin has already lit it. In this way, it is equivalent to giving up this opportunity. Lu Yumei sat on the left in a green dress, and on her right sat A Li in a red dress. In such an occasion today, Lu Yumei represented the Lu family, and A Li's surname was Qin, representing the Qin family. Even though there was a difference in generations, they still had to sit side by side at this time, which was to accept disciples on behalf of their ancestors. Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu were wearing red and green python training suits, standing on both sides. Aunt Lu should be surnamed Lu, but when she was at Li Sanjiang's house, she had to change her surname to pretend to be a grandparent. In fact, from the dragon and phoenix on the lamp and the pythons they wore, we can see how strong such a family must be in ancient times. The iron-clad Cao gang and the changing courts, from ancient times to the present, there have been countless chaotic situations in the Cao gang. No mistakes, one post, one content, 1/6, 1/9, one book, one bar, take a look. Moreover, families like theirs often pay attention to luck and feng shui, and do not show themselves in front of people, which allows them to pass on for a long time in the shadows. Li Zuiyuan stood in front of the futon. Behind him, Yunmeng, Runzheng and Tan Wenbin all held burning incense. The space was limited, and the three could only stand against the wall. Lu Yumei said, "The conditions are simple, and I am sorry for neglecting you all." Li Zuiyuan, "It doesn't matter how deep the water is, it's magical if there is a dragon." Lu Yumei smiled and nodded. She had the conditions to hold a grand ceremony. She also had an old house in Jinling, but she deliberately chose this place, this cramped place. The smaller the place, the stronger the human touch. Boom! The thunder outside the window became stronger, and lightning flashed one after another. Lu Yumei couldn't help but look out the window. It was a good view today. On the altar were only some expensive woods, so, are you all watching the ceremony from the window? Lu Yumei looked at Aunt Lu, and Aunt Lu said, "Salute." Li Zuiyuan first performed the Lu family salute to Lu Yumei, and Lu Yumei immediately stood up and returned the salute. Immediately afterwards, Li Zuiyuan performed the Qin family salute to A Li. Uncle Qin stepped forward and stood in front of A Li, ready to return the salute on his behalf. But A Li took the initiative to stand up. Uncle Qin could only retreat. A Li returned the greeting to Li Zuiyuan. She knew how to do many things, but she just didn't want to do them, because of people. Aunt Lu laughed in her heart, but in such a serious occasion with thunder rumbling, she could only suppress the corners of her mouth as much as possible. She remembered that in the Ding family in Shancheng, the old lady asked Xiao Yuan to greet Ali on her behalf and took her seat on her behalf. The old lady's mouth was loosened recently, but her body behavior has been honest for a long time. Today, seeing the two children greet each other, then next, it's time to look forward to the next round. This life is really full of expectations. Anyway, she liked to see the picture of the two children together since Li Zuiyuan first walked in front of Ali and took Ali's hand. Every morning before getting up to make breakfast, she would lean against the kitchen door and watch the two children sitting on the terrace reading books and playing chess for a while, and then go to cook after watching them with sweet mouths. After the formal ceremony, the next step is to choose the inheritance. Lu Yumei had made up her mind to let the two children shoulder two tasks, but the necessary procedures had to be followed. Let him choose one first, and then she would persuade him to take on the other one. There was a rumble of thunder outside, and Lu Yumei couldn't help but glare. "Why are you urging them?" Clearing her throat, Lu Yumei asked. "Li Zuiyuan, the Qin family and the Lu family came first, which family do you choose to enter?" Li Zuiyuan looked at Ali and asked, "Did Ali enter the Qin family?" Lu Yumei shook her head and said, "Our Ali has not entered yet. Before entering, they were harassed by those guys so much. When they really enter, I'm afraid that they will harass them even more fiercely." It was for this reason that Lu Yumei had never held an entry ceremony for Ali. Will Ali enter in the future? When Ali recovers from her illness, she will. Which family will Ali enter? Whichever you choose, Ali will marry the other one in the future. Lu Yumei is both the young lady of the Lu family and the young lady of the Qin family, so she has to treat them equally. Li Zuiyuan can choose one and take the other as a CO sponsor, and then let Ali marry the CO sponsor in the future, so that no matter which family, there will be no fault. Li Zuiyuan, have you chosen? I have chosen, I will marry both the Qin and Lu families. Lu Yumei was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect this kid to be so tactful. She was even ready to bargain with him again when he mentioned taking the CO sponsorship again. However, combined with what he said before, after careful thinking, she immediately understood his idea. For a moment, Lu Yumei herself almost couldn't help laughing. This stinky boy is determined to let Ali be his junior sister in the future. What do you think of the inheritance of the Qin and Lu families? As a toy to make little girls happy? Fortunately, the little girl being teased was her granddaughter, otherwise, even if the genius stood in front of her, Lu Yumei would have stood up and killed him. But she was poked in the soft spot, so she couldn't get angry, and she felt it was inappropriate to laugh. Boom! 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 Thunders exploded one after another around. Today, all the TVs, washing machines, and electric lights in this family area were probably broken. With a swish, the switch was not known whether it was broken or tripped. Every house became dark at noon under the dark clouds. Only here, because the candles were lit in advance, it was not affected much. Lu Yumei rolled her eyes at the window. Boo, boo, a bunch of old things, just know how to boo. At this point, Lu Yumei flicked her fingertips, and the Lu family's doorpost flew into Li Zuiyuan's hands. When Lu Yumei wanted to take the Qin family's door card on Ali's side, she saw Ali doing the same action as she had just done. She put her fingertips on the door card and flicked it lightly, and the Qin family's door card also flew into Li Zuiyuan's hands. Li Zuiyuan stacked the two door cards together, knelt on the futon, and placed the door card on the python head of the first lamp. The door card ignited by itself, and the flames fell like mercury. The python lamp was lit, and the python's eyes opened and looked at the boy. In the dark, Li Zuiyuan, who was proficient in fortune-telling, seemed to sense that his fate had changed at this moment. When the door card burned out, Li Zuiyuan knelt straight and kowtowed to the tablet on the altar. Every time he kowtowed, the thunder outside the window roared, as if in response. This scene made Runzheng, Binbin, and Yin Meng, who were standing against the wall at the moment, open their eyes wide. They could tell that Brother Xiao Yuan was not waiting for lightning and thunder to cooperate, but just bowed steadily according to his rhythm. Even if Brother Xiao Yuan was deliberately coordinating with thunder to create momentum, when have you ever seen thunder strike at the same rhythm for 9 consecutive times? The ceremony was over. The thunder stopped. Lu Yumei, pray to the Dragon King. Li Zuiyuan turned around and faced Runzheng, Binbin, and Yin Meng. Then the 4 of them knelt facing each other and kowtowed to each other 3 times. Since Lu Yumei said that she didn't care about the rules of empty ceremony, Li Zuiyuan really followed the process of swearing brotherhood. After the worship of the Dragon King, Runzheng and the other 2 were registered disciples of the Qin and Lu families from that moment on. So many families at the Ding family dinner in Shancheng were passed down in this way a long time ago. Li Zuiyuan turned around and faced Lu Yumei again. There was one last step of exhortation, and the entry ceremony was successfully completed. Lu Yumei said, Li Zuiyuan, since you have entered the Qin and Lu families, you should think about making progress and not let down your family. In the future, you will walk on the river. The golden dragon on the second lamp suddenly raised its head slowly at this time, opened its mouth and spit out flames. The golden dragon raised its head, and the journey on the river began. Lu Yumei widened her eyes, looking in disbelief. Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu were also shocked. They didn't light the lamp, but the wicks burned by themselves. Li Zuiyuan was also surprised, but looking at the burning lamp, he felt relieved. It turned out that he had already started walking on the river. But when did it start? Runzheng and the other 2 were also full of curiosity. They didn't see Xiao Yuan light the lamp just now. The only one who didn't change his expression was A Li, because the boy told her all the secrets. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Lu Yumei's expression was extremely solemn. She originally wanted to wait until the boy grew up and made more preparations before opening the altar, lighting the lamp and walking on the river, but now, the lamp has been lit and the matter is settled. Unless you turn off the light now and light it again, it means giving up and failing to go to the river. Lu Yumei placed her hands on the armrests of the chair, and the solid wood chair in her palms kept breaking like plastic foam. Aunt Lu looked at Li Zuiyuan with great concern. How difficult is it to go to the river at such a young age? Uncle Qin's eyes were not only worried, but also full of memories and expectations. Deeper, there was also a sense of relief. He was the loser of the Qin families going to the river, so he also hoped that someone else would succeed. Li Zuiyuan took the lead in adjusting his mentality, pointed to the light of the golden dragon, and said calmly, "That's great, I don't have to bother looking for it slowly in the future." "That's it." Lu Yumei looked at the boy, Xiao Yuan. Li Zuiyuan nodded. Lu Yumei stood up slowly and said, "With all my sincerity, I announce to the rivers, lakes, and seas. From today on, the Qin and Lu families will send their descendants to go to the river again." Chapter 93. With all sincerity, I declare this to the rivers, lakes, and seas. When Lu Yumei's voice sounded, Li Zuiyuan was still standing in the room, but his consciousness had fallen into a strange trance. In his sight, the lamp with the golden dragon raising its head seemed to come alive all of a sudden. The body of the golden dragon separated from the lamp, twisting first, then circling. The wick was like fire, and its breath was surging. It left the ground, flew in front of him, and then circled around. It was like something was burned, but there was no smell of burning, only wisps of smoke and a faint crisp sound beside his ears. If you have to make a metaphor, it's a gauze. A layer of gauze that covers the feet, covers the road, and hides the fate. The gauze is thin and can transmit light. Just like more than a year ago, Li Zuiyuan first found the set of Jianghu's Higyilu in his grandfather's basement. In this book, Wei Zhendao summarized all the deadfalls he had seen and heard in his life. It is an encyclopedia about deadfalls. This set of books was Li Zuiyuan's enlightenment. Since then, Li Zuiyuan has planned his future path. Go back to high school, choose a university, participate in the mathematical Olympiad, and be admitted in advance. Including the relationship with Luo Gong, it is also to ensure that he can participate in large-scale water conservancy projects in the future. Therefore, the road under his feet is only covered with a layer of light. But some things, even if there is only a little light, there are still undercurrents underneath. He did start walking on the river a long time ago, but he did not understand it, was not straightforward, and was not smooth. The opening of the river walking and Lu Yumei's announcement were equivalent to helping him dispel the last layer of mist. This is a river that is destined to be difficult to walk, full of difficulties and obstacles, and can easily capsize. But it is here. Compared with open-ended subjective questions, teenagers prefer objective questions with limited conditions, no matter how complex and difficult the latter are. Now, the topic is in front of me, just pick up the pen and do it. Without the confusion of the clouds and mist. I just feel relaxed and comfortable. Even the golden dragon flying around me seems a little cute and silly to Li Zuiyuan, like his own little black. In reality, the lamp is still the same lamp, the golden dragon is still hanging on the lamp, and the wick candle light is swaying in its dragon mouth. Most people in the room can't see the strange vision that Li Zuiyuan saw at this time. In the eyes of Runzheng and the other three, Li Zuiyuan seemed to relax. They worshipped the Dragon King and understood the meaning of the second lamp, but it is impossible to say how deep their understanding and experience are. Just now, they felt nervous and uneasy in the reactions of Lu Yumei and others, but when they saw the current state of their brother Xiao Yuan, the three of them felt relieved. No matter how serious the matter is, if you change your perspective and mentality, it can become, oh, it's not a big deal. All other emotions in Uncle Chin's eyes were dispelled, and only emotion remained. Thinking back to when he lit the second lamp, the mistress was still young. Facing the rows of tablets on the altar, facing the responsibility of reviving the Qin and Lu families, he gritted his teeth, his face solemn, and his heart was full of anxiety and fear. But the same scene, coupled with the unexpected opportunity arrangement, fell on the young man in front of him, and it showed a kind of free and easy. This is not a disguise, because in this atmosphere, people who are capable of disguise, do not need to disguise. When you see someone better than yourself, you will suddenly realize that your failure seems to be inevitable. Aunt Liu's perception is more straightforward. She feels that Xiao Yuan seems to have an extra layer of temperament, which makes the already good-looking boy even more beautiful. In this way, the boy and girl are closer in temperament, and when they are together, they look more harmonious. Aunt Lu now urgently needs this little sweetness in her mouth to offset the bitterness that Yin Meng will cook for her next. Lu Yumei looked at Li Zuiyuan and waved gently at the same time. The boy didn't move, because he was still immersed in his own emotions. Uncle Qin walked out. Aunt Lu wanted to take Ali's hand and take her away, but Ali didn't move and continued to look at the boy. She didn't like painting, she only liked to paint Li Zuiyuan. She thought the boy was very handsome now, including the little golden dragon flying around him as the background. Aunt Lu looked at Lu Yumei, and Lu Yumei nodded slightly. The entrance and river walking ceremonies were completed, and then it was the elders' instructions that Ali was sitting in the Qin family today, so she could stay, although she couldn't speak. But Lu Yumei knew that for this brat, a look from her granddaughter was better than 1,000 words. Seeing this, Runzheng and the other two followed him out. Only Lu Yumei, Ali, and Li Zuiyuan were left in the room. Finally, the golden dragon left her body and fell back on the lamp. In reality, the lights went out. In the eyes of normal people, the light of this lamp was strange and went out suddenly. But in Li Zuiyuan's eyes, this lamp had already burned a circle on his body, making him warm now. He couldn't help but turn his head and look out the window. The thunder had stopped, but the wind and rain were still there. At this time, he really wanted to open the window to let some wind and rain in and enjoy the coolness for a while. Squeak! The window was pushed open by a hand, and the wind and rain came in. The cool breeze blew, moistening his face, and Li Zuiyuan woke up completely. At this moment, he realized that everyone else had left. Li Zhanyuan turned, and said with apology to Lu Yumei standing by the window, "I'm walking." Lu Yumei admired the dark clouds outside the window and laughed. "It is a good thing to think about how to swim before Shijiang. This is better than that, it is better than the fierce sun." Li Zhanyuan heard the old lady's intention, but fortunately, Uncle Qin was not here at the moment. "Grandma, there is a problem. Aunt Lu told me before, now, I want to confirm it again." "Explain." "I have an influence on my family after I go to the river. The migration of your surname is to be broken with your home north, the Huqiao is under the name of Li Sanjiang, and you have left with your home in the south. In other words, there is only Li Sanjiang among your narrow family members. Your grandfather's hometown is deeply lucky. As long as he stays in his hometown without moving his nest, he can still eat fragrant and spicy. Even if you want to go back and see, you can always treat him like before. Don't get a big battle such as changing qi and renewal of life, there will be no problems. The old guy is really good. I shared a Huqiao book with you. I also set the deed to leave your legacy early, binding so deeply. When you walk around the river in the future, the merits of the evil spirits in the town will also be divided into his head. People sit at home, and Fuza comes up. The old man is healthy and healthy. It is normal. Li Zhanyuan, what about the general loved ones? A broad-minded relatives refer to your relatives from the north and the south, but we are Qin Lu. It is precisely because you enter the door that you deepen the broken relatives on both sides of the north and south. Then if I go smoothly," Lu Yumei bluntly said, "Qin Lu can get benefits. Ali's illness will be better." "Lu Yumei, isn't Ali's illness always getting better? The condition is still there, but Ali is just overcome and used to it. It will get better." Lu Yumei looked at Ali and continued. "It was all the defeats of the former men, the dirty residue, it was nothing more than the gap, and it came up to bully our orphans and widows. What should I do?" "Don't do whatever you want, you just need to do what you should do, go to your river well. The more powerful you are, the more the two doors of Qin Lu are rejuvenated. Those things that bully the soft and fearlessness will be frightened by yourself." Li Zhanyuan nodded. Then he stopped talking. Fortunately, the wind and rain were mixed, and it didn't seem dull. Lu Yumei asked, "Why don't you continue to say it?" "Li Zhanyuan, I have finished asking because I want to ask." Lu Yumei stretched his fingers to the tablet on the table. "There are 3,000 nails in bad boats, can't you look at it?" "Grandma, I don't mean that. Are you afraid of involving us?" Lu Yumei tied his fingertips, the windows closed, and the room was quiet. Ordinary people go out, and the elders know to prepare for some raps. Today, the two of our Qin Lu have finally been in the two. Walking the river, as a family, should ask him for any more. "Grandmother." "Grandma, I am old, but for a lifetime, it is still consumed. Uncle Qin, you are an elder who is not an instrument, and you can carry things. After changing the new house, it is a little small, can it be covered by the wind and rain? If you can't afford it, you can't get it, you should come back, and ask someone to invite people. As soon as the door is closed, there are not many things that dare to knock in the door. I really want to go out and find which one is, and it is not easy to stand." The tiger was still there, and the two of us were no better than in the past, but because of this, it was even more open. Ali nodded. Li Zhanyuan has seen Lu Yumei's cautiousness in the grandfather's house, so naturally, Lu Yumei just said the weight of these words. "Unless you click the lights again, tell the river to end. Otherwise, if you encounter something outside and hide home, the person who protects himself will be rejected by the luck. Not to mention who to help yourself take the initiative, the side effects brought by this move will only be more severe. If you do it well, you will have a life. It can be said that since the moment the second lamp was burned, the relationship with Liu Yumei and others has become the relationship between his own grandfather and them in the past. You can eat and live together and live normally, but as long as you involve metaphysics, it will cause negative effects. Grandma, you also saw it. Although you are officially admitted today, in fact, this river, I have long been walking dark. I mean, how did I go before, then I continued to go like this. I have my own habits and my own rhythm. The old model is not necessarily the best, but I am the best for me to explore myself. So, we are always as usual? Xiao Yuan, you have your own truth, but I also have your own rules. You can't just talk about your own truth, but ignore your grandma's rules at all. Grandma, I lived in my life, and this is good. You have to hurt me and cough. In this way, when you go to the river successfully, when I meet with those old and immortal stuffs, I am so interested in pretending to be a humble gesture, saying I am just picked up a dragon king. Since Grandma said so, I'll speak up. Speak. You, Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu, continue to teach Zhuang, Runzheng and Yin Meng for a while. What kind of speech is this? I promised you a long time ago, and I promised you twice. The past is the past, and now is the present. The weight of different promises in different periods is completely different. When I didn't leave Zhang, it didn't matter, but now, it has to be involved in cause and effect. Moreover, according to the results of leaving Zhang a long time ago, cause and effect have actually appeared. For example, Uncle Qin came back with a serious injury, and Aunt Lu was almost poisoned to death today. One of them wants to teach Runzheng Kung Fu, and the other wants to teach Yin Meng poison. The old lady doesn't have anything to do, because she only teaches Binbin to chat. If you have to pay a price, then in this world, the most cost-effective thing between giving and receiving is learning. It's better to let Runzheng learn and develop into Uncle Qin than to let Uncle Qin help you fight. It's better to let Yin Meng learn and develop into Aunt Lu than to let Aunt Lu help you treat and poison. Anyway, according to common sense and experience, the waves were not that big when we first crossed the river, and our team still had room for error and development. Liu Yumei asked, "What about you? What about me?" Take a look at the book forum without any mistakes. It is obvious that Liu Yumei also noticed that this backlash has already occurred. But there is no way. The old lady who has always been good at face cannot allow only Ali and A Ting to bleed. She also has to take a handkerchief to catch it, otherwise it will be uncomfortable. Grandma, you decide, help me choose a set of basic books, the more basic the better. Grandma, I can actually bear much more than the two of them. I know, I believe it. Li Zuiyuan looked at the chair where Liu Yumei originally sat. The armrests on both sides had been crushed, and two small piles of fine sawdust were piled up on the ground. This is not something that can be done just by strength. Then you can ask Grandma for something good. Don't be polite. Let Grandma bleed a little. But I just lack the foundation. If the foundation is not solid, you will suffer in the future. This is the truth that school teachers often say. Li Zuiyuan suffered a lot because of this in the past. He is not too short of high-end martial arts now. The most important thing is that he can go back to the basement of his grandfather's house to continue to dig for these high-end martial arts secrets. Grandpa simply regards those ancient books as waste that cannot be sold at a high price, and he doesn't regard them as his own things at all. This means that no matter how many sets of books he takes, there will be no backlash for his grandfather. Liu Yumei closed her eyes, as if she accepted her fate, and said lightly, "Okay." Li Zuiyuan smiled and said, "Grandma, after Runzheng and the others have finished their study for this period of time, our future mode of getting along will return to the same as before. As you say." Liu Yumei waved her hand, indicating to leave quickly. What came to her mind now was the scene of Li Sanjiang sitting in front of a small square stool and counting the university expenses for Li Zuyuan with a pen. Sometimes, it is also a kind of depression to have the conditions and family background but not be able to give. What is more depressing is that Lu Yumei found that she has been sympathizing with Li Sanjiang recently. "Grandma, I'll go first." Li Zuyuan walked towards A Li. The boy didn't like Ali's outfit today very much, because it was too solemn and lacked some innocence and playfulness. Fortunately, this kind of outfit can only be worn a few times in a lifetime. A Li stood up and handed her hand to the boy. The moment the two held hands, Li Zuyuan seemed to hear ghosts crying and wolves howling in his ears. It should be because he entered the Qin and Lu families and obtained his identity recognition, which made the relationship between him and A Li closer in legal terms. This was the first time that Li Zuyuan knew that it was not only in the dark night when she was sleeping, but even in the daytime when she was awake, those things were still haunting her. No wonder the girl only liked to sit on the bench and look straight ahead. She was doing her best to block out the interference around her. This kind of intimidation, threat, and curse, it doesn't distinguish between day and night. Like a maggot on the tarsal bone, it is always there. Ali seemed to have noticed something. Her eyes were slightly closed, wanting to cut off this connection so that the boy would not be affected. But Li Zuyuan held her hand, but exerted a little force, then his eyes were fixed, and he went straight to the shadow. The girl raised her head and looked at the boy, who gently raised her hand. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't tell me that even when you were playing chess, eating and painting with me, you were still in this scene." The girl didn't speak. The boy took her hand and walked out. He pushed open the door, and outside the door was a corridor, outside the door was a bloody muddy swamp. They went down the stairs, which were covered with mats, soft and non-slip. The stairs were made of piles of bones, and countless hands stretched out from inside, trying to grab their ankles. They came to the first floor, where Aunt Lu had already placed lunch dishes on the dining table. The dining table was a big pot, in which a huge tumor was cooking. The tumor had eyes, hands, and legs, and it floated up and down in the pot, and from its mouth, which seemed particularly small compared to its body, it kept uttering dirty curse words that were hard to hear. They came to the door of the house. Outside the door, this 3-story small couplet opened the door. Stormy outside, they came to the threshold of a simple bungalow, and outside the threshold, it was a piece of the film. All kinds of weird horror exists, all of which look at this side, making a miserable smile. Li Zhanyuan is sick. Li Lan said that their mother and son were wearing a monster in human skin, because their natural physiology would annihilate emotions, and even the closest people around them were regarded as a lower-level presence of stupid and disgusting. Even if you look at people, how can there be any good view when you look at these things that are not even people? In other words, when he was 10 years old, how could you be in your bones? How can you be in his bones? The teenager took the girl's hand and walked out of the door. The boy held the girl's hand and crossed the threshold. Li Zhanyuan faced the wind of the surrounding wind. "If you can't be printed, I will find you in the future, break your seal, and send you on the road. If the suppression has not been worn out, I will go to the suppressive land to repair and improve the formation method, watching you be broken. I am still dying, but I am still enjoying which incense is worshipped. Who worships you? Who I let the family blood out of the door. Don't think I'm threatening in an empty mouth. Do not believe in each other to take a look at each other. Who is it? Not like humans. Speaking. Rainbow soldiers. Nympho." Lu Yumei stood by the window, watching the sun gradually clear the sky through the clouds. "After so long of tears, I still wet my eyes after all." But she still supported it, and she didn't let the tears dripping down. Because she knew that in this world, no one really cared about her crying. Before she left, when she was Miss Liu's, she lost a tears casually. "Get yourself a broken nose. They are all gone. Just leave yourself alone." She knew that the people in the river were still afraid of her, but the terrible thing was not the former Dragon King Lu or Dragon King Qin. Even if you are full of guests on the surface, the rituals should be worshipped and kneeling, but in your heart, it is estimated that it has been slandered long ago. She is an old lady of the candle. She has a plaque of the two Dragon Kings, just to support the decentness that she can't bear to throw off. The plaque, the more majestic is the more brighter. The plaque must be splashed with blood to wipe old blood with new blood. It doesn't matter if you don't care about it. Kneel down and look up again. What I want to see is the fear and panic in your eyes. Ms. Liu's big Miss Liu family, since she was born, I don't know what the word grievances mean. But in the past few decades, you have made me swallowed so much. Come and see. I gave you this great gift. This rivers and lakes. It's time to roll the blood and let Miss Ben solve the air. Nympho. The rain stopped. The wife of the old professor next door was scolding the thief's god and splitting her TV. This year, the TV is a big and expensive, and she also shouted the model of the TV, still a color TV. Scolding and scolding, the old woman shouted again. Why don't you go to death that Shi Yuking? Shi Yuking was a female student taught by an old professor when she was young. She just got married this year. On Li Zhanyuan, everyone sat in the morning after lunch. What did they continue in the afternoon? A Li painted in the study room. She first drew the layout of the ceremony room, and painted everyone else present. She wants the last young man, which is very much like her peers when she eats cakes. She finishes the bread first, and the last bite is left to the cream that cherishes. Li Zhanyuan watched her beside him, and he went out to pour tea. On weekdays, Aunt Lu will bring the tea intimately, but now Aunt Lu couldn't do this. In the afternoon, she just taught Yin Meng to make another dish, and directly made the whole floor of it. In the end, Lu Yumei scolded people and sent them to the house where they lived outside the school, so that they went there to teach there. Li Zhanyuan found that Aunt Liu's teaching methods were very taught according to their aptitude. She actually fused the principles of poisonous surgery into the experience of cooking, and taught Yin Meng by cooking. This teaching efficiency will definitely be amazing. But it also made Li Zhanyuan secretly remember that Runzheng had to be reminded. In the future, don't let Yin Meng approach everyone's kitchen. As for Runzheng, he is very painful now. Uncle Qin taught him a set of boxing, Run Sheng was practicing. In the room, Li Zhanyuan could hear the bone and muscle tear sound from Run Shen's boxing. When the teenager came to the house with a water bottle, he saw that Runzheng was not only bleeding, but also the sweat beads were mixed with blood beads and spread all over the body. Continue to practice. After Uncle Qin was in order, he took the initiative to go to Li Zhanyuan and explained. I'm correcting his previous mistakes and refound the foundation. Li Zhanyuan knew that Uncle Qin had misunderstood. He might feel that this method of training made him feel a little cruel, and sympathized with the situation of Runzheng. In fact, Li Zhanyuan is not only sympathetic, but appreciates this intuitive training effect. Uncle Qin pointed at Runzheng. When I was at Uncle Li's house, I saw that this kid was extraordinary, but unfortunately, at that time, I couldn't even teach you more. Uncle Qin, can I ask you something? Xiao Yuan, you want to ask me why I failed to go to Zhang, right? Yes. When the time comes, I will tell you. I am not hypocritical, but I am counting on you to avenge those guys for me. No, Uncle Qin, you misunderstood, I am too lazy to avenge you. Li Zhuiyuan pointed at Run, you still count on him. Okay, I know, I will give him practice to death. Please support me with your monthly votes. Yesterday I wrote nearly 22,000 words, which successfully broke my work and rest schedule. Sometimes it's not that I don't want to update chapters with 10,000 words each as before, but my writing speed is relatively slow, and when I encounter a state loss or a difficult plot, I often don't have enough time to write. But I have to update before midnight and can't show that it's broken every day, otherwise it will be unfavorable for the website to recommend. In fact, if you look at the previous chapters, they are basically updated 1 minute or 2 minutes before midnight. It's not that I set a timed release, but I really sat there and wrote from the afternoon to that point. I tried to write as much as possible, and then finished according to the time left. I often designed the last sentence while staring at the clock in the lower right corner of the computer. So, on the issue of update time, I can only ask for your forgiveness, which made everyone stay up late. It's a new month, and the monthly tickets in everyone's account have also been refreshed. Xiaolong is here to ask for monthly tickets from everyone. I will continue to write, and there is still one chapter, but don't wait, read it in the morning. Ask for monthly tickets. Chapter 94. Uncle Qin said so and did so. He walked under the flower stand, picked up the tool basket placed there, took out a hammer from it, then reached out and picked up a handful of nails from the bottom. Each nail was as long as a chopstick, and the nail cap was as thick as a thumb, covered with rust. This is a coffin nail. Uncle Qin grabbed the coffin nail with one hand and shook his wrist. All the rust fell off, but the color inside was a dark black with varying degrees of coverage. This is not the original color of the nail, but the corpse gas that has been infiltrated for many years. Even if he didn't go to the underworld, Li Zuiyuan seemed to be able to see the black mist emanating from these nails. This means that they were pulled out of the coffin of a great evil creature not long ago. At this moment, Li Zuiyuan suddenly realized that his previous reminder was a bit redundant. Because he vaguely guessed what Uncle Qin was going to do next, and Uncle Qin's training method was much more radical and terrifying than he imagined. Training to death is not the extreme. The higher level is to train to the point where life is worse than death. No wonder Uncle Qin came to explain to me when I passed by earlier. He wanted to shut me up in advance. In fact, Li Zuiyuan should go back to the house now, read his books or accompany A Li to paint. In short, it is best not to stay here any longer. It is not because the scene is cruel, but it may cause a tear in the bond between each other. But Li Zuiyuan did not leave. He still stood there. Runzheng had just finished another set of punches. He spat out a mouthful of blood foam on the ground, wiped the blood from his nose with the back of his hand, and then turned his head and smiled at Li Zuiyuan. When Uncle Qin walked in front of him with a hammer and coffin nails, the smile on his face froze for a short time. But soon, Runzheng waved to Li Zuiyuan and said, "Xiao Yuan, go inside. It's dirty outside." Obviously, Uncle Qin had mentioned this method to Runzheng a long time ago, and Runzheng himself agreed. This undoubtedly helped Li Zuiyuan eliminate the possibility of causing a rift in their relationship in advance. However, Li Zuiyuan did not leave, but sat down on the steps. Runzheng raised his hand again, wanting to urge Xiao Yuan to go in again, but seeing that Xiao Yuan had already sat down, he said nothing more. He stood up straight. Uncle Qin aimed a coffin nail at Runzheng's right shoulder and hit it with the hammer. Pa! The sound was very slight, but the speed was very fast. The coffin nail went in at once, leaving only a round nail cap on Runzheng's shoulder, and it was attached to his skin. It looked like a dark round sticker was pasted. Runzheng gritted his teeth, panted, and stared. No wonder Uncle Qin was holding a hammer to nail the flower stand when he came this morning. He was actually practicing with it. Then, on the other shoulder. Pa! The second coffin nail was nailed in. Runzheng's body swayed, but he insisted on keeping steady. The veins on his neck were exposed, and his eyes seemed to be about to burst. However, because Xiao Yuan was sitting in front of him, he forced a smile on his face, no matter how ugly it was. Li Zuiyuan stood up, turned around and walked into Ali's house, and then pulled up the curtains. Ali, who was painting, turned around and saw the boy sitting on a chair next to the French window. The boy lowered his head and looked at his own hands. He had good hearing, even if the window was closed and the curtains were separated, every slight pop outside could fall into his ears. Whenever this sound sounded, the boy's fingertips trembled unconsciously. Ali did not disturb the boy, but turned around and continued to paint her own painting. She knew that the boy needed to be alone at this time to digest some things. This was good news, because he had emotions to digest, but unfortunately, it was not a good emotion. After Li Zuyuan entered the house, Runzheng could finally stop covering up and showed a painful and hideous face. Uncle Qin's movements were always very quick, and he hammered it in one go every time. He didn't give Runzheng any time to react to the penetration of his flesh and blood, leaving him with a deeper and more intense aftertaste of pain. Gradually, Uncle Qin had hammered a total of 15 nails into Runzheng's shoulders, arms, palms, legs, heels, and other places. When the 16th nail was driven in, Uncle Qin reached out and patted Runzheng's back. "It's done." This light pat made Runzheng stagger forward continuously. When he couldn't control his body and wanted to kneel down, Uncle Qin's voice sounded again. "Do you want to kneel down and admit defeat?" Runzheng took a deep breath, and with great willpower, he resisted the tendency to kneel down and regained his balance. Uncle Qin swung the hammer and it fell steadily back into the basket. "My Qin family's body training is to accumulate strength in the body, use oneself as a cage, seek the power of the dragon, and live forever. Remember, this breath is not only for you to use when you take action, but from now on, you have to keep it for me. Remember, remember. Continue practicing." "Yes, Master." Runzheng stood up and punched again. This time, he punched very slowly, because every time he moved, the 16 coffin nails in his body would collectively send out strong pains of scraping bones and breaking tendons. These are actually secondary. The main thing is that the corpse gas in the coffin nails is constantly invading his limbs and bones, and repelling the breath in his body. This feeling is like being burned all over the body. Uncle Qin stood with his arms folded, and after watching for a while, he asked, "Didn't you be full at noon?" "Eat, full. What are you rubbing?" Runzheng accelerated the rhythm, and then only felt that his consciousness was stimulated by this strong pain. But at this moment, Uncle Qin had a tip of his toes, and a stone on the pebble road under his feet was kicked out, hitting the back of Runzheng. Runzheng's consciousness is instantly clear, and the result of clearness is that the terrible pain becomes clear again. In this way, Runzheng has been practicing, and every time he will fall into fainting, but every time he will be awakened by Uncle Qin. Practicing, soon, a large gap appeared on the pebble road under Uncle Qin's feet. "Where is this training? This is simply the top torture." Uncle Qin had previously said that it really meant literally to reintegrate Runzheng. At dusk, Aunt Lu returned from that house, and she was going back to make dinner. When she entered the courtyard, she glanced at Runzheng, who was practicing boxing. Immediately, she had an incredible consultation with Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin nodded. Aunt Liu's lips trembled slightly, exuding a very small sound. She just wanted to let Qin Shu hear it, but the ear power in the room was really good and heard it. "You're crazy, you actually laid him a lock pillar, don't you be afraid to kill him." Uncle Qin's lips trembled slightly. "This kid is special and can't die. Xiao Yuan knows." Xiao Yuan saw it. At this time, Uncle Qin's toes mentioned again, a cobblestone flew out, and once again hit the head of Runzheng, wake up the crumbling Runzheng and continue to punch. "Ali, you are in the relationship between Li Jianlong's house." It was Runzheng who said to me himself, "He was stupid, is there any way to take effect in the short term?" I said this, he agreed. He said he wanted to be strong as soon as possible to protect Xiao Yuan. "Do you think this method can be forced by me? Can you be done by waking up?" The main, still relying on his own perseverance and belief. "Ali, next time, you should discuss with Xiao Yuan in advance." The main mother was on the face of Xiao Yuan, and did not go to care about the old ritual. With the current identity of Xiao Yuan and the relationship between him and A Li, according to the old gift, when we saw Xiao Yuan, we had to kneel. A Ting, you haven't walked through the river. You don't know. Most of the time, the third lamp coming back to the third light to announce the end of the river is a luxury. Walking the river will really die. You should go and talk to Xiao Yuan later. I will. By the way, why didn't the girl you bring? I taught her to make a Westlake vinegar. There were 12 poisons. I took a bite and she ate it. Now she is lying in that house, and a dozen colors of the whole body skin are flipping. I plan to let her fully experience the feeling of these toxins in the body. After I have dinner, I will go back to the house to wake her up and teach her to detoxify the steps. Do you do this? Did you talk to Xiao Yuan in advance? No. Then you are here to warn me. I'm fine, the relationship between the girl and Xiao Yuan is not so close to Xiao Yuan. Unfortunately, the two of us are rare now, and there is no way to give you room. Oh, you are less. Aunt Lu walked into the house, and she cut some fruits to Ali room. At this time, Li Zhanyuan didn't sit on that chair, but stood by Ali and looked at Ali's painting. Aunt Lu put down the fruit plate, then leaned against the door frame, and looked at the pair of golden boy and jade girl. After she finally felt the sweetness in her mouth, she was sure that her taste finally recovered after she ate the girl's Westlake vinegar fish. Then I left the study and went to the kitchen to cook. Uncle Qin came, but as a male ding, he couldn't push the door directly like Aunt Lu. As soon as he knocked on the door was opened from the inside. Uncle Qin. Xiao Yuan, about Run's Hung. Li Zhanyuan smiled, I believe in Uncle Qin, you also believe in the talent and perseverance of Run's Hung. Then it's okay. Uncle Qin turned and left. He did not go back directly to the yard, but walked into the kitchen. Aunt Lu was cutting the vegetables, looked back at him, and asked, are you talking to Xiao Yuan? So fast. Xiao Yuan expressed understanding and support. Said, Uncle Qin stretched his fingers to point Ali's study, and pointed at his ears. Aunt Lu seemed to think of something, and pointed to Ali's study, and then picked up the kitchen knife to cover her eyes. Uncle Qin said, didn't you tell me? Xiao Yuan Xin realized a layer of Qin's viewing method, what about the new book? Xiao Yuan gave the new artistic conception of the Qin Lu family to the main mother, but the main mother now has not even had time to translate. If you feel that you can understand the word of that kind of ghost painting, I can try the set of Qin's Guanya to try it. That's forgotten. Have you forgotten that before? I have never been able to read the book, so I was hungry for 10 days. Come on, do you secretly send you the master of you to be the master? I don't know. I still wait for the master's translation, and then go to the vernacular comment version. By the way, why don't you tell Xiao Yuan about your past experience? I failed. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1. 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Isn't the experience of failure more important? Thousands of people and thousands of noodles. Everyone's situation facing the river is different. I went to talk about me, which will only affect him. Besides, I believe that Xiao Yuan has a lot of heart. Uncle Qin picked up a jujube on the table and took a bite. When he walked out of the kitchen and came to the yard, he threw the jujube core in his hand and hit the back of Run Shang again, and helped Run's Hung pull back from the edge of the fainting again. We don't have much time. You have to get used to it quickly, even if you pull them out in the future, you have to feel that they are still there. Unfortunately, you can't understand it. Learning Qin's watching method is too slow, but you are lucky that your body can withstand this stupid method, but you can learn the fastest. This training continued to the sound of the sound. Eat dinner. Tan Wenbin went downstairs and sat on the dining table. He saw Runshen's face and was startled. When Runzhung was penetrated by the steel hole in the wall last time, his face was not so pale. Run Sheng put a large basin in front of him, and Tan Wenbin was in front of him. After the incense in the pot was burned, Runzhung picked up the spoon, slowly scooped out the food, and then sent it into his mouth. Only when he chewed food, he would have a gentle expression on his face. Lu Yumei picked up the rice bowl herself and said nothing. Tan Wenbin asked, "Where is Yin Meng?" Aunt Lu explained, "She tried and eaten." After dinner, Runzhung stepped back to the courtyard step by step and started to practice boxing again. Li Zhanyuan stood next to him for a while, and did not know if it was because of this reason. He even said that Yu Li took the cool breath and said, "When I learned it, when I first hit the official, he could mention him, he. Runzhung will stay here tonight to continue practicing." Li Zhanyuan and Tan Wenbin walked out of the yard and did not return to the dormitory first, but went to the house where Lu Yumei originally lived. Pushing in the door, in the living room, Yin Meng was lying on the mat, and her body seemed to be splashed with paint. This shape seems to wrap the corpse with a mat and lose the burial post. She was still unconscious, and she couldn't hear it. Li Zhanyuan just looked at it and came out. On the way back to the bedroom, Tan Wenbin whispered, "Xiao Yuan, the round of Runshen's body, is it sticker or? It's a coffin nail." Hiss. When he came to the dormitory floor, Tan Wenbin pushed Lu Yi's door and came in alone. Lin Chiyu was lying on the bed to eat Lu Yi's noodles packed back from the cafeteria with plastic bags. Half-red intestines were placed in the plastic bag. Seeing that Tan Wenbin came, he looked up and shouted, "Big brother!" Tan Wenbin nodded to Lin Chiyu, then grabbed Lu Yi's shoulder and said, "Aren't you going to make money part-time jobs?" In this way, the affordable store opposite our dormitory was opened. Now there is a tube account. You will not be tutoring. If you have time, go there and pay it. If you pay a price, you will only earn higher than you do tutoring. Buddy, how are you so embarrassed? I can't take advantage of you. I can stay part-time in school and ensure that my salary can be guaranteed. This must be much better than going to school outside the school to give people reschooling. It's okay, you will be your ancestors. What? Go to the store with me now. I will explain to those students who do part-time jobs, and take you to familiarize themselves about the situation in the store. I am. Do it or not, it's refreshing. Since you believe in me, then I will do it. Be sure to trust you. A person who is afraid that the fellow ghosts will not be full and persist in taking the food of their food every day to be a supplier. Naturally, the character is fine. In the middle of the night, Li Zhanyuan lay on the bed, opened his eyes, thinking about the problem. Tan Wenbin on the bed next door turned over and over, and he was insomnia. Bin Bin felt that he had worked very hard, and he was always spurring himself. From the time when he just lived in Uncle Li's house, he really didn't relax much. But today, he feels a kind of despair and frustration. It is because they have seen them with their own eyes, and they are better than you who are better than you, and they are even more hard to play than you, and they are the kind of playful way of playing. Well. Tan Wenbin turned again, facing Yuanzi's bed, and when he saw that Yuanzi did not sleep, he couldn't help feeling. Xiao Yuan, they are like this, so how can I live as an ordinary person? Bin, aren't you trying to study hard? It's okay not to mention this. When I mentioned this Tan Wenbin, I can't hold my mouth. He is indeed studying. But the strong learning is how to better strong momentum in various environments. However, there is one to say that chatting with the old lady can indeed understand a lot of things, especially the posture of some tone and superiors. He felt that even if he did not do anything else in the future, he could do a well-known corpse in the traditional South Pi MLM. Li Zhanyuan sat up from the bed. Xiao Yuan, what's wrong with you? I am still left in myself. Brother Bin, go to investigate what girls have died in our dormitory building before? The more detailed the information, the better. Okay, I know. By the way, let me ask Uncle Tan if there is any new progress in the Chu Min Min case 7 years ago. Understood. What Li Zuiyuan just calculated was the cause and effect that he was still involved in. He could ignore the things in his hometown. After coming to university, there were only these two things left. Because it is very likely that these two things will continue to cause new waves for him. As for the evil book, the father and son of the Mao family are dead, and the evil book has been wrapped up by himself. In theory, it has cut off its contact channels with the outside world. Although it is very evil, it will not involve any cause and effect. Although Lin Chiyu theoretically also has the risk of being involved in things, his current role is still more positive, so he can continue to keep it. This is the law of walking on the river that Li Zuiyuan summarized based on past experience and combined with Wei Zhendao's righteousness. However, if the rhythm and wind and wave value in the early stage are certain, can he turn passivity into initiative? For example, if he can solve the wind and waves of a period or a stage in advance and consume its energy, does it mean that he can rest for a while? It would be nice if I could find a chance to experiment. Li Zuiyuan lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. Brother Binbin, good night. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. After receiving the task, Tan Wenbin felt more at ease and sleepy. Good night, Dragon King. Li Zuiyuan woke up before dawn the next day. Because it was too early, he didn't intend to wake up Tan Wenbin, but Tan Wenbin was particularly sensitive today. The slightest movement made him open his eyes, and then he got up with a drowsy face. Brother Binbin, it's still early. Neither the police station nor the archives room are open yet. You can sleep a little longer. I can go talk to my dad first. Alas, they are both working hard, one is pricking his buttocks and the other is tasting all kinds of herbs. How can I sleep? After washing up, the two separated at the door of the dormitory building. Ali lives on campus, and the distance is very close. They will arrive in a while. As soon as the boy opened the gate, he heard the sound of the French window on the first floor being opened. Ali, wearing a blue satin pajamas, stood barefoot by the window. Li Zuiyuan walked to the window, took off his shoes and walked into the house. Next time I come in the morning, even if you hear it, you can pretend to sleep for a while, okay? Just like when you entered my room at my grandfather's house and waited for me to wake up, I want to experience it too. Ali nodded. Li Zuiyuan grabbed Ali's hand, feeling nothing. Ali tilted her head and looked at him. Li Zuiyuan said, release the ban. I don't believe that none of them came back after yesterday. Ali lowered her head. The reason she hadn't told the boy that she could see them during the day was that she didn't want the boy to be affected by knowing how dirty and ugly she saw them from her perspective when she played with her during the day. Li Zuiyuan lowered his head and used his sight to find the girl's eyes. Ali, be good and listen. Ali raised her head, and Li Zuiyuan heard the voice again in his ears, but it was not as noisy as yesterday. The boy was not happy about it, but his eyes became gloomy. Because they came again after all. The weak, no matter how strong the warning is, it is still short-lived and limited. In this world, the competition is not about who has the loudest voice, but who has the harder fist. Pa! Li Zuiyuan snapped his fingers and walked in the dark. He came to the bungalow, with Ali standing beside him, and the cracked ancestral tablets of Qin and Lu behind him. There were still many ghosts outside the threshold in front of him. But this time they were a little further away than before. Only one guy wearing a white robe, stilts, and a tall hat, with a face that was as thick as white greasy that made it difficult to tell whether he was a man or a woman, stood in front of the threshold with two white lanterns in his hands. As if he had noticed the boy's gaze, this guy not only did not retreat, but gave a sinister smile. He also deliberately shook the two lanterns in his hand. One lantern read, killing parents. One lantern read, being a prostitute. Li Zuiyuan first looked at the guy carefully from top to bottom, remembering every detail of its image. Then, the young man showed it a warm and gentle smile. Congratulations! You are the first one. Everyone is so awesome. They directly made our corpse retriever the first on the monthly ticket list, and some people even asked me to vote. To be honest, our average subscription is not high. I also said in remarks on listing that I can't write a hit work, but every time it ranks on the list, it is quite good. Maybe it's because, although we are few in number, we are all elite. Well, then, I will ask for more monthly tickets so that we can stay on the list for a while longer. Hug you all. Chapter 95. Oh, Early, Uncle, this is for you. Auntie, you are so good today, this is yours. Sister, your ring is so beautiful, the object is given. Hey, I know at a glance, when will the wedding be held? Remember to call me, I let my old Tan give me a gift. Tan Yunlong had been holding his feet on the office chair on the desk and was holding his child, and a familiar sound appeared in his ears asleep. Opening his eyes, he saw that his son was naturally chatting with colleagues in the office while chatting with breakfast. Tan Yunlong has always been very clear about his son's character and carelessness, but the feeling he showed at this moment makes him feel strange. Seemingly enthusiastic, in fact, with an alienation that does not make people disgusted, the reaction of colleagues is also very interesting. It is not as casual as in the face of other colleagues' children. Instead, they have a little reserved. In this atmosphere, I don't know which leader in the bureau has dedicated to the people. The most important thing is that this kid is the first new unit today. Come, Dad, this is both of us. Tan Yunlong put his feet. Tan Wenbin picked up the towels on the shelf, patted it at the desk, and put the bunchaos and soy milk. I said, Dad, why didn't you sleep in the dormitory? It hurts me to go to your dormitory in the morning and find you to throw it out. I almost suspected that you were letting you go while my mother was not here. If you can't speak, you close your mouth. Tan Yunlong picked up a bun and took a bite. He just returned to the dormitory to take a bath and changed his clothes for a while. He didn't sleep much. He basically passed in the office in this way. Dad, hasn't the job in my mother's job? When come to Jinling, it doesn't work without looking at you. Look at you now. Besides, your mother came here, and life is unfamiliar. It's okay to do it. I don't have much time to accompany her. Is it a problem with the house? How much money do you have? More salary than you. Tan Yunlong glanced at him and didn't say anything. He knew that his wife and the elderly on both sides gave their son money, and the kid had never proposed it at all. Come here in the morning, is Xiao Yuan. Tan Wenbin cleared his throat, held up a fritter with both hands, and said sincerely, Feng Tian carried the Dragon King. See Tan Yunlong still eating buns there. Tan Wenbin deliberately said, bold, do not kneel down to pick up the purpose. Tan Yunlong touched his hand and buckled his belt. Dad, son, ask for you. Nympho. It turned out that the dormitory I lived in the past few years was still a female bed. I said that the location of the urine in the public toilet in the floor was so strange that it was built back. While Tan Wenbin quickly rolled the dossier, he took his note on his book while taking his pen. There was no way. Who told him that he could not remember the pages without Yuanzi? 5 years ago, the dormitory building was still a girl dormitory. Later, the school was changed to a male sleeping. From the 5 years ago to 5 years ago, the girls in the dormitory building were worthy of two. Pay attention to the case. One was Tang Chuying's missing case. One is Qian Maisha's suicide incident. Tang Chuying was disappeared during the school. At that time, the school police and his family members were looking for many parties. Qian Maisha committed suicide in pesticides in the dormitory, leaving a suicide note, involving emotional problems. Tan Wenbin knocked on Tang Chuying's photos. If the high-heeled shoe female ghost is really between the two, then the probability is Tang Chuiying. Because Xiao Yuan said that the corpse of the female ghost of high heels should be buried near the dormitory building and became a kind of fetters, which limited the scope of their activities. And the suicide Jian Maishu, her body must be converged. Unfortunately, when Yuanzi brother Yuanzi interrogated the female ghost of the high-heeled shoes that night, he did not see the true appearance of the female ghost, otherwise it would be able to compare it based on the photos on the file. Because they were once college students, they had their documents in the dossier. Dad, let me take these 2 copies first. Remember to come back in time. So good to speak. I'm for solving the case. Tan Yunlong paused, adding, if Xiao Yuan really has a clue, you remember reminding Xiao Yuan and notifying the police in time. Understand, this is of course. Tan Wenbin leaned his head and swept the desktop again, and asked, what about Chu Minmin's progress? Tan Yunlong handed a bag to Tan Wenbin, this is the progress I have recently surveyed. If you have not archived, you take it back to Xiao Yuan. Yo, Lao Tan, you can really go to the way. In the future, I will invite the Dragon King and name your crab. Oh, what are you? Of course I am a turtle prime minister. Tan Yunlong took a deep breath. Hey! When Tan Wenbin put the dossier into his bag, he looked at the other dumplings next to him. He subconsciously reached out and rolled up, just to see a photo inside. The photo was taken with a water tank with a person standing in the water tank. This person was a little tall. After looking at it, it was found that it was stepping on the stilts, but because of the obstruction of the water on the surface, the stilts were not so obvious. This man was wearing a white coat, a high hat, a white face, and a white lantern with both hands. A cup reads, the prefecture. A cup read, connect. Tan Yunlong noticed his son's movement and said, that is the dossier that others just sorted out, and have nothing to do with the 2 cases you are looking for. Dad, is this person playing by winter? This is not a human. Tan Yunlong stood up. These dumplings were found by him to help the colleague, so how much knows some of them, the photo is taken on the water tires on the water tank. Isn't it that the mud bodhisattva is difficult to protect the river itself? Why do you ask me this kind of question? If you say this, I don't ask who you can ask you, there are no other people in this file room. Then, Tan Wenbin also deliberately looked around for 2 laps, and he whispered, hey, there are still people and people is it? The dossier paper in front of him was suddenly blown up. Tan Wenbin immediately widened his eyes. The door of the archives was closed. The window was only the glass patio that could not be opened at all at the corner. Where did the wind come from? After entering this line, he was extremely sensitive to this kind of windlessness. Brother Yuanzi said that some evil spirits will show their sense of existence through common forms in daily life. Could it be, there are really evil spirits here? Mom, what evil dare to live in the police station? Tan Wenbin worked hard to convince himself that he was a bit too sensitive. Tan Yunlong noticed his son's abnormalities and asked, what's wrong? No, nothing, I didn't sleep last night, I was a little dazed. Dad, what did you just say? Tan Yunlong once again pointed to that photo, shouldn't this kind of thing be more professional than me? Dad, this is just like sending you to the technical analysis of the physical evidence and forensic anatomy. What about Xiao Yuan? My little Yuan is definitely different. Then why can't you be like Xiao Yuan? Dad, stop, I think if this problem continues to discuss, it is easy to hurt our strong father and son feelings. In order to divert the topic, Tan Wenbin looked at the photo again. Dad, this muddy tire is like white impermanence. No, this is not by winter according to the criminal suspect's population, they call it mother-in-law. Is it a woman? Well, the suspect knew that he was doing a good thing. He was worried that he was put on an oil pan after his death. Free punishment. However, there are not many worshipping this. It is not spread, and only a small number of criminals are available. At present, it is investigating based on the sales clues provided by the statue master. What sin is committed? Children. Nympho. In the study, it was not girls, but teenagers who stood in front of the table today. In terms of painting, Li Zhanyuan was inherited from A Li. But just like his chess skills, relying on his good brain, he quickly became excellent, but after this extent, he was too lazy to continue studying and studied. No matter how smart people are, it is impossible to learn everything, and they are familiar with things. After reaching a certain level, if they want to go further, they have to pay more time and energy. In short, is not cost-effective. Anyway, for teenagers, he learned chess and painting, just to enrich the game project with girls, and not to win with girls. Ali stood beside him, helping him coloring and changing his strokes. No need to remind, the whole process is silent, but the tacit understanding. Finally, Li Zhanyuan was painted. The person in the painting is wearing a white robe, a high hat, a stillet, and a lantern with both hands. The word on the lantern, Li Zhanyuan didn't draw it, because he knew it should not be his original image, but that thing was intentionally written to stimulate A Li. On the original lantern, it should be another word. Because the painting is too fast, you have to dry the painting, and then roll it up and take it away. The teenager didn't know who it was in the painting, and he couldn't ask Grandma Lu, which would make Grandma Lu get into the cause and effect. However, Li Zhanyuan felt a feeling in Ming Ming. When I didn't know who you were, it didn't matter, but when I really drew your image, Zhang Shui will push you to me. Last night, he was still thinking about whether it could be active. Today, there is just this thing to take the initiative to send the threshold. Li Zhanyuan likes this sense of mystery, and at the same time prefers the process of smashing this mystery. In his opinion, walking river can be regarded as a test. Before the candidates entered the examination room, they were nervous and stunned inside. They did not start to fight according to their early learning reserves when they were sent to their hands. Li Zhanyuan didn't like this kind of candidate mentality. He likes to understand the question, and treats each test as a dialogue with the questioner. While guessing their minds, they will talk about them by the way. Be sure to wait for you to give me a question. Come, let's take a look first. Are you satisfied with the question I have given to yourself? Li Zhanyuan took a few steps back and sat down by the bed. A Li used a silk card to carefully cover the pen that the teenager had just used. So many of her original collection boxes stayed in the basement of the house. Anyway, she was close, but she could go back to watch at any time and did not move over. However, this can be regarded as a kind of collection being cleared, and the girl's enthusiasm and joy for collecting again are magnified. Lu Yumei specially made 2 large collection boxes for Ali on the 3rd floor, which was the room where the entrance ceremony and river walking ceremony were held yesterday, and placed them under the altar. The original intention was to make it convenient for Ali to add things to the collection box when she went to take the ancestral tablets. But the verbal explanation was that Ali had the habit of appreciating her collection before going to bed anyway, so it was just to give you a chance to see Ali. After packing up the brush, Ali looked at the scroll on the table. Obviously, she wanted to collect this more than the brush. Ali, I'm going to take this away, I need it. Li Zuiyuan saw the girl's thoughts and explained in advance. Ali nodded, but her fingertips were still touching the scroll. When I'm done, I'll bring this painting back to you and give it to you. As he said that, Li Zuiyuan looked at the drawing table. Don't those painters like to stamp their own paintings? Ali, you can carve one for yourself. The boy had seen Ali's handicraft skills. She could easily carve out the patterns of the formation, and it would be even easier to carve a seal. This was also to find something for the girl to do. In the past, when Ali carved the patterns for his Tui Mu Huawaner, Li Zuiyuan felt sorry for her efforts, always thinking that it was too tedious and tiring for a little girl to do these things. But since he knew that Ali was surrounded by those things all the time yesterday, he realized that perhaps for the girl herself, having something to do on hand that she could concentrate on and not be distracted would be a kind of relaxation and happiness. Ali sat down, spread out a piece of paper, picked up a pen, and began to design a seal. The tip of the pen jumped lively and briskly on the paper, showing her inner state. Li Zuiyuan opened the curtains to let the sun shine in. In the yard outside the window, Runzheng started practicing boxing today. His movements were faster and smoother than yesterday. It seemed that he was gradually adapting. As if he noticed the gaze, Runzheng smiled in the direction of the boy while boxing. Then, Runzheng slapped his right hand at the back of his head, and the movement that had just slowed down accelerated again. Now Runzheng no longer needs Uncle Qin to kick stones to help him wake up. He can complete self-motivation by himself. In the corner of the yard, Uncle Qin was squatting there, holding a stone in his left hand and a plastering knife in his right hand, repairing the cobblestone road that he had kicked yesterday. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 book, 1 bar. It's time for breakfast. Aunt Liu's voice was obviously hoarse. Li Zuiyuan rolled up the scroll and came to the dining table with Ali. Yin Meng was already sitting at the dining table, with her head down, motionless. Yin Meng. Li Zuiyuan tried to call out. Yin Meng raised her head, Brother Xiao Yuan. Her eyes were all black, and when her eyeballs moved, she could only see a little light. Your eyes. It's okay, I'll be able to see again after detoxifying at noon. Oh. Li Zuiyuan nodded and said nothing more. As Lu Yumei walked down the stairs and sat down at the dining table, she asked, "Where's Zhuang Zhuang?" "Grandma, Zhuang Zhuang has something to do this morning. No matter how busy he is, he has to come every day." "Don't worry, Grandma, I'll tell him. The main reason is that everyone in the family has work to do. If Zhuang Zhuang doesn't come, Lu Yumei will seem to be free, but she can't cook. Xiao Yuan, the books you want will be delivered tomorrow. There are a lot of them, so they will be placed in the original house. You can pick them up when you want to read them. Grandma, I'd better select a batch of books that I think are useful, and then move them to the basement of the store. In this way, the cause and effect relationship can be cut smaller." "Okay, whatever you want." Lu Yumei pushed the soup bowl in front of her to the boy. "Military training is almost over, right? It's time to start classes. You'll have to get busy then and take care of your body." This kind of conversation seemed to have returned to the kind of witty remarks at the grandfather's house. "Don't worry, Grandma, I've prepared my homework. I'll ask the teacher in advance for some knowledge points I don't understand." Lu Yumei smiled lovingly. But in her heart she said, "Why didn't I understand this child's metaphor?" After breakfast, Li Zuiyuan left here and returned to the dormitory. When he went to the sink to wash his hands, he met Lin Shiyu who was washing clothes. He was washing costumes, and they were new. When Lin Shiyu saw Li Zuiyuan, he reacted strongly and shrank back. This is not fake. In fact, when he and Tan Wenbin were taking a bath together at the sink, his expression and actions when he called him Big Brother were all natural. Binbin told himself that this guy might have split personality. "Hello." Li Zuiyuan greeted him. "Hello. Li Zui. Xiaowen's elder brother." Since being beaten into the infirmary, Lin Shiyu has been recuperating in the dormitory on weekdays, and he has not met Li Zuiyuan again. He is not showing his face now. No, even when he is showing his face, he seems to be overwhelmed by the boy in front of him. "Student Lin Shiyu." "Here." Lin Shiyu was suddenly called by his full name, which shocked him and showed all his military training. "I just made a divination. From the divination, there may be evil spirits causing trouble in the near future. You should pay more attention." "Yes, I know." Lin Shiyu nodded hard. "If you notice something wrong, please tell me in time, although you and I have frictions, but the goal of protecting the right way together is consistent." In short, don't be embarrassed, just speak when you want to help. Thank you. Lin Qiyu nodded again, and this time his eyes were a bit red. This kind of drama that turns Ganji into jade is the easiest to move people, especially for his Ganji party. You can also make up for his frustration. Li Ziwen looked at Lin Chiyu's reaction, but he didn't feel surprised. No wonder he could be shouted by Binbin. This guy was so coquettish when he didn't open his face. Mainly, considering both Run Sheng and Yin Meng are now receiving special training, Li Zhanyuan himself took the initiative to add a fire today. The teenager did not know when the fire was burned. In case of Runsheng and Yin Meng before the special training, no one under his own hand was available. He believes that Binbin will not hesitate to stand in front of himself, but Binbin is a bit crispy. Lin Qiyu is right. And this guy belongs to a tool person, who has broken it, and he doesn't feel bad. When Li Zhanyuan shook his hand and walked out, Lin Qiyu took the courage to say, "Brother Yuan. If you have anything to do, please notify me, it is our responsibility to remove the magic guard. Wait for you. You think too much, I don't need you." After leaving this sentence, Li Zhanyuan walked back to his bedroom. At the side of the hand-washing pool, Lin Qiyu was shameful and annoyed and felt that the other party was right. For a while, his mood was too rich, so that his forehead was sweating. Li Zhanyuan sat in front of the desk and put the scroll aside. Then, open the book, pick up the pen, and recall the content of the Tibetan Bodhisattva in the mind, while starting to find and design the way to stimulate the potential. For example, Lin Qiyu can forcibly invite him to invite the officials who couldn't move. "I can't use it in my mouth, but I actually calculate how to use it in the dead." Li Zhanyuan didn't feel that he was wrong. He now has a sense of human skin, but he is limited to those in his circle. He is still indifferent to others. Besides, if it wasn't for his own minds of ancient books, it might be killed by the Behi boy who was invited by this young man that night. Instead of killing him, even the medical expenses were settled for him. In the hospital bed, he opened his pupils. If it weren't for him to close him, he would die in the hands of the corpse demon. In this way, he owed him 2 lives. Then you lose your own loss, just need to have a life. This is reasonable. Li Zhanyuan suddenly stopped the pen. Just his own thoughts, did you resonate with the question? At this time, the bedroom door was pushed away. "Xiao Yuan, I'm back. So fast. The main dad has a good service attitude." Tan Wenbin handed the file and the information to Li Zhanyuan. After Li Zhanyuan took it, after opening the dossier, he saw Tang Chuying's certificate photo, and knocked directly. "It's her." Seeing this, Tan Wenbin walked under the windowsill and picked up the high-heeled shoes that he would water every day. "High-heeled shoes, it turns out that you are Tang Chuying. Good school sister, no right, my aunt is good." Immediately, Tan Wenbin looked back at Li Ziwen and asked, "Xiao Yuan, but she was missing, how do you do?" Knowing her name is too much, not to mention the dossier records her birthday, and I can find her body. "Xiao Yuan, really, it's a pity that you didn't go to be a criminal police officer. It is very few who can become evil after death." Li Zhanyuan opened the separate document bag of Chu Minmin's case, and then began to quickly turn the page. Tan Wenbin heard this sound, and couldn't help but say, "Envy." Li Zhanyuan continued to turn the page and said, "Compared with Run Chenji and Meng, they are very lazy now. Because Xiao Yuan, you are too smart, what they pay now is just the price of catching up with genius." Tan Wenbin leaned on the desk. Today's mission is completed, and he is in his heart into some kind of confusion and loss. If he can, he is also willing to grit his teeth to nail his coffin or test poison with his body. But the problem is that he knows that the consequence of this is to play himself directly. Well, as the greatest sadness of waste, you want to learn to play with people to play, but find that you are not even qualified to fight. Tan Wenbin picked up the scroll on the desk next to him while he was in his hands. Well, you have to play a role, such as boasting the new work of my Yuanzi brother. But as soon as this painting rolled, Tan Wenbin stunned. Xiao Yuan, are you painting this mother-in-law? Li Zhanyuan immediately put down the document in his hand, turned his head to look at Tan Wenbin, and asked seriously. Brother Binbin, do you know? Coincidentally, isn't it? I just saw this photo in the archives this morning. It is exactly the same as Xiao Yuan's painting. The only difference is that her two lanterns have words. Li Zhanyuan immediately put down the document in his hand, leaned to the chair, raised his head, and a smile appeared on his face. Xiao Yuan, what's wrong with you? In Tan Wenbin's impression, Brother Yuan rarely suddenly made emotional moves. Li Zhanyuan looked at the ceiling of the bedroom and murmured. Sure enough, you can play like this. Bring it on. I named one by one. The first position is about to be exceeded. There are still tickets in your hand to vote. Help us keep at least the first place today. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.